TheSeahawksNest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do appreciate you. It's after the season ended in the NFL. There is no off season, and yet you are tuning in, so I do appreciate you for tuning on in today on a Monday morning where many of us are still wondering what could have been in this 2024. Successful year, good year, but you wonder what could have been. You wonder where Mike Macdonald, the new head coach's mindset's at, what he's thinking here, and well, we've got a little bit of a view into that right off the chute here on this Black Monday for head coaches typically, but it can also be Black Monday for coordinators, as offensive coordinator Ryan Grubb, the first-year offensive coordinator for your Seahawks, not head coach, was let go today by Mike Macdonald in a bit of a surprising move. Not shocking, surprising, but one that I think also adds up quite a bit as to why this is going down and happening. It is a place where you just feel like these were two parties that were not in alignment, that there was a disconnect, and that it was not just merely about the upside of Grubb and where he was going to go as an offensive coordinator as he started to find his potential footing in the NFL, but also about whether or not these two men saw the vision for how to execute this team offensively, to have it all in conjunction together, what you're doing defensively, for what your philosophy is, for how you want to go win football games. There is a management element to this all the way through, and it seemed like with Grubb, he was a bit unaware of that. We're hearing stories coming out now where there's a little bit more explanations as to why this is happening. And so let's have some open discussion today a little bit in regards to this topic, but let's open up first with an article that's just come out from Corbin Smith that I think many of you are going to mention here throughout this stream today. And so I think it's good for all of us right out the chute to get a view of this article. There's some good sources, not good sources, but there's some good quotes from some sources in the article on this that I think gives us more clarity so that we don't have to guess a little bit about what might have been going on here and happening here at the root of this. So let's get over here to this article that Corbin dropped here over on the site there for SI. And I'm just going to read through this a little bit. Stay with me on this just a moment. It says, Red Washington taking their courtship public at Dino's Pub for all the world to see. Seattle Seahawks coach Mike Macdonald and general manager John Schneider were all smiles as they worked to finalize a home run hire for new coaching staff and Ryan Grubb. A little over a week after Macdonald signed the dotted line to replace legendary coach Macdonald, with much of the coaching market drying up, the Seahawks had zeroed in on Grubb, who had recently signed on as an Alabama new offensive coordinator in a package deal with coach Kayla Daboll. The rising assistant came onto Schneider's radar as the innovative architect behind Washington's explosive offense, believing he could maximize the team's wealth of skill talent and get the most out of veteran quarterback Geno Smith. In 2 seasons at Montlake, Grubb's Huskies averaged north of 36 points per game, with current Falcons quarterback Michael Penix Jr. guiding them to the College Football National Championship. While Grubb had cut his teeth orchestrating a pass-centric, shotgun-heavy system in Washington, Macdonald and Schneider felt he would be able to adapt to the pro game given his prior offensive line and run game coordinator backgrounds at stops at Eastern Michigan and Fresno State, justifying the usage of a full court press to bring him on board as a vital piece for a brand new coaching staff. Unfortunately, for all parties involved, that vision shared while enjoying drinks at Dino didn't manifest itself on the field, and less than a year after that meeting that went viral on social media, the Seahawks fired Grubb on Monday, ending his tenure after just 1 season. How did this once ideal partnership unravel so quickly in the Pacific Northwest, and what does it mean for Seattle as it prepares to hire a new offensive coordinator for the 2nd straight season? Well, here we keep going. Let's go down on this just a little bit. So encouraging early returns. Back in familiar yet different surroundings, jumping from the college level to the NFL, Grubb lived up to his reputation as an offensive trailblazer out of the gate with the start of the OTAs, hitting the ground running, installing his system, and drawing positive reviews from players and fellow coaches alike. During the early stages of spring, quarterback Geno Smith and receiver DK Metcalf raved about the unique creativity of Grubb's scheme, while Grubb gushed about the chess matches that he and the new offensive coordinator engaged in on the practice field. I think he meant defensive coordinator there, bringing out the best of one another. Once training camp opened, the offense seemed to be ahead of schedule on install, creating a great sense of optimism that the unit would get off to a high-flying start. Those expectations only skyrocketed further into the clouds when Smith led a scoring drive on the opening possession of Seattle's final preseason game, completing 5 straight passes for 62 yards and connecting with DK Metcalf for a 21-yard touchdown, sending the sellout crowd at Lumen into a frenzy. At this point, Grubb could do no wrong, a team source said. The players were fully bought in. McDonald was bought in. There didn't seem to be a ceiling for how good this offense could be. Once the calendar flipped to September, the Seahawks started the season with 3 straight victories, scoring at least 23 points on offense in each contest, giving just a taste of their potent potential. Even in their first defeat to the Lions in Week 4, Smith threw for 395 yards and Kenneth Walker rushed for 80 yards on only 12 carries as the offense put up 29 points in a shutout loss at Ford Field. I can't read today. Sorry, guys. Through 4 weeks, Seattle ranked 9th in the NFL, averaging 25.5 points per game, and had done so while playing far from perfect football, with an abundance of self-inflicted mistakes, coming close to meeting lofty standards while still having immense room for improvement. But starting the following week, the honeymoon period came to a crashing end, and issues began to arise that lingered for most of the rest of the season. Giant problem emerges. Though the Seahawks suffered their first loss of the season in the Motor City, the vibes in the locker room at the VMAC couldn't have been much better rolling into Week 5. At 3-1, McDonald's squad sat in sole possession of first place in the NFC West, and with the lowly Giants coming to town, they would have a great opportunity for a quick rebound and either maintain their lead or add a game of separation from the rest of the pack. Starting off 1-3, New York ranked in the middle of the pack in most defensive categories, including sitting 15th in rushing yards allowed per game at 118. Back in Week 2, Washington ran roughshod on Shane Bowman's unit, racking up 215 yards on the ground, suggesting Seattle would be able to find success with the duo of Kenneth Walker and Zach Charbonnet. But Grubb didn't seem to get the memo, coming out with the pass-heavy game plan against a defense featuring talented edge rushers in Brian Burns and Kayvon Thibodeau, as well as all-pro defensive tackle Dexter Lawrence. While Smith completed 9 out of 14 passes for 97 yards, the Giants harassed him with frequent pressure, and the play calling did him no favors as they ran 15 pass plays on 17 offensive snaps. He thought he was facing Stanford or something, a team source remarked, hearkening back to his time dominating Pac-12 competition. His confidence in his quarterback wasn't misguided, but he took one of our best players out of the game with his own stubbornness. Knotted up at 10 apiece at halftime, McDonald implored Grubb to get Walker more involved in the second half after Seattle mustered only 3 points in the first 2 quarters on offense. But 2 plays after Smith connected with Tyler Lockett for a 33-yard completion to open the second half, Metcalf fumbled on a quick reception, setting the Giants up for Daniel Jones' touchdown pass. From there, even with the Seahawks only trailing by 7, Grubb became trigger-happy, calling 5 passes on 6 plays on the next drive as they were forced to settle for a Jason Myers field goal. On the ensuing possession, facing 4th and 1 in the Giants' territory, he dialed up play-action pass rather than trying to run for a 1-yard gain. But Burns didn't buy the fake and devoured Smith for an 8-yard sack to turn the ball over on downs. By the time New York iced the game with a blocked field goal returned for a touchdown in the closing moments, Smith had dropped back to throw 47 times, while Walker had a total of 5 carries for 19 yards, and Seattle had ran the ball a total of 7 times with running backs. Completely abandoning the run game in a close contest, Grubb called pass plays on a stunning 87% of the team's snaps, leading to Smith being sacked 7 times. Following the game, McDonald met with Grubb one-on-one, speaking with him on the one-dimensional approach that he felt cost the Seahawks a winnable game, and the offense contributing only 13 points. The coordinator took the blame for the lack of balance 4 days later, particularly lamenting his inability to get Walker more involved. "That's 100% on me," Grubb said at the time, "and my job is to make sure I get all our guys in the best position possible to win the game, and I didn't do that." As a first-time NFL coordinator, McDonald hoped that misstep would serve as a valuable lesson for Grubb, showing him that he had to adapt his philosophy to be a successful scheming against the best defenders in the world. However, frustrations would only continue to grow, putting the two coaches on an inevitable collision course as they tried to navigate their differences. Though the offense still wasn't humming on all cylinders, a four-game winning streak starting in Santa Clara on November 17th took some of the pressure off Grubb temporarily, in part due to suddenly finding a functional running game. While the Cardinals held the Seahawks to just 64 yards rushing in Week 12, Grubb masterfully dialed up an array of gap schemes, such as power duo and counter trey, with great success over the next 2 weeks. with the offensive lines showing steady improvement following the return of Lucas and Sa'atoilamea into the lineup. Zach Charbonnet rushed for a career-high 134 yards in Week 14, taking full advantage of his chance to fill in for an injured Walker. Meanwhile, with a more balanced offense benefiting the quarterback and taking some of the burden off his shoulders, Smith didn't throw an interception against the Jets or Cardinals in successive wins, and the Seahawks looked to be on the cusp of playing to their full potential. But those improvements started to be a little more than a mirage, masked by playing inferior opponents. Starting with the primetime game at home against the Packers, Grubb reverted back to his prior ways, inexplicably calling 12 consecutive pass plays after backup Sam Howell checked in for the first game action of the year in place of the injured Smith. Not surprisingly, asking Howell to put the offense on his arm behind a struggling offensive line yielded mostly disastrous results. After the Seahawks forced a 3-and-out with 10 minutes left in the game. Let me keep going here. While his third drive ended with Charbonnet ripping off a 24-yard touchdown run to bring Seattle within 10 points early in the fourth quarter, he completed just 4 out of 9 passes for 19 yards and took 2 sacks on 12 dropbacks, with his play caller hanging the young quarterback out to dry. After the Seahawks forced a 3-and-out with 10 minutes left in the game, Grubb promptly called 3 straight pass plays, leading to a quick punt on the next series. Leading to a quick punt, then on the next series, Hal threw an interception here to Cooper. So he's just giving you some breakdown of what happened. You guys kind of know all this stuff. With the marriage already on the rocks, according to a source, Grubb put the dagger in his chances of returning as an offensive coordinator the ensuing week against the Vikes, this time failing to meet McDonald's standards from a time management and game flow perspective. After Sam Darnold escaped the pocket and found star receiver Justin Jefferson for a 39-yard touchdown to put Minnesota back in front 27-24 with under 4 minutes to play, Smith hooked up with tight end Noah Fant and running back Kenny McIntosh for 18 and 15-yard completions on successive plays, driving Seattle down to the opposition's 37-yard line with 3 minutes and 9 seconds on the clock. Already in field goal range for Myers, McDonald wanted to start bleeding the clock to the Seahawks' advantage, hoping to eventually force the Vikings into using their timeouts as they position themselves for a tying field goal or a game-winning touchdown. But Grubb called another pass play out of shotgun, allowing Andrew Van Ginkel to crash the pocket and sack Smith for a 6-yard loss. An incompletion and a 1-yard pass later, Myers came up well short of the uprights on a 60-yard prayer in overcast, damp conditions, turning the ball back over to Minnesota. After the game, McDonald called out Smith for taking the first down sack, but behind closed doors, he continued to bemoan the lack of balance and missing out on an opportunity for a big win, screaming at himself moments after exiting the podium in his post-game press conference. The writing already on the wall with him and McDonald with irreparable philosophical differences. Can't say that word ever. Grubb further cemented his future status on the unemployment line when the Seahawks managed just 6 points against the hapless Bears on Thursday Night Football in Week 16. Once the team was eliminated from the playoffs, as the source explained it, it didn't matter what happened in the season finale. He was on his way out. Disillusioned and incompatible. There wasn't any other decision that could be made by Mike, said the source. Following Sunday's 30-25 win over the Rams, Smith spoke highly of Grubb's first season at the controls of the Seahawks, expressing excitement about getting to work with him again in 2025. Clearly, the veteran quarterback would have been in favor of him returning after posting career bests in passing yards and completion percentage. But with Schneider's blessing, McDonald didn't waste time making a change that he felt needed to be made to help improve his football team, viewing the offseason, season-long inconsistencies, and lack of balance as a major reason why the Seahawks didn't make it to the postseason. By early Monday morning, less than 24 hours after winning in Los Angeles, he confirmed on Seattle Sports 710 that Grubb had been fired and the team would begin searching for a new offensive coordinator. It really is just as simple as I just felt the direction of our offense was going was different than the vision I had for our team, and it felt like it was just a necessary decision at this point, McDonald said. Ryan's a heck of a football coach. So, yeah, that's about kind of all there is there. That was the tasty part, but there's a couple of quotations in there that I think, draw some, and shout out here to Corbin Smith. He's out here on YouTube, of course. Definitely you should sub up to him, si.com. I'll try to get this link in the chat here after the stream today, but I thought that there was some interesting quotes in there in regards to what's going on and a little bit behind the scenes and getting a little bit more of a feeling for how frustrating this was throughout year for Macdonald, and something that I think we also kind of could sense was probably the case. And there is a bit of the fan base that I'm feeling right now, a little bit of saying, well, this is a scapegoat situation. The Grubb would have been better next year. Give him an offensive line. You set him up to failure. I think these are all actually very fair points. I wouldn't push back on any of those. But I do think that there's an extra element at play here where it is also that the coach and coordinator have to be in alignment, and they've got to be seeing the vision the same way. And that doesn't mean Grubb isn't a good coordinator or that he couldn't find success with a different place, even at maybe an NFL level, if he's got the right guy to kind of sign off on his approach. I'm not so sure of that myself, because there's some other things we're going to get into that I think go beyond just this big picture stuff as far as their dynamic. That Minnesota Vikings situation, though, that he mentions in this article is a very telling one to me, where that stands out. You know, you do get too often pass happy in your offense this year over and over and over again. In that moment, you've got to be, as a play caller, yes, trying to get yards up the field, and yes, trying to find your way to get yourself into makeable field goal range. But you also got to be aware in this day and age, with how offenses can move at the end of the game in 2-minute situations, that you need to kind of be bleeding the clock in the back of your head as well. We saw the Cardinals make a bad mistake on this in the Rams game about 2 weeks ago that we were all watching, hoping that the Cardinals could win. And they almost won that game, but they also were making silly decisions at the end of that game where you really want to make sure you're not getting Stafford any time on the clock to go drive down the field and just go take back that lead that you just took. And, in this case, you didn't even get into field goal range, but just too much passing, too much, relying on that throughout the year with just no commitment in that running game. And again, there, you're not thinking at all about what's going on in the game situation. You just got this kind of blinder on of we're just going to throw. We just got to kind of throw. This was one in a hiring of Grubb, and I think he's very kind, as Corbin at the top of this article, to kind of present it as this was a guy that they really wanted to chase and bring in. That's very well could be true in this situation, but I think you were also having to kind of pick from not exactly your grade A level of quality candidates out there because of how late of the process it had been in going out there and getting Mike Macdonald. You go, okay, we got our coach. Who's the OCs out there? Well, everybody's been hired. Everybody's been hired to a staff already. So what do we got to pick from? College coach? I think that's a little bit of the place that they found themselves in, and they tried to take a big swing on this one. But they did find that it wasn't the right one. And I don't think that you're necessarily setting yourself back. Could be that they're setting themselves a little bit back here and having the timeline take a little bit extra time here, but it doesn't necessarily have to be the case either. I do think that this is a better route to go, whether it's a step back or not, rather than forcing a relationship that wasn't going to work. And I've got a lot of the same concerns and worries, I'm sure, that are on Mike Macdonald's mind on this, are on mine with this as well. Things that stand out that you just go, is this correctable in his game? Is this something that he can actually fix and get around and know what he's doing? I presented this stat, for instance, which going into the Rams game was kind of jaw-dropping to me. You're 29th in running back carries with this running back stable that we have. And I know Walker got injured, but he's been around for most of the year here for the most part. Charbonnet has been here for the whole year. McIntosh has been here for the whole year. You're 29th in carries. 31st in play action rate. That means when you do, very rarely running play action. You don't have to be effective in running the ball, by the way. Some people, we got to run the ball. If you don't run the ball, you don't have to be good at running the ball to be effective with play action. It just works. 31st. But then you got 31st in quick pressures allowed. And I'd maintain that lack of play action rate, you can connect that right back to the quick pressures allowed. Yeah, some of it is your offensive lineman. But if you put an offensive lineman, there's ways of putting an offensive lineman who might struggle in pass protection in a worse predicament. Becoming too pass happy, lack of play action. You allow those defenders to pin the ears back and get upfield and just go attack that quarterback. You're making a tough job even more difficult for those guys. And I think that those two things are interrelated, not to mention the first in shotgun rate we all have been screaming about throughout this year. Why aren't you doing more stuff under center? And Grubb just kind of shrugging, going, I don't do under center stuff. I don't. And you can get these kind of coordinators at times, offensive-minded guys that will just kind of go, I don't want to run it that way. Like, it's not going to work if doing this way. You can't stay with this. And so let's, just a quick couple reasons on this. I'm going to get you guys in the chat on this for sure tonight, as we're not going super late here, but I want to go through just a couple of the points on this that are the exact points, that are the specific things to this, as to why this is occurring. The lack of run game commitment mentioned in this article many times over. This is a no duh. You guys all get this one, but this is no small thing, and there's no guarantee this was going to improve in the future with a better offensive line. It's not merely you can blame it back to bad run blocking. That was a little bit of the way in the early part of the year. Later part of the year, with what you had developed with some of the counter gap stuff, with how Charbonnet was finding his footing, how good McIntosh was going, game after game after game. He mentions a couple in this article. I think even this last game against the Rams, you could see it. Started out with 5 straight passes, finally get back to the running game, find some success on the offense, get away from the running game through the middle portion, come back to the running game at the end. No, now your offense starts clicking back into place again. It was like he didn't want to do it. I've compared it to a kid who didn't want to eat his vegetables. That's how it felt with Grubb when it came to him calling run plays and wanting to stay actually committed to it. Lack of creativity. Pre-snap motion, post-snap motion, resetting the formation, keeping the defense having to look at a variety of things prior to the snap. This was a big part of Washington Husky offense, what you saw that was there at UW. Stuff that I thought would be stuff that he would continue to translate over here, but there would be a lot of stagnation prior to the snap at times. Other times he'd dive into it and you'd see it and you go, man, run that 24/7, bro. Go with that. Keep staying there. Let's stay with that. But he would just, as I've said oftentimes, it's a counterintuitive offense that he sometimes runs where this is working, but I'm not going to stay with it. This is a part of our DNA, but I'm not going to do it. Not really sure a lot why. When you saw it, it stood out to how good it was. It was a Zach Charbonnet goal line run where he starts out in the backfield and the line's back out to like almost an H-back tight end. Then he comes back as a fly sweep motion man post snap. You've got other pre-snap motion around that. And then you counter that with those goal line situations where it's just him hammering with a pile of bodies, no wide receivers, no threat of the pass. And you go, why wouldn't you go back to this thing? There's a relation I had on this too. I was talking about earlier today to the show over on the Hawk Zone, talking about this where mid-season Seattle went to the goal line and they brought out Sundle and they put Sundle in at fullback. Goal line, heavy formation, Sundle, your center at fullback. So the pre-snap indicators then to the linebackers on that or to safeties that are down around the box is going to be that I'm going to follow where that fullback goes post-snap. Whichever gap he goes to drive to, I'm taking a step in that direction. You can now take advantage of this on defenses if you happen to do what? Run your running back opposite direction of where you're running the fullback. Because defenses are looking for those keys. And especially on this run game, for Grubb's run game this year, defenses were not kind of staying pad and being disciplined. They were running like hell to go get to where they thought that running game was going. There was a lot of room to open up to hit him with the counter, to hit him with the misdirection. And that's what you did the first time I saw them run that with Sundle. Sundle goes this way. You have Charbonnet go that way with the ball. The linebackers take 1 or 2 steps in the wrong direction. That's just enough to give him that room to get through for a yard. You only need a yard. You didn't even take 5 false steps, just 1 or 2 steps, a couple of guys, you're in, it's good to go. But then now when you saw them go to Sundle throughout the rest of the year, and if you watch him run that on goal line when they did bring him out, it was all the running back following behind the fullback. One time you ran it out there with him, you had him go this way, him go this way, that worked. Now you come out with this, that don't work. That don't work. That don't work. Why don't you go back to the thing that worked the first time? And why did you leave it in that way? So the creativity was there, but it was like a spark that never caught the fire. And he just couldn't stay with it consistently. And I don't think it could be just purely blamed on the offensive line and what they had. Forgot about DK Metcalf. Big point of Grubb coming in here was to make him a centerpiece. Big point of what Grubb did at the University of Washington. It has had a variety of guys that were NFL caliber players. You got Dunzier and McMillan and kid that went to New England in the, I think, second round. A couple of very capable tight ends, good back, right? But was really stood out about the University of Washington offense. It wasn't just a Rome Dunzier show where just, throw after throw after throw. It's that he was working everybody in. And early on in this season, you got Metcalf in motion like we were hearing about in training camp. You got him operating a little bit more out of the slot. You got him running some drag routes at times, manufacturing some touches for him. Mid-season, once you had JSN come alive, you just kind of were like the kid, the guy that moved on from the girl that, I kind of liked you, but man, she's really hot. She's hot. Huh? Yeah, I'll get back to you. Yeah, I'll get back to you. Man, you're really pretty. Huh? No, I know you're there. I know, you're cool. No, sorry. But you, what's going on with you? What time of day is it right now with you, JSN? That's what he sort of did. And he could just sort of go to that. I mean, even forgetting about the running backs at the same time. And so there was never any ability to disperse the ball and disperse the touches and keep, again, back defenses off balance. Part of what then led you to becoming so predictable all the time. But halfway through the season, he just sort of bailed out on all of that DK motion stuff and DK out of the slot stuff. That went bye-bye, despite the fact you had a lot of success with it early on in the year with DK on pace to have one of his best seasons of his career. But this is where we come back to that point again, which is in conjunction with these other ones, predictability. How many times prior to the snap did it feel like, and did you know for sure as you were watching football games, that this defense knows what's coming? They are feeling what's coming. They know exactly where the ball's going. They know whether it's run. They know whether it's pass. The predictability was there week in and week out, and you can't be that way in the NFL. The defenses are too good. The athletes are too good. And it's just a big part and parcel of this, but it is a part. Regression as the year went on. You did not get better as the season did not get in. The finer details did not click into place. The defense for the Seahawks, I think, got bit by bit better over the year, but the offense did not. And I think that there was too much talent on this offense for it to go from the best state day one to go to almost one of its worst states by the end of the year, especially as you were starting to add Abraham Lucas back to the lineup and get him back in the mix where the right tackle situation wasn't a nightmare. I mean, the team was playing better with Stone Forsythe offensively at tackle than they were with Lucas, and that doesn't make sense. Why were you regressing? And were you maybe regressing because the more tape coaches around the league got on you, the more you got exposed? Kind of felt a little bit like that to a degree. I don't know if you can just solely blame it on, let's say, for injury's sake. Cross out there, Lakin out there. Yeah, you lost Connor, but Sato played as well as anybody out there as far as a right guard. Fant was back in the mix. Barner, Farrell Brown. Walker may have been in and out of the lineup a little bit, but you had plenty there in the stockade there to get the running back talent out there to make it work. And DK missed one game. JSN was out there all year. Tyler was out there all year. I don't know. Not staying with what's working. Counterintuitive nature of this offense. When you ran the ball well at the end of the year, you didn't stay with it, maybe absent that real Cardinal game. I think that I said this last week. I still don't think you did it. When you're University of Washington, you ran trick plays at least once a game. You ran fake trick plays off those trick plays a couple of times around the single or two-time trick plays you'd run. It was over a trick play average that they ran there. We only ran 3 trick plays this year. So what do I mean by not stay with what is working? You ran 3 trick plays. You had tremendous success on all 3 of the trick plays, but you never went back and even tried any other trick plays. That's what we call counterintuitive. That's what we call not staying with what's working. And it was just a microcosm of what you got from him by and large throughout the course of this season. It's one of the biggest conundrum enigmas for me when it comes to Grubb. Why wouldn't you stay with what is working? It's hard enough to find answers in the NFL as a play caller. Why leave what the defense has no answers for? That would bother me from a McDonald perspective when I'm trying to consider whether or not to keep a guy. That might keep me up at night a little bit. That might cause me to scream as Corbin Smith said that Mike McDonald did after a presser in frustration. So those are the main reasons outlined here as to why this is going down. Let me see where you guys are kind of at as far as your headspace on this. I would love to hear your guys' thoughts on this. And if you're for this move or against this move, there's going to be a lot of people asking other decisions that are in conjunction with this, I think, about what this means now for the long term of this team. And I think that those are really good questions to ask, quite frankly. Many know here that I have been open to the idea. I have not sold the idea. I'm just presenting the idea and making sure it's presented properly of the potential of the team having to maybe take a bit of a step back this next upcoming season to take that full step forward, the 2 steps forward it will take to get to become a contending team. And this could be an indicator of that. Could be an indicator if they went with the Pete's and they kept that continuity there and went maximally aggressive this offseason, that it doesn't mean that. So I don't know that this move in itself means that you're necessarily now going to be moving away from Geno, moving away from DK Metcalf. The contracts aren't being done there. I think everything's on the table in consideration, which was another thing I was advocating for, was less about this is what we got to do and more about what are all the options on the table available in front of us right now and what we could do. What is everything on the table, considering we're a little bit stuck here in the middle a little bit. So we'll see where you guys stand on it, but that is where I sit with it. I I certainly am okay and good with this move. I would have understood them running back with him again, but I don't think it's a bad move at all taking this direction. You can sometimes recognize really quickly with these coordinators when they're not it or when they are it. And Dan Campbell did this with the Lions. He fired his first offensive coordinator halfway into his first season, but then he went to Ben Johnson. Then he found the right answer, and that was smart of him to do it, right? Versus, let's give him another year. He didn't even give him a full season. And then by all accounts, what we're hearing here from Ian Furness here, by the way, we're also learning from him that they were considering letting him go around the bye week. So they were looking at doing a Dan Campbell-like move here on that one. So other teams have done this. It's not an example of there being dysfunction here or that Mike doesn't have a good eye on what he needs to get done here. It's more to me the opposite. What you saw him do with the linebacker situation and what you're seeing him do here with the coaching staff is an example to me of more of what we needed here. There was at times, I think, a little bit too much of, let's hold on to this thing, and especially when it came to players, not as maybe much coaches. But if you know you ain't got the right answer here, player, coach, you don't just kind of wait it out on that. If that's instinctually what you're sensing, go to that, drive to that, and be aggressive. Sometimes in football, and it's coaches and players, it's both this way. Aggression is what is rewarded. Aggression and movement. Kind of remaining static and kind of being, not as making a real move and a choice, trying to take kind of the middle of the road decision on stuff. That's what doesn't get rewarded. Aggression to a given direction. And I think that's what the Hawks are doing here. That's a key component of Mike Macdonald. It's a little bit of a change, I think, from what we've had here in the last about 10 years. And I welcome it. I think it'll be good for this team. It'll help to keep us locked in. Let's see where you guys stand, though. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Please hit that like button if you guys could for me. I'm walking on in the door here. We'll do a little bit of some chat tonight, though. Obviously, I'm running a little bit on fumes today, as we already had about an hour and a half show earlier, and last night it was we went deep last night as well. But let's see where you guys are at. I want to see where you're standing on this. Feeding More Seahawks, thanks for the $2 donation. Is there any chance I could be in the intro? Absolutely, Feed Me. That's one of those things that I need to update. Is get the intros with my members' names updated on there. I can do it a couple times a year usually because I'm running around, but now is definitely the time to jump on that here. So now's the time to be a member. I will try to get that done here this week on my stuff for sure, man. And get you put into the mix on that one. I think you reminded me that. I was meaning to get around to that too. Appreciate the donation as well. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donations. As Grubb is gone. Oh no. Anyways. Yeah, this one doesn't hurt me that much either on this one. I think that the fatal flaws that existed in this game were kind of stacking up over the course of the year, and I don't know that they were all correctable. There's much of an argument to be made of this is just probably a guy better suited to be at the college level of things in how he operates. I like them taking the chance on him. You didn't have good candidates last year as much when you're sitting here looking around at who you wanted to go pick. I like them swinging for the fences on this. Much more the reason why I'm happy with them taking just to, get some good wood on it, send it into the gap. Perfectly much more happier than to take this approach on this OC hire. But many reasons for this to go down, and hopefully I've been able to show you guys what I think is the collection of them which caused it to happen, not just any one thing, not just, well, he just didn't want to run the ball. I don't think it's just that. I think it's a lot alignment philosophy, some very much deep end stuff here as opposed to him and Mike McDonald and their outlook of things. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. It's good to see you in the house. Randall says, old Randall called it yesterday. Mac did the right call. He did. This is the kind of decisions you got to make. And if it's not a right fit, it's not a right fit. I don't think you always need that extra year to figure it out. There was explanation for why this offense wasn't able to take the step forward, but there was enough there for Mike to see, I'm sure, to say that alignment's not going to be here between us. We're not going to see this the same way. It ain't you just about calling plays in the game. It's how you manage the game. It's your pulse and your hand on the pulse of the game. Do you have a sense for that, or are you just play calling? And I think with him, I got the sense he's just kind of play calling. So it's a bit deeper, I think, even at the NFL level on that, where clock comes into play, the limited number of possessions come into play. Something Grubb talked about, Randall, during training camps. Like, well, yeah, you got less possessions in this one. Yeah, you can't just have probing drives. Every drive matters. Every drive counts. Every drive's got to have a purposeful nature to it. You're only going to get so many swings on the day, offensively speaking. So good call on your part, Randall. You nailed it on that one, man. John Naylor, speaking of nail, thank you for the $2 donation. Grubber Waldron, who would you take? I would take Waldron, though I don't want to have either as my OC, obviously. Both OCs to me are, a wet towel. I would want no part of it. But while both have their limitations, Waldron got more out of this offense with, I would say, less than Grubb did. Waldron did have Damian Lewis at left guard, but Lakin's, from a performative standpoint, where Damian was to versus Lakin this year, it's not a cliff between the two of them. It's not a cliff. It is a drop-off, but it ain't a cliff. I think you could make the argument that collectively, cumulatively, you got better center play this year than Waldron got in his 2 years. And I would say the same would be probably, it's hard to say on the right guard. Maybe it's about equivalent. But you did get Lucas for half a season, and Waldron had pretty much none of Lucas all of last season. So it's very close, I'll say, John. This is buy and nose on this one. Because I really don't like either. But I do think that Grubb just had, from the lack of the running game, the lack of the things within his offense that are supposed to show up more often than they did, and inexplicably so, versus at least Waldron knew who he was. He can use those 2 and 3 tight end sets, and he will find some success over the course of the game. With Grubb, it's just almost spastic. It's like, we're going to do this, we're going to try that, and then we're going to go over here and try this, and then we're going to go try that, and then we're going to go over here and try this. And you go, buddy, you're all over the place. What are we trying to do here? We're just trying to just throw chaos at him, okay? NFL, not going to work as much. Be a wild variance in results. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $20 donation, Mark. That's very kind of you, brother. Very, very kind of you. I was hoping Brian Daboll would get fired so we could hire him as the OC. I think the reason the offense wasn't good, I think the reason the offense wasn't good was because of bad line play. Grubb not being creative and not having Canellis really hurt Geno. We need a quarterback coach and an OC. I definitely think that those are all very great points on your part, Mark. I thank you for the $20 donation. It would appear here with this Black Monday that there's a lot of teams that are showing some reticent nature when it comes to letting go of coaches that are a little bit on that line. And Daboll being one of those guys. Giants have flicked off of their coach a couple times in recent years after only 2 years. And Daboll's only been there for 3, and he does have some success. So there's an argument to be made, especially when you counter in that you did kind of foist Daniel onto him. He's not like a guy that signed up for Daniel and scouted that guy. Maybe he signed off on the contract, but he didn't. This isn't some guy that he's been there day one on. He inherited him. And so it does look like there's just not as many great OCs that are going to be out there for potential on this. Part of why I said with this too, though, is that you make the Grubb decision not on who's available out there and is there this candidate out there that's really that much better. It has to be, is this guy good enough? Is this a fit? Are we a partnership? Do we see the game in the same way? Is our philosophy aligned? Those are the questions you ask, not merely who you pivot to. But with Geno, especially on the quarterback coach, when it comes to why you don't see him over the course of the season correcting his ways at times in the superhero mode, in the wild ways that he would get inside the red zone at times, the lack of using his legs. It's almost like I know quarterback just, hey, you need to use your legs a couple times here. Having a guy like that can just give you those short, quick messages to help you through. And oh yeah, I haven't run in a while. I forgot about that. I've been staying too much and just trying to throw all day here. I need to see if I can maybe use my legs a little bit on this one. So, yep, all good reasons, Mark, as to why this didn't happen. I think the offensive line, it's that thing where sometimes we want to go mutually and exclusive, and we want to say, well, was it the offensive line or was it Grubb? And it's like, well, maybe it's both. And I think the line is the biggest problem on this team. I think that is the thing, you're right, is the center point issue of this team that really held us down like an anchor weight as we were trying to swim above the waters. But also in 2, then Grubb didn't help matters and didn't aid us through that. Just another reason why with this is that you didn't overcome and counter your deficiencies. You know, you had a pass protection issues, and yet you threw the ball like mad. You had pass protection issues, and yet you went to the 7-step drops over and over and over again, putting those bad protection issues on in a worse light and in their worst light. That's not what a smart coordinator should do. You work around what you have to work around at times. Nothing is ever going to be perfect to the way you want your system to be run in an optimal state, not the NFL level where it's hard to roster construct in that way. You're always going to have something, especially with injuries, that's not going to be quite at that full strength, and you've got to have some creativity to work around that. And we come to another one of your points, not being creative. Certainly was the case. Just didn't have any of that creativity he could dial to. I think it's there in him. That's the weird part with Grubb, is it's like it's inside of him, but he just doesn't want to bring it out play after play after play. He just wants to kind of sprinkle it on in there a little bit. But Mark, thank you for the $20 donation. I really appreciate you for that. You guys are ever kind as ever, and you guys were amazing yesterday in that way, but you always are every time I go live. I really, really, really do appreciate all of that support to the channel. You guys are amazing. Joe G, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Joe. Appreciate you for that. Noah Lansing, thanks for the $2 donation. Who are your favorite OC candidates? I can't say that I've got necessarily a favorite early on here, Noah. I've got to admit that I hadn't necessarily done as much investigatory research on this one prior to this happening today, as far as really looking too much at the candidates that are out there, because of the fact that I wasn't sure Seattle was really going to make the move. And I got to bed about 7 in the morning, dropping that the last video on the channel. So it's been sleep. I got up over on the Hawks Zone channel, and then we've gone live now. So I have definitely some legwork to do, Noah, on getting you some better candidate lists, and hopefully we'll have maybe even a live stream show by next Sunday where I've got. I'm going to give you an answer on this. I'm just kind of I'm kind of hedging here first because I don't have good answers. I went on the Hawks Zone show today, and please go over there, check it out. The channel went over there on their side of it, and sub up over there if you're not already. But they had a list of guys prepared and showing, and I'm aware of the guys. I know the guys, but I can't say I've done the deep dive on all of them, and it's you're casually aware of them. It's a lot of guys that are either, brothers of this guy's a head coach or sons of this guy that was a head coach, Clint Kubiak type. Those guys, I really would have a hard time at this point in differentiating them and saying, well, I like Clint Kubiak so much better than a LaFleur. I kind of like him better because I think he's done a little bit more, but it's not like running away with it kind of thing. They all kind of start to fall alignment together. The ideal here would be to locate a guy. If we're going to this, Noah, the check marks I want is I want an OC who's been an offensive coordinator in the past, has success in the past. Having a guy that understands how to develop quarterbacks would be really ideal as well. But having some of that success. And I know a guy, I'm not saying this guy who's going to trigger people, so I'm not necessarily this guy. As I always say, just think of it like the specter of this kind of guy, but like a John Gruden type. Rather than I'm going for this young, untested guy or a passing coordinator with the Rams, or, an acolyte of the Rams who's not called plays. I'm going with the guy that's got a little bit more. That's right. Frank Reich, I know Brendan Nelson loves a lot. Hey, I'd be great with that too. I don't know if you can get him out of retirement. Give him a lot of money. I don't know what you got to do, but do that, because that's much more of the move I'd like to make here, rather than looking at the untested guy and trying to find the diamond in the rough for the developmental coach. Maybe he'll come along. Give me just a little bit more certainty with it, Noah. But I would be more to the anti way of things if we're talking run game coordinator, passing game coordinator, OC who's never called plays. I would like to not be in that place if possible. It does seem like Peets is going to be the guy, though, Jake Peets. I think the team already was setting the groundwork for this a couple of weeks ago. Predicted that was probably going to be who they're going to go to. I'm not going to shy away from that now. And I don't know if he's done a lot at the pro level, but maybe this will help us from a continuity standpoint to not lose anything on that side of it, Noah. But I'll try by next Sunday to give you some better list of names of exact guys I know on the market. We'll, of course, know the full firings of head coaches across the league. That's a little bit of something to wait for here. I know Black Monday tends to be Black Monday, but it can happen over a course of a couple of days too. These things are kind of fluid. So let's see if it maybe plays out a little bit differently too, where there might be a couple guys who bounce onto the radar that aren't there today. God's Gang, thanks for the $5 donation, God's Gang. Bottom line, Grubb didn't run the ball enough. Defensive head coaches like to control the clock and take pressure off the defense. You do that by running. Football is a sport, to your point on that, God's Gang, which is one where there are old truths that exist. They're cliches. And cliches are sometimes tired and old and just prejudicial, and they're sort of tired artifacts of sort of a different era, a different time, different age. Sometimes though, cliches are timeless. And you could almost say this is a little bit of like an NFL Monty Python type skit in this respect of things. And that you get a head coach who is a defensive-minded head coach, who's got a background of being around head coaches who really like to run the ball, who really like to play defense, and who really like to play good special teams. And that they're believers in that approach, as opposed to one side of the ball, picking the other sides of the ball up on your shoulders and carrying you through. And nothing for decades on end. Different eras of different coaches, different times and periods of the game and where it would be at. Nothing pisses off that defensive-minded head coach more than the tone-deaf offensive coach who will not run the football. You want to get yourself castigated. You want to get yourself castrated as an offensive coordinator. You want to get duties taken away. You become pass happy with a defensive-minded head coach, because they'll be like Dr. Evil with his got his panel, and he can hit that button and drop you down the hatch into the fire and flames. That's what they're going to do to you, right, God's Gang? And it's timeless, man. It doesn't matter whether we're talking 2025 or 1975. This son of a bitch don't want to run the ball. I'm going to get him out of town. You got to, as I said, you got to be aware of it as a guy going with a defensive-minded head coach. Like, as much as I like throwing the ball, I got to remember this guy's that way. They tend to be like that. Come back to Grubb on this one. A bit tone deaf. You're walking into the jaws of the beast, Grubb. It seems warm in there, but I can assure you it is not. But it's cliched. It's why it's so silly that he didn't see this potentially coming. And who knows? Maybe he just felt like he was in over his head. Maybe there's a little bit of like, I knew it was going to go this way. So I was like, F it. Certainly the article that Corbin presented in there seems to paint a bit of that as a little bit of what maybe was going on. But didn't run the ball enough, God's Gang. And if you're an offense coordinator or a defensive-minded coach, let this be a heeding to you now. Let this be a lesson to all of you out there. You want to try to predict an offensive coordinator that's going to be fired who's underwhelmed by a defensive-minded head coach, go check the pass run rate. And if you're sitting around 65, 70% pass run rate in the NFL on that, and you got good backs and you got a good running game, you're going to see a fired offensive coordinator. It's just the way that it works, and it's a timeless application of approach that spans decades of football history. Dogzilla, thanks for the $2 donation. Marshawn could be fun as an OC. Short pressers. Yeah, he would keep it lively. That's for sure. You wouldn't have to worry about Marshawn not running the ball too. I'm reckoning to guess. But he's doing good, man. He's kicking. Him and Mike Robinson got a great show going. I'm glad to see those guys doing something out there on that. They got great chemistry, and cool to see that we always got the former players around the building. I do like that aspect of things. I really do. I think it's helpful. But you never know, man. Outside the box, Dogzilla, when there's not traditional candidates, you got to go a little bit more for the non-traditional candidates. Hand Grenade, thanks for the $2 donation, says, now we know why Grubb liked the booth to call plays. Yeah, maybe so. Doesn't have to hear from doesn't have to have the side eyes, the mean mad mugging, mean mugging him. Or Matt McDonald just kind of turns and looks at him and just like, Grubb's kind of just sitting there and he's feeling the eyes right on his face, you know. McDonald looking at him just with those shark eyes, that intense shark eye look, you know, them dead eyes. They roll up black on you. Grubb's just sitting there just like, 62, 4, 5, 7, roll. Second, Gino. Just call timeout for a second, Gino. I got something going on over here. What? You know what? I picture something like that. So you're probably, maybe there's a little bit into that. Like, I'm going to stay up in the booth. You know, you just get me on the headset. Just message me on the headset, you know, so we got a lot of extra ears that can hear whatever, you know, just hit me on that. How many times this year do you think probably hit that headset? He's like, can you run the effing ball, please? Over under on that being 12 this year from McDonald's standpoint. I'm going over on that. I'm taking the over. Definitely over 12 times he hit Grubb up in the booth. Hey, Grubby. Yeah. You can run the ball. Huh? You can run the ball. Okay, coach. BB More Seahawks, another $2 donation. Says Jay Harbaugh's not going anywhere. Mike and him, I like this. Could very well be the case. Phoebe, could very well be the case. And I'm not as, it's special teams to this point. It still is, I know it didn't help us this year, but with Dixon and Myers still here, it is, even if his impact is still in the same way it was this past year, it's going to be damaged, minimized, I would say, in the overall view of things. Don't at me. Thank you for the $20 donation. Don't at me. Man, you guys are just incredibly kind. I want a proven offensive coordinator next hire. Tired of unproven offensive coordinators from the McVay tree and the college ranks. Shell out the money for Peterson and Frank Reich. One OC and another in a team role on offense. Proven, invaluable experience as an OC and a head coach. Well, just wonderfully put. Don't at me. You know, if you can get both, that would be great. Especially with Peterson, maybe local connections, and he's okay with it because he's kind of back to local home, and he doesn't mind that. Even just getting the Reich on this and as OC. I think you mentioned a part of this that could maybe be the thing that you could push this on that's a smart point to you, which is that, okay, Frank wants to maybe retire, but what happens if I throw Frank Reich a suitcase of cash? Why not? There's no salary cap on coaches, on assistant coaches. Frank goes, I don't want to go and make $700,000 as a OC for you guys in the Pacific Northwest. I've got a couple million off the coaching. I'm in just, you know, chill. What if we gave you $4 million a year? You know, there's a number. I've always wondered why owners don't take better advantage of this. This is a market opportunity, if anything. I know you want your profit and all that, but if you have the opportunity to get a grade A coach and it's really just down to spending money, where every other decision you make with players in that spending money has some bad side effect to it, why not? Why not? But don't at me. Thank you for the $20 donation. And as well, more importantly, we're in the same alignment on this one. As these people raise some of these names out there, Ingstrad or LaFleur, I know the tree, the coaching tree thing off of a really smart coach it can be a pretty good standard to go off of. You know, Holmgren tree and Andy Reid tree. There are good trees. I get that. That can be a tried and true place to go. But I think you mentioned the unproven word comes from your donation is the word that stands out in my mind. Unproven. I want less of there to be a question mark in this area. We've got enough question marks across the board in this team. This is a place that I'd like more certainty, and a place, again, back on your donation that you can get the certainty, I think, if you're just willing to spend on those tried and true guys. Really give them that money. And maybe the team doesn't want to do that, but I think that would be a very good and intelligent approach here, don't at me, because it just takes that much more off of McDonald's shoulders to where I don't want him worrying about this stuff. I don't want him worrying about whether or not his offensive coordinator can game manage also within play calling, not to mention whether or not he's even a good play caller, a good sequencer. I don't want to go down any of that road. I don't want to put any of that extra pressure on Mike McDonald. I want him just locked in, laser focused on his defense and managing over the game as a whole. So I love your approach. I love your pathway with this. Sign me up. I would take it all day, every day. And if you can get both those guys, that would be even better. if it's possible to do it. Don't at me. No salary cap on coaching hires. None at all. All right, let's get over here, you guys in the chat. Thomas says, well, as mission makes me worried. Yes, it's good to run the ball, but what about teams that can slice and dice his defense? Well, there's definitely some room to grow defensively on this team, and there's some places, Thomas, that they're going to have to get figured out defensively, especially with some of the modern offenses adjustments that they've made to this defense and some of the counters that modern offenses have found up against this defense. But I think some of this will also be improved upon McDonald getting more personnel that's also perfectly suited and fitted to his defense. He had inherited, and basically what he's gotten here is inherited mostly. And we know with a guy like, for instance, Tyrese Knight that he handpicked, or Ernest Jones, and he goes, yeah, that guy, these guys, once he's got the fits to the guys in his defense looks better. I think that there's certainly a strong argument to be made that, once he's got the cornerbacks that he wants, once he's got the nose tackle that he wants, that then this is a team that will improve defensively with that. And he brought improvement as it was on the whole. By and large on the season, this is a very major improvement from where that defense was, because let's not forget at the end there with the prior regime, you were around the league worst. DVD forever. B, I think Mike showed Grubb the door because he didn't run the ball enough, and Mike knows that can kill a defense, as he's defensive genius himself. You agree? Yep. Yeah, I think that this is if we have there are going to be multiple reasons here, as I was kind of showing early on in the show here, where I think there's some ancillary things that are also a part of this puzzle. But what sits as sort of the centerpiece point of this is the lack of run game. Let's look at what's going on right now, by the way, with the NFL, as Mike's being informed by this. It's not just merely being balanced. It's not just merely, hey, I'm a defensive-minded coach and I want you to run the ball. This is also about the cycles that the NFL goes through in the ever infinite game of tug and war against offense and defense, where for years offense has been getting more and more pull, right? 10, 20 straight years, more points being scored, more points being scored, more points being scored. But what has happened in recent years? The defense has started to pull back a little bit of that rope. They've started to take back. They've started to bring some of their intricacy into play. And what's been at the forefront of that tugging of that rope back that other way? The cover two shell. The Vic Fangio cover two shell, whether you're running a purified Fangio version of it, whether you're running a kind of a Buddy Ryan version of it like Mike McDonald is, the cover two shell is everywhere to neutralize the big game passing attacks. What does the cover two shell do? Cover two shell moves that atypical strong safety that would have been down in the box in prior years to help out in the run game. He leaves that box. Now you got a numbers game down and underneath. Now you have a numbers game that is very set up nicely to the offense to have a good chance for success. One less defender down there that you typically worry about it. Think about it back in the day. I'm going to run the football on the Seahawks. Cam Chancellor's back in cover two. Yeah, we might be having a little bit of room here. I'm running the ball. Seahawks are running cover three. Chancellor's standing right next to KJ Wright. This is going to be a problem. Where do we hope there to be a hole here? So this is the cycle of where the game is at now, to where not only do you have to run the ball for just balance sake, but this is where the openings are. More 1,000-yard rushers this year than previous years. Because coaches are making this, smart offensive minds are making this transition and change to this direction of things. So this is the wrong time, and my point on this, DVD, this is the wrong time for a guy like Grubb to be doubling back down on the passing attack, especially a passing attack that's got so much onus placed upon the deep passing angle of things, which, like I just said, is the big part of the modern NFL that's been removed by the cover two shell proliferation. That's that alignment doesn't sync up. It's the wrong time for Grubb to be taking this road with it. It's like, Grubb needed to come in with that stuff like 10 years ago or something. I feel like if he wanted to run that way, when the cycle was in a different place. You don't want to be in a spread system when the NFL is on its cycle. You just gotta ride that cycle out. Yes, that was a period joke. Misfit of only the Seahawks had to listen and somehow drafted Brian Thomas. If only. Trey Osborne, how many of these games couldn't we have gotten the running game going? Our O-line couldn't block anyone this year. I certainly think through a large part, Trey, of the games in the early part of the season that was very much the truth. And I don't think that you were a good run blocking, to your point on this too. I don't think you were a particularly good run blocking unit throughout this season necessarily consistently. But you did get better through the back half of the year. Once Atoa Lamea came out there, once you got Abraham Lucas back out there, once you found the counter gap scheme, you had some answers there. And as the Corbin Smith article points to in a couple of moments and times, like that Packer game, where take that moment in the game, Trey, where you had the counter working so well. Yet you had, I don't think you'd gone to it but maybe once up until that point in the game, more deep into the third quarter. You finally now go back to it, this thing that's worked for you in a year where you've struggled to find the run game, and bam, Zach Charbonnet busts off a 30-yard run for a touchdown, bringing you within 10 points. Defense gets a stop. There's almost all of the fourth quarter left. You're not impelled by we don't have time to run the ball, we can't run the ball thing. But does he go back to the counter there? Does he lean back into that thing that was just working? He doesn't. He leaves it. And that's the issue, is that there are those times in that back half of the schedule where you have the run game working, but you don't stay with it. Take yesterday's game, Trey. You start out a game here against this Rams team where they've been susceptible this year at times, in my opinion, has been where you can get after them in the run game. Where you want to stay away from with the Rams is allowing them to pass rush and pin their ears back and get after you on that. So he starts out the game with 5 straight passes? Then he begrudgingly goes to the run game after that, mixes it up, gets some scores, gets some touchdowns. Then he spends most of the middle portion of the game completely now bailing out of the run game once again. A lot of 3 and outs there mixed in. Then comes back to the run game at the end of the game, finally rediscovering it. Like, oh yeah, you're here. That's right. Oh yeah. You're right here. And then you go back down and you get another score. It was on a microcosm level of this game, but it happened over a couple of games that we can track to. The article Corbin mentioned, the Vikings game, Trey, at the end of that game where you're running up the field there, pass. You're not aware of situationally what's going on with the play clock. You're just like, just throw it around the play, just throw it around. Against the Vikings team with that pass rush, you're in field goal range already, by the way. Part of you dropping back to get sacked then takes you out of that field goal range, makes that field goal almost impossible for Myers to make. That's not being also situationally aware on top of you need to be going to the run game there. And it's a bit of all this on the dip of that. But you're not wrong, and the offensive line wasn't good. But there was moments where it was working, and he didn't stay with it on top of that. And that doesn't embolden, I'm sure, a lot of confidence for McDonald to believe that even next year, once we get you that line, that you'll necessarily stay consistently with it. You'll always have maybe a bit of that tug and pull to start passing and throwing the ball all over the park. DVD says, Brandon reads this article. It's totally answering my question with a rousing sounding yes. Abdi says, Tanner Ingerstrad should be interviewed. Should be. I do wonder with that Abdi is Ben Johnson's probably going to get hired this offseason. And I wonder if maybe the Lions would elevate Tanner into the OC position there. Herbicide asks, how do I feel about Doug Peterson? I mean, a little bit of the shine is the bloom is off the rose on this one a little bit with him. But could be an interesting guy. He does have some success. I think when he was an OC, that was Reed calling the plays. I think he had Shane Steichen with him with the Eagles. So there's a little bit of a wonder there, Herbicide, with Doug on how much of it is you hiring a great staff and how much of it is you're a really great offensive mind. Torn on that one a little bit. But I do think we've also heard rumors he's going to just retire. Thomas said, but I see McDonald copying a Georgia model. A lot of run and play defense. I could too. Totally could. Mario Brothers, the talk of Pete's worries me. Can we please get someone with previous experience as an NFL offensive coordinator for once? Same. Same. He does not draw a lot of excitement. I'm not selling you guys on him. If the team goes for him, they seem to have that conviction in their heart about him. But in-house hires have not gone particularly well for us recently, have they? Norton, Hurts. Isaac says, I have mixed feelings about this on Grubb. There was some moments that he showed me some potential, but there were other moments that looked like he wasn't ready. Accurately put, Isaac. I had some of those same struggles with him. Part of why I was, to a degree, being somewhat okay with him coming back and not just saying, hey, he's got to go. But I can see where there are flashes here. You can see the upside if he was a player. You're seeing it. It's not consistently there all the time, but the flashes are there. They're definitely there. And as a reminder today, folks, if you're looking for me to reference anything in the comment, we have a lot of inner comments going on here, well over 400 people in the chat tonight. So if there is just something you have as a question for me or a comment for me, just put HN, Hawks Nest, Brando, Moron. You can even do Moron. I'll probably answer that too. Hawks Eye View, Brando, does it even matter who the OC is if John won't fix the O-line? No. No, it's irrelevant at that point. I mean, for the most part, there's more functionality to be had even behind this offensive line in its current construction or an equivalent constructed state. If it was a porous offensive line, he got no extra out of it. But as far as from the lens of contending, can a team that wants to contend trot out this kind of offensive line, even with a brilliant offensive mind to run it? No. There's going to be a limitation to that. But it is the two things of, it is both you need the offensive line and you need the alignment of your head coach and your coordinator, and the coordinator needs not to be in over his head. And I think a little bit of all of that is at play here. 1, 2, 3. The line's the first part of it, Hawks Eye, and it's why I think just about every fan's going to be in completely uniformity on this and saying, make this the priority number one, absent whatever you do at the OC position. But kind of as King Bomber said above, a couple of people saying above on this, that's that where you can still see those steps go forward with Grubb next year. You see him having some improvement there. But then McDonald, I think, anticipated here that there was going to be some limited reach to that top end because they had that lack of alignment in their philosophy and vision for how they want this offense to be executed. And that's where you go, okay, well, we got to probably have a parting of ways then at that point. Misfit says, which offense do you like the most? The Packers, Kansas City, the Bills, the Lions? I'm thinking it's probably between the Packers and the Lions for me. I think Packers offense has really grown in a lot of ways over time. Lions inventiveness is just so much fun, so it's hard not to point to that one. I might give that the nod there, Misfit. Over one versus the other. I get your trepidation too, Thomas. I see you responding to somebody else on the chat there, but I get your trepidation too about this movie being made. I could have been going like just, I'm definitely making the case as to why I approve of the movie being made, but that was part of, hey, I wasn't trying to stay on the fence on this one myself, but just be like, I could see this going kind of either direction, So I could see completely on being, man, we should have rode this out another year and letting this develop, and that there is maybe a potential that you're going to have taken a bit of a step back here to get the long-term right on this, on that. But I could completely understand both perspectives with that. The Hawks Zone recording is up. Yeah, it should be on the Hawk Zone. Should be up. We did it live. So it's under the Thrill House. It'd be under their live section. If you look under my community post, I put a link to it too as well. Thomas says Grubb failed, and now Seattle will get a new OC based off of what Nemhauser said. He doubted Grubb was going to stay if McDonald asked him to stay. Interesting. Kind of understandable, I guess, if there was kind of that much friction, as Corbin's article paints. Nate says, when Geno had the best stats in the RPO and Grubb refuses to use it, let's have Geno throw it in his weakest category among the play calls and do that, let's say, 40 times a game. That sounds perfect. Those words I come back to, the two words on this one, Nate, counterintuitive. What is set up for you to work well, you don't go to. What's harder for you to get done, you're leaning into that stuff. Counterintuitive. Pop says maybe Grubb did it on purpose. He knew what fans wanted and his players. If he didn't, then it was ignorant. Possibly. Very possible in that. I'm going to get caught up here to the bottom on the chat because I know I might be way behind. So if I do miss your question on it, repost. I'll see if I can see any Hawks Nest questions on here. I think we got a lot of good discussion going on in the chat tonight, which is great to see. As you guys, if you could, for me, hit that like button. I'd really appreciate it. Santosh, how do we expect to get an improvement for our run game after elevating a pass game coordinator to OC? It feels like the same realm as Grubb. Well, Grubb is very much a guy that you saw coming out of college was going to be hyper leaning into the passing attack and having that at the forefront of what he did, and that's just how he's wired. I think with Pete's, he comes from more of the Rams background, which has always been an offense has kept a pretty good amount of balance throughout its time there with McVay. They always maybe a little bit more pass than they run, but they keep that balance there. So I think that he's not going to, on this next coordinator hire, make it for a guy where there's going to be any question about the ability to find balance and to be able to stay committed to the running game, Santosh. I think that this was a risk that you had with Grubb because you were hoping for the upside Grubb could bring if he could reach that upside. You're sort of like, well, this will be the price of doing business, is I'm going to have to deal a little bit with this on him and keep him a little bit on the tracks with this one. But the upside is it will be super explosive. We'll put up a lot of points on the board. That type of thing. Stan Yell is Doug Peterson on the table. It's a possibility, but there is word on the street here with this one that if he was going to be let go a couple weeks ago, that he was probably just going to retire, is what I was hearing. And I would estimate if that's the case, then he wouldn't be as much of a possibility here. Kind of like I was saying to you before, I'm not as sure with him being a guy that when he was the OC for Andy Reid, he wasn't actually calling the plays. When he was the head coach for the Eagles, he had Shane Steichen, now the head coach for the Colts there. So I'm not as sure on that one. I'm a bit torn. Washington Fish Quest. Thank you for the $2 donation, Washington Fish Quest. Pete Carroll for offensive coordinator. He'll run it every time. There we go. Time is a flat circle, Washington Fish Quest. Leads right back to Pete. And yeah, Pete definitely had some fingers and some pies on the offensive side. That's for sure on that. But no doubt he'd run the ball. Be interesting to see where Pete goes here, Washington Fish Quest. We heard him, some open flirtations with that Chicago Bears job. He's going to land somewhere, I think, this offseason. Hard to say exactly where. But thank you for that. Appreciate you being a member of the channel as well. Mark Sanchez with another $2 donation. This is Mark Brunell for offensive coordinator. Thoughts? Mark Brunell, of course, former Washington Husky quarterback for your national title Husky team, 1990. One of the greatest college football teams that I've ever seen in my life. he was one of those Packer quarterbacks who they would draft in the third, fourth, fifth round, develop, and then flip them for some nice draft capital, which they did the Jaguars, and Brunell went on to have a very good career. As a lefty, that appeals to me on that side right off the jump, Mark, because us lefties, we use the full hemisphere of our brain, both sides. We're unique in that way. And so I know he's going to bring that. In all seriousness, he's I believe he's quarterback's coach, whatnot for the Lions. So, you are talking about that untested guy that's never really called plays before. I like the Pacific Northwest roots. He's a guy that was, like I say, a hell of a player to watch, but I don't know that you know a lot of what you're getting with him as that OC at that point. You're hoping you're gleaming a little bit off the Lions scheme, I suppose, but I think that we've done this twice in a row now, back to back, and it's not worked particularly well. I would prefer to go find more of a known quantity factor at the OC position. And I'll try to do a little bit more on some of these guys like Brunell, that since I don't have as much to fall back on play calling, that's where definitely Mark the Sunday show, when we start to look at that, if we haven't hired somebody by that point, I'll be able to take a little bit of a closer look at it at that time, because some of these guys you just don't have a lot of information on, on what he's done. And so, the Lions offense has been good. I was talking to Bryce about Mark here on the show on Hawkzone, and he was talking about, his development of Jared Goff. And I mean, has Brunell developed Jared Goff there? Has Goff really developed a lot further from where he's been with the Rams? He's developed some, but he's, I think, by and large, very much similar to the player at times he was with the Rams. I mean, he's a little bit better, but I don't think it's been some massive improvement, MVP type player from a Pro Bowl kind of player. It's a marginal step at that. So he doesn't elicit a lot of excitement for me, Mark, but I haven't done a lot of research on him either. I'm going to be right back, folks. If you can for me while I'm away, I'll be right back. Hit that like button. Sub on up. Duquan Quack, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, to be fair, Grubb probably should have been a position coach for a year or two coming up from college. Probably would have helped him out a lot in being able to learn certain lessons, not the hard way, Duquan. In that, you're in there as the OC, you're calling the plays, you're trying to run something from an idealized standpoint versus what really is reality. And the pro game versus the college game, there's a reason coordinators don't bounce from the college game to the pro level. It just doesn't happen, because there is going to be a learning curve. And if you're not operating with the right mindset, it's going to be a steep one. And that was, I think, the case with Grubb. And I think you're right. If you have that guy more for the chance to be around OCs at the time and have them better probably bring him along to understanding why they do what they do, he would have had a chance to maybe, not learn these lessons the hard way and just know it coming in. I think Grubb's got upside to him as an offensive coordinator. I don't think he's a bad coordinator. I don't even think there's not a possibility that he could be a pro coordinator down the line. You just couldn't really sit on his development for what was the unknown, knowing head coach and OC weren't quite jiving. That is the final factor to it. If it's on the line, pushes it over the line of, you got to go a different direction with it. And so I get where they came from on this, but Grubb's not necessarily to be put or painted to me as the pure bad guy on this. I think it's a couple of the different factors that go into this a bit. And he is a guy that has that upside that is real. We've saw it at times here this season where you go, oh yeah, I can see where he's got some cutting edge factors to his offense, especially in the passing game. even in the running game at times, and the diversification of the run game that he can provide, if he could just stay committed to it. That stuff's all real, I think, with him. So well said, Duquan, and I agree. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. My mind immediately went Harbaugh tree. T. Martin. It's a possibility. I don't know if T's got a lot of OCing that he's done in his time. I think he's done a little bit. If I want to say he's done at least, I think a little bit. Was it maybe Michigan that he was there as OC on that? And it's possible on it. You know, I think that there's definitely an argument to be made. I don't know if you want to go full on a Harbaugh offense on this, Randall, but I think that this would be a great discussional point for the chat on this, in thinking a little bit about this stadium right now, and that you've had some times in running offenses in the stadium in the last 25 years, and you've had a couple of different passing attack systems that try to work in the stadium. And I think that they both have been sort of impacted at times by the elements that restrict the passing game. And this leads me more back to there maybe being a smarter point to be placed upon being a very strong running team, and having that not necessarily have to lead the way for you offensively, but that you do really drive and strive for that balance, because you're going to play in those elements so very often. You look back to that Cardinal game this year, the 16-6 game, rain coming down sideways, cold weather. Neither offense is able to do anything much. Receivers not able to really bring the ball in and catch it. And you think about Mike Holmgren offenses, West Coast offenses, short passing attack, high velocity throws to short spaces where there's not a lot of separation, wet ball, windy weather, making the throws harder to be as exact on as you need to be. Lots of drop passes on those Mike Holmgren wide receiver cores for about 4 or 5 years, even though the cores went a little different. Why was that? Was it perhaps that some of those short passing concepts and a high passing concept passing attack that you need to run to be successful if you want to run a high volume approach doesn't quite work in that stadium by and large once you get outside of about middle of October? I'm not saying I know this for sure with that, Randall, but these are questions I start to wonder now as we look at that next OC, if that should not be taken into account just a little bit. And maybe that guides you back, Randall, a little bit to that T. Martin thing. He's a little bit like some of those guys I talk about here, where I just don't know a ton about those guys. Won a national title as a player at Tennessee. Probably know more about him as a player than I know him as a coach. But I know he's been banging around for a little while. He's definitely, if he's not called plays, he's definitely been a coach for a good period of time. Just don't have much information on him on the whole as to what he would necessarily bring outside of what Harbaugh does in his role. And if you're going a Harbaugh role, you're going 1980s, 26 passing attempts, 37 rushing attempts a game kind of role. Which I don't know if I'm going that hard for it, but I'm not against it. Mumbles, thank you for the $5 donation, Mumbles. Happy for the news. Sorry for the man. Hope we get a good OC. Hope someone good shakes loose. Hope we can keep DK and Geno, though. Hate to see them go. The next two decisions come down the track here are, what are you going to do on Geno? What are you going to do on DK? Both of these two guys, in my opinion, are going to need to be signed or moved, if you're not going to sign them, to new contracts. So ultimately a decision has to be made here. You can't punt on it. You got to decide what you want to do. And some of this is, of course, highly dependent on potentially the next OC you bring in. Some of it's also dependent on the money that it's going to cost you and where the team sees itself right now. Mumbles is how close versus how far away. Can they get to a contending state in 2025? Do they look at it as more of, no, we got to give this a year? Hard to say. Kind of hard to say, isn't it? So I think we'll see on those two choices and decisions. They're not easy ones. I don't envy John with the offseason he's got to get done and the work he's got to get done and some of the ways he's limited and what he's got to attack. It's not an impossible feat, but it's going to be hard, especially in the look at trying to get this to a contending state in 2025. But we'll see next on those ones, Mumbles. I mean, those will be the next shoes to drop, is going to be a bit of the indicators of what the team looks to do with Geno and DK. Because those are really your beginning points on the offseason for the next moves you look to make. And really, as much as anything, those are the 2 points of a guiding force, whether or not you're going to be in as a contender or you're not going to be in as a contender in 2025. I think those are the big decisions on that one that are going to push it in that way. Sage, thank you for subscribing, Sage. Appreciate you for doing that. R. Sanchez, always kind with the donations, dropping another $2 don't know. Says, let's go the Patriots route. Shoddy and Bevel. Double dip back to the old guard, Sanchez. I'll bring back Russ right along with it, I suppose. Some people have mentioned Schottenheimer, and I get a little bit on the surface of it, but I don't want to go back down that road that was pretty unexciting and uninspiring in the first place. Remembering that part of why Schottenheimer was hired was that he was going to be mainly a yes man for Carroll underneath him, not because he had some grand, beautiful mind as an offensive mind out there. So I definitely am not in favor of going back over roads already traveled that provided middling results. I know he got the best years out of Russell Wilson's career, quote unquote. Part of that was that it was also in alignment with the time where Russell was at his, still physical prime, and yet he had grown his game a little bit mentally from the neck up from where he was as a young guy to where he got to be on the beneficial side of that. But yeah, I would avoid that trek if I was in Schneider or McDonald's position, that's for sure. And Schottenheimer is going to be available now with the Cowboys. I think he's out of contract with them. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation, Randall. I just looked it up. I just looked up who the Ravens quarterback coach was. Assumed Mac would put a phone call. Mac would call Jim and John. He would be the next man up. 100% agree with running an attack at the forefront. He very well could be. And certainly if I think Harbaugh brothers both give a sign off to a particular guy like that, that'd be probably enough for McDonald, Randall, to go for him, even if he was an untested guy in that way. And yeah, I just find myself, when you start with a coordinator or you start with what you want to do here, a little worried that I had when you went with Grubb, because I was thinking as we were looking for a guy like Grubb about that Mike Holmgren thing that you had. Because if Mike Holmgren, for those of you that are younger fans that might not have been here at that time, he built up a really good offense that had a lot of talent across the board. Hall of Famers on your offensive line, almost a sub-Hall of Famer running back position-wise. But you wanted to throw to set up the run. That was the West Coast system at that time. A balanced system, so it wasn't pass-heavy. But stood out to that is that the West Coast offense is sometimes about running a 4 or 5 yard route. Just getting the ball quickly into your receiver's hand and letting him work with the yak. And the issue becomes with that is that that works in certain stadiums in certain places of the country, but you saw so many times where Matt would deliver a ball, he'd have to put a little bit of pepper on it. It'd be a little bit too much pepper for the receiver. It'd be in the right spot. The receiver just couldn't catch it. And it was different receivers. It wasn't just one guy that had an epidemic of the issues. It could be receivers. It could be Jeremy Stevens. You could see that Matt's having to get this ball in there because there's not that separation. You can't get that much separation on those shorter routes. And the conditions are messing with it. Come back to when that happens in those kind of games, you just got to be able to run the ball and run the ball better than your opponent. Your opponent's going to be dealing with the same parameters of issues. And if you're really lucky, you get situations like the Saints when they came into our house in 2000 and both, I think, 13 and 14, where, the elements ended up just throwing their offense completely off the track with the fact that they're an indoor team. They were the definition of an indoor team. Putting them in those outdoor conditions like that just neutralized their offense almost in itself. And so it works in your favor too in leaning into this. But I think, Randall, you've got to lean into that and understanding why that's an important part to be how you operate when you're in that stadium. Remy Morit, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Remy. Folks, please do hit that like button. Please do also join Remy and Sage as far as subscribing up to the channel, as we're trying to get over 20,000 subscribers this year. And you can help us get there today by subbing on up. We made great progress. We're almost there. But help us, please do get over that mark today by subbing up, hitting that like button. Who is the Ravens passing game coordinator? The Ravens passing coordinator, Chris Hewitt. He's been with the Ravens for 13 years. Yeah, Bravo, so I don't know much about Jake Peets either, really. Absent telling you where he's been on his stops. Versailles says, no Frank Reich. Horrible idea. Whitebird, Seahawks should trade for Joe Milton from the New England Patriots. He's a guy out there that's got a lot of love from the folks that like Milton. Whitebird that really do like him a lot. Drunk, I personally think, just my opinion, calling plays while on the field is more beneficial because you can get a sense of the player's energy and looks on the field. More communication overall. Fair points. I mean, it's worked both ways for me, my perspective. I've seen there be good OCs both ways on it, but I mean, that makes a lot of sense. Lethal, does Gruden have the racial slur email scandal? He does. Yeah. Daniel asked, "What about Shoddy, Brandon?" Yeah, I'm not in favor of it. I wasn't super excited by Shoddy Zaheimer when we got him back in the day. I don't think he did that necessarily amazing of a job. I think he runs kind of a pretty boring offense. I just kind of already been there, done that. I wasn't impressed. Holy Hand Grenades is, what about Josh McDaniels? A little bit too much of that spread concept stuff for me that would be built in there. That's back to that point me and Randall are talking about a little bit here with the, I don't want to be throwing, 90-mile-an-hour fastballs on 7-yard slants in a stadium where the wind's going to blow and the rain's going to fall and the cold weather is going to make it hard to catch. All that in conjunction with each other a little bit. Glenn says, definitely seems like we'd be better off with an experienced hire, but just because it didn't work this time doesn't mean a young up-and-comer would be a bad idea. True, Glenn. I'm not completely unopposed to it. Just the general way I'd like to lean if we can pull it off. Power, do we think we reevaluate Kafka in the interview process? I don't think so. The team was trying to get him on as an OC, and the Giants gave him some assistant head coach role and some bump in pay to keep him in-house. If Daboll stays there, then I would say Kafka stays there. DVD Gruden is a great teacher and coach. That guy can teach anyone basic concepts if they've never even watched football enough. Agreed. I know that there's that email scandal, and some people with his personality can, cause them to bristle with him a little bit, but I believe he's a good ball coach. I think he knows ball and knows offense, and as an OC. Dune Moose just showed up. What? Grubb is gone? But he was such a creative, non-predictable, balanced, scheme-attacking play caller who related so well with pro players. Dune with the sarcasm dripping off the comment. Santosh says, how do we expect to get an improvement from our run game after elevating a... Oh, sorry, I did read that one, my bad. Danilo John says T. Martin would be great, Randall. So we got a T. Martin acolyte in here. I like to hear that. King's House says, it's nice to see Mike McDonald actually sees the problem and gets to fixing it. Agreed. I'm a big guy on the everyone wants to be right, which I get. We all want to be right initially. You angle to try to intelligently be correct. You're not trying to be wrong. But it's almost more of a key when it comes to me looking at the NFL, more than it's about being the right guy. It's about getting it right, where if you are trying something that's not working, how quickly can you pivot off that thing not working versus the sunk cost fallacy where you keep investing into it, you keep dumping resources into it because you just don't want to learn your lesson. I don't want to face it in that way. And that's, I think, what the NFL is about. And that's what I like about McDonald is he shows that willingness to do it. Could have just rode out with Baker and Dotson through the year and been like, we'll just go in. Like, no, I can improve this right now. If we do this, this can be improved. I know it will. Let's do this. And you did. I'm just here thinking fine. See, Lord, Pete's strikes me as a Nepo hire, but again, I already have some crazy trust in Coach Mike, so I'm open-minded on Pete's. I need a crash course on the guy, though. Don't know too much about him as well on me, like outside of just saying, Bravos, here's his resume. He's been here, he's been there. And we'll do maybe a little bit of a deeper dive looking at Pete's by next Sunday on this and looking at some of these guys and getting a better understanding of it. But I have to admit on all this, I haven't done a lot of diving because it's, if you're not sure if the guy's going to be like going Grubb, what's the point of looking at some of these guys too much, especially with some of them where there's not a lot there. It's going to be a lot of, he's done the passing coordinator and maybe he can call plays. Yeah, maybe his scheme will work here. There's not going to be a lot of certainty behind any of those kind of guys that you hire that are sort of just those up-and-comer names. Sylvia One, realistically, who do you see calling offensive plays for us? I keep saying John Gruden, but I Honestly, doubt that would happen. Yeah, I doubt it would happen as well. Gruden would be the kind of guy that I would love to get in a dream world if it was possible without all of the extra stuff that have to go into play to make it happen. It's probably going to be Pete's when it's all said and done. I don't really have, and this will be a common question asked, so I guess this is a good way to kind of put this as a blanket answer to this question. Many of you are going to say, who's my dog in this fight? I don't have enough time on this at this point, up until this point, to have developed dogs. I've got to go and do my research to develop dogs. Number one. Number two, I'm not going to really have any certain dog in this fight anyway for two very specific reasons. Number one, there's really not a lot of those John Gruden type guys kicking around on the open market that are really, you know what you're getting and you can feel assured in what you're getting, and it's less of a question mark. It's kind of just a lot of question marks. So it's all, you know, half a dozen one, six another, really, when it comes down to that. I really go away from being more about the guy I want to come in here more than about the specific guy. Give me a guy with offensive coordinator background in the NFL who's called plays and who's had success calling plays. Give me a guy with a balanced offensive attack that is not too pass heavy, and I'll be a happy man. I think that that's more of my main requirement than it is going and finding the next offensive genius out there that is going to run roughshod over the league's defenses into the future. Arneson, is Darrell Bevell an option? He's been in the Miami organization for the past few seasons, has experience and knows his way around Seattle. Man, we got, I wouldn't. Kind of interesting with you guys on this. I'm a little bit like, let me say this on this, Arn. There's kind of sometimes an impression I get where we love our guys here. And it's such a good instinct from a Seattle Seahawks fan perspective, and especially a Seattle thing and a Pacific Northwest thing, and that we're loyal people. And we love our guys. We love our guys. And it sort of just ends up being a thing, though, that I sense also where we end up loving our guys too much. And so I'm like, you know, I'm seeing a lot of Schottenheimer and a lot of Bevell. And, you know, I'm seeing a lot of this in my chat here as I'm kind of scrolling through. And I understand that there's not a lot of great options out there on this. But keep in mind that there is this given instinct, and I can attest to this, that does exist in the fan base at times, of falling a little bit too much with what you know. Don't want to go for the unknown. Let's go for what we know. It's limited. I know he's limited, but I know him. It's the evil I know. I don't think this is a good approach to getting the best guy in the house, is to take the approach of let's go for the evil we know, because the uncertainty, I don't know about Bevell wasn't a good coordinator. You moved on from him for a reason. Schottenheimer wasn't really a very good coordinator. You moved on from him for a reason. The cover 2 defense completely vexed Schottenheimer at the end, because everybody will go, that 2020 season, you're lighting the world on fire, Russ's best year. Yeah, and the second that the defenses had one minor adjustment, Schottenheimer was toast. Toast. He had nothing else at that point, you know? So another one's got to just blanket answers on this one, where I will push, I think, back just a little bit on this, where I get that this is an instinct that we have at times. I've run into this at times when talking about players, for instance, that we probably should move on from them, that are probably beyond their prime, that aren't as good of players. And yet you'll still have the players going, yeah, but why don't we bring him back in here? Why don't we have him come back? I mean, there's still people right now be like, why don't we call Chris Carson? Maybe, you know, he's had a couple years now to rest and the back's better, and maybe we can bring him out. Maybe that's, you know, what's wrong with doing that? And I love that you guys love these guys. I do. I really do. It's not a bad thing. It isn't. But it becomes a bad thing if you're going to let that love override the best possible option there for the position. And there's no way you're going to convince me that right now the best candidate to bring in-house here would be a Bevell or a Schottenheimer or a Waldron. Those are the devils we may know, but they may be a devil in how they are. And they're not particularly good coordinators. So I understand the instinct. I think on the surface of this arm, you say, well, we won a Super Bowl with him. It's like, we didn't really win the Super Bowl because of Bevell. You sort of won a Super Bowl almost a little bit in spite of Bevell, I would say. So I'd be against it. I get to a degree. I know where the instinct's coming from on that one, but This is a little bit like people saying this offseason to me of why don't we go out back after Russell Wilson again? We're going back here. We're going to, it just, maybe I'm wrong on that, but it just kind of strikes me as a little bit of we're sort of sitting in the past on those a little bit with that to a degree, but it's being mentioned a good while. So maybe I'm off on this and these are the best options on it. I'm kind of shocked a little bit. I wouldn't have thought they would have been the names brought up here. With the Hawks Nest, did you look into Savion Williams at all? He's a great DK replacement that has a 70% catch rate. He won't cost over $30 million. I haven't Lethal Lance. I was up through the night. You were with me last night. So as soon as I finish up last night, the way that this typically goes for me, Lethal Lance, is it goes 1 o'clock on a Sunday when we got game days. I'm going to do the first show. We're going to go 3.5 hours. Then we're over to the Bleacher Report for another 40 minutes. Then we come back over for what was it last night? 6-7 hours on the post-game discussion. Your boy then does a post-game wrap-up video that takes about 5 hours to put together. That puts me in bed about 6:30 or 7 o'clock. I sleep, I get up today. I'm over on the Hawk Zone for an hour and a half. I'm back over here now for going on 2 hours. That's sort of the run of this. So you're going to have to give me a little more time on, your suggestion was just last night. I'll need a little more probably time on that, or you might even said a little bit before, but I'm kind of swimming. I thought today was going to be my first day off of the year. We cooked through last night. I thought, okay, I'm going to be able to have a chance to finally kind of catch my breath, just get some sleep. But this is the way of the world on this, is that there's less and less time to kind of do that research stuff. So I'm going to try to get to it as I can on that Lethal, but I've got to admit, man, it's been a bit of a scramble here lately. I'm running out of days, running out of time, and there's just not enough hours, But I will try to look at him at some point on it. I do have him, I believe, on my list of guys in there to take a look at. I just, yeah, I'm behind the 8 ball, man. And I'm getting definitely hit with a lot of different prospect names here. All right, let's get. Remember again, folks, on this, just we have so much inner discussion in the chat. People will sometimes forget to do this. HN Brando Hawks Nest. If you want me to read it, please put that into it, because I end up oftentimes just reading what is inner discussion or inner debate within the chat, which I love having in here. But I just want to make sure I'm kind of being efficient and going down through this when you guys have something that you might post in there. Hawks Nest, what about an interview with Gerard Johnson? Don't know too much about Gerard Johnson, Chris. Sorry. I'll be doing as much as I can this next week until next Sunday to try to get more. If on some of these names though, they're going to be so dead. When it comes to coaches, guys, I have to admit, you'll have to forgive me on this. I have complete ignorance when it comes down to, here's this passing run game coordinator. Here's this quarterbacks coach over here. I'm pretty deep on my knowledge of the game, but I got to admit, this is the place of the game where you'll have little that I'll be able to provide you as far as giving you a lot of background on these kind of guys and knowing much about them. Mr. Dog, Grubb to Bama? Probably. I would say probably goes back there. Probably goes back to the college level, I would say. The Lance has NFL play calling experience. That's all you wanted, right? I'm fine with Jake Peets. Well, I want NFL play calling experience with success. So success would be a big part of it. But yeah, that's pretty much my only real main wants or needs. Jamarcus says, dream scenario for me is to attack the offensive line of free agency with a Trey Smith, another guy, so that we can free it up in the draft to the BPA like Starks, Warren, Dart, and maybe even a guy like Burden. Don't think Luther Burden's going to be in play, Jamarcus. You're not the first on that to bring up the potential of Luther Burden. He's a really fine wide receiver. I think he'll be a second-round guy in this draft, but he is a slot guy, purely. And you have really a purely slot guy already in JSN, and so you'd end up with a lot of redundancy between Burden and JSN if you tried to bring them both out there. Burden's not a Z receiver. He spent 91% of his snaps from the slot at the college level. And guys don't go less out of the slot at the pro level. It only goes the other direction to more snaps at the slot if you're that much at a college level. He's a good player, so I do like him, Jamarcus, but you're going to need more of a Z, and you're going to need more potentially of an X. I'll try if I can this week on the Savion Williams to look at him this week. My head's swimming. Yeah, not yet. On my list. It's not yet there. DVDB, I'll say again that a few successful runs will absolutely boost an O-line's confidence and allow them to better pass pro in the game. Runs continue to benefit as well. Yeah, I agree with that. Run game definitely helps in that way. Arturo says, HawksNest, I told you that Grubb will be gone in the next 2 weeks. You called it, man. Well called. Well spotted. Grandizer question, Brando. Hope you're well. Will you drop a 10 to 15 minute vid on not only your top 5 to 10 Seahawks OC possible candidates, but also your top 5 Seahawks O-line coaches, assuming it requires a change? I'll try, Grandizer. I'll try. When it comes to the O-line coaches, you're going to typically get the O-line coach who's associated with the O-line hire. So Waldron brings Dickerson. Grubb brings Huff. Whoever you're going to hire as an OC is going to have their guy that they're going to bring with them. So they kind of go in conjunction. But yeah, I will try to do some research through this week and see if I can find a little bit more of a clear understanding of some of these, or just get a better understanding of these guys and what they bring to the table. It will be hard on this, Grandizer, I will say. When we're talking about passing coordinator, when we're talking about run game coordinator, we're talking about an OC that doesn't call the plays. Some of these guys I can talk a lot about, but there's really not a lot we're going to know about them and what they really bring to the table as far as actuality is concerned, you know? As we even saw, for instance, in Waldron on this, Grandizer, and I look at Waldron, I could go, well, he's going to come from the McVay system. So 3 wide receiver sets, and you're going to get a lot of fly sweeps and a lot of bubble screens, and you need your receivers to do a lot of yak stuff, and you need your linemen to be able to be mobile and pull in space. And then he didn't do any of that stuff. So then you start to make these logical assumptions that would seem to be right, but then they're not really right because you don't have any real data to go off on them. And that's the issue with this. Is it would be easier to do this if I had a stretch of 4 or 5 OCs, had a track record, were available on the open market, all possibilities for guys that John might take a look at. But I'll see if I can kind of carve together a list. That's just the one part of it I wonder about, Grandizer. If not, this is going to be hard to do because they're going to go for that untested. They're going to go for that guy who's never called plays before at a pro level OC-wise. And then it just becomes a bit of a guessing game as to what you're exactly going to get, I think. Part of the reason I say, Grandizer, I want the known quality. Part of why I say I don't want the question mark. Yeah. But I'll try. Let me see if I can come up with something and get a little bit of an idea of what, well, especially maybe we'll hear a little bit of maybe some rumors of who they're teasing around with and considering a bit on what they want to go with. And Power Code's right. The OC crop is underwhelming. It's very true. Mr. Dog says, Christopher Walken, new OC? I'd do it. I will. I'll run all the time. First down, second down, third, yes. Draw all day long. It's 3rd and 7. Oh, look, the passing shotgun. No. Draw play. Yes. Gotcha. Maybe more Seahawks. Thank you for the Let me sure I don't skip anything. A few more Seahawks. Thanks for the $2 donation. Says, you like playing Arizona and Miami in September? Femi, you might have to elaborate on what you're meaning with that. I don't know what, I'm not sure what you're, are you meaning for next year's schedule? Or are you meaning for, I'm a bit confused. I didn't think this year's schedule's come out yet, but if the dates have been announced that we're playing those teams, then I'd probably prefer, with Arizona, you'd prefer to play them later on in the year, but I'm sure we'll play them probably early in the year and late in the year. In Miami, you're okay playing them early in the year. You just don't want to play them on the road in Miami where it's going to be hotter than the devil's butthole. And so you don't want to be out there at that point. They'll put you in the jerseys that are not the white jerseys you typically play on the roads. The sun just soaks it up. You're gassed by the third quarter, sweating right and left. If that's what you mean on your question, of course, there, feed me. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that, Randall. I look for someone like a quarterback coach or a run game coordinator who, number one, comes from a successful tree. Number two, has a run-heavy scheme. Number three, has coached in the elements. I like those three items, man. Comes from a successful tree, run-heavy scheme, coached in the elements. All three things that I think are very helpful. You know, be great if you could have a little bit of a background in developing guys, a track record in developing quarterbacks, especially. If that was something that was a little bit of another feather they could throw in the cap there, Randall. But those three things are as good as any forefront reasons I could look to for wanting to see that in the next guy I bring in, if you're going to go for kind of that untested guy that doesn't have the track record. And it's just about kind of finding traits as much as it is finding the certainty. Well said, man. I like it. Randall also with the $2 donation says, Doug Nussmeier, Eagles quarterback coach, Northwest and Michigan ties. Then you just got to draft his son in addition to that, Randall. Take his son in the third round. And potentially a guy who may be another one that they look at on that. Don't have a lot of knowledge on him too much, Randall, with it on it. But there maybe could be a little connection there. Hopefully we'll get a little bit of a list maybe leaking out of these are the guys they're looking at and get a better, so it's not just this guy over here or maybe this guy over there or this, but Nussmeier might be a guy that's in potential range of this too, for sure. Certainly with that Eagles attack, that checks off the boxes that you're looking for there. Got the coaching tree, good run heavy scheme. Definitely have coached in elements out there in Philadelphia at times. That's a check. Smokey Joe, I'd love to bring in Mike Holmgren again. Hawks Eye View, how much would walk-in cost? You're going to have to pay me $1 million. I'm retired. I've got my place, Palm Springs, sun, women. It's great. You want to come Pacific Northwest, the sidelines. They're not going to let me in the booth. No. You're paying me $1 million a year. a lot of signing up for walking in the house. Radu Turkin says, fun fact, 14 of the last 15 Super Bowl champions were top 15 in passing yards. The only exception, the 2013 Seattle Seahawks. Ooh, good stat. I like that one. Brian says, I wanted Frank Reich last year. Could be good. Could be good. Just saying. Hans, how you doing, man? So what's up, 12s? B, happy with the season. Just hope to get a physical team like the Lions next year. I'd like to see that as well. Hawks, have you remember when the Seattle media wanted the Hawks to draft Anthony Richardson? Ouch. I do remember. UDB, no old hires. I was kidding. Ageist. You ageist. Sorry, Brandon, but I asked the question again because I thought you didn't see it. Oh, it happens, man. I don't mind it. If I didn't want to repeat myself. I shouldn't go so long. That's going to happen at times. So I don't mind. It's the nature of the beast. DVD B, serious question. Nathaniel Hackett. I know he's a good quarterback coach, but do you know if he's balanced? I only know he was fired in DC. He was fired as the Denver offensive coordinator 2 years ago. I think he is. Yeah, I don't think he's past happy. I want to say isn't his dad, doesn't he got the Hackett father coached under, what was it, Schottenheimer as an OC? Schottenheimer was a balanced guy, probably more run heavy than even balanced. So that's would seem to be a bit in his DNA, I would suppose. Don't know a lot about Hackett, though. Byron Leftwich. I kind of thought, Brian, he was kind of riding on Tom being there with the Tampa Bay, rather him somehow being a great NFL mind. I could be wrong on that, but Random McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I got the perfect guy. Mike Holmgren. Jokes. I do like Holmgren. I do wonder about that offense working in this stadium, but I mean, he was a legit offensive mind. There's a reason Reed is doing what he's doing to this day, coming off some of the lessons he was taught by Mike Holmgren. Legitimately one of the better offensive minds we've had in this sport in the last 40, 50 years. But Mike's obviously at a point where my goodness, he's got to be 70 years old. He's definitely hasn't been in the NFL for years. I do hope they use him as at least a resource. Chris, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, apologies if you already answered, but what about Gerard Johnson? Maybe even a co-assistant OC to a Reich or a Peterson on a 1 year. I know nothing on the name. I got to admit, folks, I'm just not too knowledgeable about these kind of coaches that are this deep. When we talk about, look, there's no, let me go to it here. Gerard Johnson. So what I've got to go off of Gerard Johnson is this. He was Indianapolis offensive quality control coach 20 and 21. He's a Minnesota Vikings assistant quarterbacks coach 22. And then he's the Texans quarterback coach 23 to present. This would be where I would go to and say, there's certainly research for me to be doing here, Chris. I mean, on these kind of guys like this, to where there's more deep dive to try to get a better understanding of him and what he's done and how's his work gone with CJ Stroud. But there's nothing clear about him that stands out that this guy should be some shining target, as some of these names that are being presented, quite frankly. It's not that they're bad names, but I think that what you're looking for me to say is, yeah, this guy is so good at developing CJ Stroud and the work he's done with CJ Stroud, but Slowick's also there as a guy that gets a lot of heat for what he's bringing to that. What is Slowick? What is down to the quarterback? How do I parse them and pull them apart? How do I differentiate versus what's this guy gets the success for this? It's not that much success. It's been kind of a back down year for the Texans, but then isn't that related then back to their offensive line? How much more data do I have to look off with this guy? None, just that. I don't know. That's where I would come to, I think, on the answers of these guys, where I will try to get a better understanding, but I quite frankly think even after I do a research on a Gerard Johnson, I'll come to find these are all unproven guys with no track record who, for me to get to a place of signing off on a guy blindly and going, yeah, that guy, sure, why not? And I've got nothing to base off of him. I don't think I'd be giving you guys a very honest assessment if I told you, yeah, that'd be a guy to go with. You're sure, why not that guy? I maintain on this, Chris, to my point on it, without being a guy that's in the room interviewing these guys, without having a background of talking to coaches who've worked with these guys, they all basically just blend together for me. And they're not guys as far as what I'm looking for. You guys are kind of asking my opinion on some of these guys that are not what I've wanted to see, which is I want a proven OC with a track record in the NFL as an OC who's had success, who can bring a balanced offense to play. And these guys that we're mentioning at times in the chat here, be it a Gerard Johnson or some of the other guys, they don't have that for me. So I'm not completely against it as like, don't do it. You cannot do that. Don't you dare. Like if they want to take that approach and they get sold on a guy and they've got that background information on some of these guys to make that call, so be it. I'll support it and be open to it working completely. But it's not the approach I'd like to go. So if you guys are asking about these guys that I don't have any information on, that there's no track record on, that I've got to make a guess on blindly, whether or not that guy would be a better candidate versus this guy who both I have about the same amount of information to operate off of, I would just kind of go down to you and shrug and say, Chris, it'd be like any of them at that point, whichever one you want to go to, so to speak, on that. I don't have a particularly strong opinion on any of them. If we're going to get down to that type of guy, that type of OC, that's not the guy who's done it before. As far as the co-assist OC to Reich and Peterson, if you bring in a guy that's a tried and true guy like that, he's not going to want a guy looking over his shoulder. Maybe you could give a guy like a Gerard Johnson some kind of elevated position, assistant to the head coach or something like that you give him to make him feel a little bit more warm and fuzzy about making what would be a lateral move, I suppose, if they're not OC. But I wish I had a little more information because I hadn't anticipated, on some of these guys. I just don't know very much on some of these guys. We're getting, and again, I don't think there's not a lot of information, Chris, on this to know. What is there to learn about a Jared Johnson, who's coached for a very short period of time, who's coached in a couple of different destinations, who's been on a couple of staffs that have already other talent on that staff that's really good, where it gets hard to differentiate what he's supplying to help that team get to where they're getting to. So that's where I kind of wrestle with this question a little bit and not being too sure with it. But you tend to have a hard time, Chris, as well as getting coordinators to make those lateral moves. They're going to stay with where they're at, especially if it's kind of working, if that's what you're offering them versus really offering Gerard an OC position and an upgrade versus what his current role is. It's a good question. I will try to have a little more information, Chris, when we get to Sunday on some of these guys, if I can find it. But I mean, let me show you this. Here's just coming off the wiki for here you go. I mean, how much determination can you make off this? Quality control coach. You're not even OC, not even a positional coach. Assistant quarterbacks coach. So you're not even a quarterbacks coach, you're assistant quarterbacks coach. And then I've got you in 2 years as a quarterback coach with a guy in CJ Stroud who was better in his first year than he is in his second year. Though that's not entirely the fault of a guy like Gerard Johnson, because the offensive line's been trash this year versus pretty decent last year. But you can see maybe a little bit as to why on this one it would be, Chris, just almost an impossibility to try to figure out how good this guy would be as an OC. What's this guy going to do for you as an OC? Do you want this guy as an OC? I don't want this guy as an OC. What's he going to bring? I don't know. God only knows. It's a lot of untested there. Randall with another $2 donation. Thank you for that, Randall. I got the perfect guy. Mike Holmgren jokes. I'm with it. Jay Stern, I think I read that. Jay Stern, thank you for 17 months, over a year as a Hawks Nest member. Folks, you can join as a Hawks Nest member right now. I'll be getting out the PF scores tonight on the community post, and we'll be doing some special shows this off season for members of the channel. So please do become a member today. Says, hey, Brando, pretty happy with the news. I'm sure you've been asked this 100 times tonight, but who are some of your favorite potential candidates? Yeah, I will get a little bit maybe more to a certain place of candidates when we get to a bit of a Sunday time frame on this, Chase, to where I've got a week of not only more time to be able to do some background research on this, number one, but number two, also be able to understand a little bit of more of the potential candidates that would start to show up for the Hawks and be in the neighborhood of what they might look to. We might come to find that I can bring up a lot of candidates right now, Chase, and we might find that on Wednesday they've already got Jake Peets announced as the offensive coordinator. If what my instinct on this is that they're just leaning to that anyway when it's all said and done. So I need to do a little bit more background work on this to get a little bit more of a clear idea for you. I don't really have a guy emerged early on right now that's some number one guy that I want to roll with. What I want is a not first-time head OC. I want a guy that's been an offensive coordinator in the past, an NFL offensive coordinator with some success, an NFL offensive coordinator with some success who is balanced in his attack. That's my really prerequisites at this point. It'd be nice to have a guy that's developed some quarterbacks. It'd be nice to have a guy that's operated within the elements and understands how that comes into play. But I'm not going to be, it doesn't have to check every box on that. Just check at least those minimum boxes to me, Chase, and I'll be satisfied with it. So I'll have some better specific names for you once we get it back around to Sunday. But right now I wasn't really sure if this move was going to happen, so I didn't do a lot of jump. And here's the other thing with it too, Chase. It's a really thin, weak market right now for OCs. There's not a lot of real capable candidates out there. We didn't have a really hellacious Black Monday where there's a lot of offensive-minded coaches that got cut right and left and right and left and right and left. So there's not some shining, clear candidates out there that really jumps out. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Randall, correct me if I'm wrong. If someone is under contract, you can't recruit for a lateral move. Mike LaFleur with the Rams, but you can give extra title to get around. Yeah. If you want the guy, you can go get the guy, Randall. To your point. There are rules there, but they're not rules that is that hard. It's one extra title around. It's like the movie Casino, Randall, where they're talking about just changing his job titles. It's the same thing. It's the same thing that Robert De Niro's character just kept changing his job title so that he didn't have to worry about the commission. If you're worried about getting around that rule, you just got to add a mystical job title, football, our football resident expert thing or whatever, you just come up with whatever you want to call it and you get around that. So if you can pull that, you can pull it. But I do believe with LaFleur, I don't think he's necessarily calling the plays there, which could be part of the recruitment of getting him there. And where I'm sure the Packers wouldn't hold him if it was a matter of, hey, I don't get to do this. I get to do this over here. I get a chance to really progress and forward my career. But you could get him if you wanted to. There's a way around it. It's not, you got to give, wrangle him away. Just takes out little extra title. That's all you got to do is give him a little extra title. God's Gang, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, is Mike Vrabel available? Yeah, he's available, but, how so would be the question I'd ask you on that. Mike Vrabel's a defensive-minded coach. He's not going to come here as an OC. I also think Mike Vrabel's probably going to be your Patriots head coach when it's all said and done. So is he really available, even being available? Yeah, but God's Gang, you wouldn't have really a role for him because you've got your DC, you got your head coach. There's not really a place to go out there and get Mike Vrabel at that point. He's a guy that's going to be in a good situation, I think, this offseason as far as, getting a job because he seems to be one of the more vibrant candidates out there for a head coaching position. But it also kind of feels like almost the Patriots sort of let go of Mayo because Vrabel's availability was out there a little bit. I can't say that for sure. We'll learn a couple weeks on this one, but it feels a little bit like that. Puff Puff Pass, who's the Chiefs OC? Isn't he the ex-Bears coach? Nagy? Yes. That's correct. Kevin O'Connell says Jay Harbaugh is definitely getting the family name second chance. Getting that Nepo second chance. A Nepo second chance that none of us regular folk get. Daniel Bailey, geez, Brando, you're pulling a damn near 24-hour shift the way it's sounding. Not only are you one of the most hardest working content creators, entertaining and very knowledgeable and thorough. Respect. Thank you for that, Daniel. Very kind of you to say, man. Yeah, I didn't know I was going to go live tonight. I was like, we'll be just kicking back tonight, get back some exercising in. But Hawks always keep you on your toes. Albernicus AB, would you say this is one of the most important off seasons? Seems like the team is on the verge of being great or mediocre. Well said. Very well said, Albernicus. Important off seasons. maybe. I think it's more of a specific about why it's important this offseason, more than I'd say it's to a grand designs of being on the historical lens of this is the most important offseason in 50 years or one of your most. I think there's been other ones that have been probably a little bit more at the head. I think that the big key point to this offseason is this: properly identifying where you are at as a football team, which might sound very straightforward and simple, but has proven to not be so for the Seattle Seahawks. Since 2015, the year after you got to your second Super Bowl, 2015 to the year of 2024, every single offseason, your front office and your coaching, especially your front office, has in their messaging indicated over and over and over again, we're here to contend this year. 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 And yes, I'm going to say it, every one of them, because this is 10 effing years. I can just say 10 years, and I think it's going to go over the top of some people's heads. Yes, we're here to contend another year. Yes, we're here to contend another year. Yes, we're here to contend another year. Every one of those years for a 10-year period, Albernicus, you were wrong. Not you, not me, our front office. They were wrong. You haven't been a bad team in 10 years. You've been a team that can even sort of play a little bit of like, subtly, let's slide on and get ourselves into the playoffs in that 10-year period. But you've not been a contender in any one of those years. Not a true blue contender. You misevaluated what you were as a team, who you were as a team, what you were going to be in the immediate future as a team. That wouldn't be the worst of sins to pull off, but it then came in conjunction with you robbing for tomorrow for today, because you said not only we're ready to contend today, we just need a little bit, just give me a little bit more over the top. Just give me a little Sheldon Richardson over the top. Give me Jaden Clowney over the top. Give me Jamal Adams to take us just up over the top. Give me that Dwayne Brown to get us up over the top. Tomorrow, 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 for today, for today, for today, tomorrow, 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 for today, for today, for today. The biggest thing standing at the forefront of this organization right now is not, is John the right guy, McDonald the right guy? It's identifying correctly where your team is at. I have often said on this, and I think this is very much proven to be the case in this modern NFL. A team finds itself in 4 different states. You're either rebuilding, ascending, you get stuck in between, or you're elite. And a team has to properly evaluate where they are every offseason in order to make the right decisions moving into the future, and especially the direct future. And again, this might sound straightforward, but like I said, for 10 years, you said we're elite. And where have you been for that 10-year period? Have you been in a common area through that 10-year period when you get to the end of the season? Has there been, of those 4 markers, rebuild, ascend, in between, elite, has there been one place we found ourselves as a common marker of those 4 in a 10-year period? And the answer is, you better believe hell yes. And what has been that state? In between. Every year, in between. We thought we were, even when we thought in a year where we were loading, even in a year where we thought we were reloading, after the Russell Wilson year, first year of Geno Smith, you actually did get to the playoffs. You weren't bad. You weren't really ascending, but you were kind of an in-between team that year. And why I rail so hard on this to stay out of this zone is because what happens to team in the NFL, this isn't just our problem. This is a mental issue that can happen to teams that they can find themselves in, where when you get into the in-between zone, unlike all of the other 3 states, you are stuck in that zone. There is no leaving it. It is purgatory. And so when I look at it and I say, wow, we've been in this for 10 years, that's what happens to you when you're in this place. That's what's happened to the Dallas Cowboys. That's what's happened to the New Orleans Saints. We can go through countless organizations who make this mistake. And so I'm not even really fully saying that we can't be great into next year on this. It's to say, properly identify yourself this offseason and where this team truly is at. Don't put the rose-colored glasses on. Don't think with a sense of optimism, but with an unbiased eye, as much as you can manage, look at this team and identify truly where they're at to make the right moves, to not rob for tomorrow for today if you're not ready for today. If you're ready for today, rob away. If it's ready to contend right now, take from that tomorrow. But you better be damn certain. And I think that's the most important thing here, Albernicus, than anything else. You want to get yourself out of mediocrity. You want to get yourself out of the in-between. Then you need to start getting a lot better at identifying truly where your team is at and what they're ready to go get done in that next upcoming season. Not what you hope, not what you pray on, but what you know. Briny, Dan Pitcher, Art Smith. Don't know too much about those guys. Taylor Ross. B, I got done watching highlights of the last game, and man, Geno Smith throwing darts out there. Will he be back next season? Hard to say, Taylor. This is a little bit in relation to that question I ask. Because if John Schneider and Mike McDonald look at themselves and they say, you know, if they look at themselves and they say, we're not ready to contend next year. There's too much work to be done. We got to get our offensive coordinator in here. And you're going to take that step back this upcoming season. I think there's much more of a chance then at that point that guys like Geno Smith and DK are less likely to be here if that's the choice they make. That's why I think that this is more than about being a Geno or DK thing. It's about what's the decision of the team and the way that they want to roll this offseason. Are they there or are they not there? And then after you make that determination and the proper one, then that informs you on these other decisions. So if you're keeping Geno and you're keeping DK, it's because you're going to contend in 2025. You're not keeping those guys because in 2026 and 2027, when you eventually intend to contend, that's when they'll be still here and you're good to go. No, you know you're going to contend in 2025. That's why you're keeping those guys here. So one decision informs the other, in my opinion, on this one. And I think the team would go very wrong if it didn't. Mr. Dog, do we slow roll this hire or do we have someone new this week? I think that the move comes in very quickly. I think that we'll probably know within 2 weeks, but it wouldn't surprise me within a couple of days if we have an answer on this one. Daniel says, would it be terrible if we got a different college OC? Yes. Grubb was the first OC in the modern NFL to be hired from the college game to the NFL, and I think that we got to see why. There's too much of a transition that has to happen. There's too much of a, I got to learn what doesn't work, what doesn't work. It's just a different game at the college level with the spread, with the wide hashes and the way that the game plays. It's a big difference. It really is. And this was kind of a failure. Guy lasts no more than a season. It's a failure. You don't want to go back down that road. Grandizer, HawksNest, thank you for taking my questions. Go Hawks fan. Anytime, man. Anytime. Love to do it. Blue Hawks 206. Grubb was a secondary choice. He had to make because McDonald was hired so late last year. It's a part of this for the folks that might bristle a little bit about moving on from Grubb so quickly at this point is to understand that, again, yeah, you're right. This wasn't that McDonald got hired early in the process. A lot of great OCs out there. You had to wait to hire McDonald because they were going deep into the playoffs. A lot of the great OCs were off the board by that point. We know the team wanted Arthur Smith. And so you were going for a little bit of the secondary choice. That's a great way of putting it. I think the team also went for the upside choice where they said there's a good chance this fails, but there's a decent chance too if it does succeed that it's going to be a complete home run. So they went big, go big or go home. And it didn't work. And so they recognize that and they'll probably go for a little more of a safer choice in this next hire, not to mention having maybe some better candidates to pick through. But yeah, I think that's an accurate way of looking at it. Butter Smoka, I'm sure the new OC will have a balanced attack and be an improvement from Grubb. I would agree with that. Few more Seahawks, we were talking about climate conditions on your donation. Oh, you like playing Arizona and Miami in September. I like playing both of those two teams, feed me to your point. If you're going to play them and play them at home especially, you'd love to play them, into the more of the winter time period on that, because those are teams that aren't going to play as well in conditions like that, I don't believe. So it's, definitely later on in the year is the better way to go with that one for sure, with those teams. Sorry, I misunderstood on that. Randall, thank you for the $5 donation. I wonder if someone is OC but doesn't call plays. Can you recruit under contract if you allow a play call? Is play caller looked at as a promotion? Yeah, I think it is. There are guys that didn't call plays that can be hired as head coaches. So it is a requirement that you have to call the plays to be, then that's the necessity if you want to have any chance to have anybody look at you as a true head coaching option. But I think it's easier as a pathway, Randall, that you've called plays as an offensive minded coach and knowing that you're getting that from the head coach versus the not. But to your point, this is where I would come to on if I'm that guy that's OC for the Packers, or some of these teams are like McVay with, he calls the plays. I don't think that those guys would hold their OCs over the barrel for teams where if a team calls and says, look, we want your guy and we're going to let him call plays, and you don't let him call that play. It's kind of a dick move by the head coach to be like, yeah, I ain't letting him go. It's like, well, you are kind of partially then restricting his ability to ascend to eventually a head coaching position, to the reasons I just gave, Randall, where, yeah, you will hire a guy who's not necessarily called the plays, but you like, and you probably are going to be more likely to hire the guy. If you got to pick between the two of, I've got one who has not called the plays under a really great coach, under a nice coaching tree, or the guy that's called plays and had success in calling those plays, which one do you want for your head coach? Which one are you going to have a preference towards in general terms? The guy that's probably called the plays. And so you are restricting even but just a little bit as a head coach if you try to do that. Let me play hardball game, Randall, and I'm not letting you get my guy. So I think that's probably something that would not be... you would be able, that's where we come back to, you could get a guy like that if that was the case on that. I don't think that would be the restriction there to where they would say, no. And like I said, if they did that, that's a really kind of a pure dick move at that point if they are doing that. Like, it's not a good look. Remember with Carroll, one of the great things about him was that he was so really mindful, I think, of trying to progress these coaches along and had an idea of developing coaches along with these players. It's a good question, Randall. I think you can do it, though. I could be making a bit of a logical leap on this one, but I think you could pull it off. Being more Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, thoughts on Rex Ryan being a head coach again? The Jets are dealing with the situation that the Dallas Cowboys are dealing with. I think the Panthers have got to deal with a little bit of this. A couple of these organizations, the Raiders have had to deal with this. And that is the problem of that. If you have ownership that is questionable, you are going to very quickly reduce down the grade A candidates for a head coaching position because they know what they're about to potentially get into. And the Jets situation looks like a mess. Robert Saleh looks like he got scapegoated in that situation. That doesn't reflect well if you are a quality coach who wants to go and take over somewhere. And so I think that Woody Johnson right now, is the owner of the Jets, is facing a situation where he does not have a lot of good candidates to pick through here. Even naturally this year with the head coaching candidates that are out there, it's a lean, light list. Belichick's gone back to college. I know Carroll's out there a little bit. You'd wonder if even Carroll would be willing to go to the Jets with that ownership situation as it is, and also considering that they had fired him once in the past. But there's not a lot of other, what are the other really great head coach? I mean, I know Ben Johnson's out there, but he ain't going to New York. Who's the really true great head coaching possibilities out there? It's few and far between. And if you are then in a few and far between situation, also dealing with being a bad ownership situation or a bad landing spot for potential head coaches, this is how you end up with a guy like Rex Ryan. This is, how a team like the Cowboys ends up with Mike McCarthy. That's not the first guy they picked up on the phone. Let's get Mike McCarthy in here. He's the guy to take Dallas to overtop. Mike McCarthy. We've been just waiting on this one. No. That is my owner is a general manager. I'll take this job because no one else is going to hire me kind of situation. Rex has been out of the game for years now. I don't know how many times I've really ever found myself listening to Rex analyze something and go and nod my head and go, wow, that was really insightful there. Wow, that was some deep stuff Rex was supplying there as far as some of the information on TV there with that. So this is more of them just sort of taking what they can get. Feed me. I would be highly skeptical to believe that this would work. It's going to be hilarious from the Jets' perspective because Rex Ryan's going to want to bring in his 3-4 personnel, and you've just spent all this time from a Jets' perspective stocking up the ship with 4-3 personnel. So now you got to tear everything down a bit too as well by doing this. But who knows? Also a possible place that if you don't sign Geno Smith to a contract extension, the Jets could be one of those teams with a Rex Ryan coming in there that loses Aaron Rodgers. That's like, man, we need something at quarterback and we got nothing. And we're not going to be able to draft a guy this year. You know, is that a team that would be willing to maybe look at a Geno on a 3-year extension in kind of that bridge way if we don't want to give him that contract? Possibly. Geno was under Rex once before, right? It's possible. Daniel Bailey, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, thoughts on Bruce Wayne as being our next head offensive coordinator? Well, there's no doubt that Bruce is a very smart man, despite the fact that he inherited that vast wealth. The only problem with him is that he's just got this tendency to disappear at night. People say that he's a playboy, that he's out there painting the town red every night, a womanizer, they say. So I don't know if with those rumors are true about Bruce Wayne, that I could have him as an OC. I think that would cause me to say that I can't go there with Bruce. You got to be committed, man, Bruce. You know, you've got to understand you need a sense of discipline, Bruce. And a guy that goes out and carouses at night like that guy does, that's not a guy all in. That's not a guy grinding in the middle of the night, grinding in the dark, grinding in the shadows. You know, it's a guy living the playboy lifestyle. So definitely really intelligent with how he's guided Wayne Industries. But can't go with him as an OC. Smart of a guy as he is, and obviously no real football knowledge as well. In addition to that, be like bringing in Elon Musk or something for your OC. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $2 donation, and thanks Daniel for that. It says, I require an OC with a strong chin and a long whip. Ooh, I like that, God's gang. I require an OC with a strong chin and a long whip. Well, Josh McCown then would be your guy, right? Josh has got that freaking, remember that Jim Carrey movie, I, Myself, and Irene? At one point, his alter ego character in the movie gets the plastic surgery on the chin, and he's got that like out of control, crazy looking chin. So McCown would be your guy in that, God's gang. He's got no stronger a chin out there of OC possible candidates than that guy. That thing finishes at his knees. It finishes at his knees and it's as wide as his shoulders. Just the bottom, just the bottom chin part. If you go look at McCown. Oh wait, sorry. Oh, that was Jeffrey Thistle. Sorry, Jeffrey. You had the good joke on that one. Long whip. God's gang, thank you for the $5 donation. He asks, do you think Romo could coach someday? I always thought he'd be a good coach. I think that he's in a place where he's made so much money in his pro career. He's made so much money as an announcer. You know, that guy's basically set himself up to just go play golf for the next 40 years of his life and be happy doing it. I think he strikes me as that guy. A lot of fans often ask about the potential of a player going out and coaching, and it's one where these guys in this modern age, more than ever before, I think are going to be less inclined to go and coach because it's going to require you to really have that love of the sport. And I think once a lot of these guys do get to the end of their playing career, and some of this, I don't know if all of them have that as much of a love of the sport as they once did, having gone through the business side of it and all of that entails with it. And not to mention that, you know, when you're going to be a coach, you're signing up for those 20-hour days. You're signing up to just be in there grinding and grinding and grinding, and it's not an easy job. And if you're already a multi-millionaire and there's not some kind of financial reason to do that, it's just that love of the sport drives you to do it. Are there that many guys that has that intense love? I think there are few and far between, God's gang, that go kind of in that route of things. And I think a lot of these players also come to learn that they're not really as well suited to be coaches as they are to be players, or in Romo's case, to commentate. But I think he's certainly a smart guy and how his understanding is pretty much of the game. But he seems somewhat capable to become a coach. But I think that ship is probably passed. And he's more of a guy probably just hanging out, chilling, you know, having a beer and running in 18 holes on a beautiful afternoon, and he's probably living the best life doing that. Brendan Meyer says, run, pass, punt is back on the menu, boys. Chuck Knox days, ground Knox days coming back big time. Big time. CJ Brandon, obviously things change quickly in this league, but just on paper, our schedule next season looks like our easiest in recent memory on paper. It does. I agree. Could be a factor in a little bit of informing your decision next year as to whether or not, damn the torpedoes, damn tomorrow, all the chips into the center of the table. I'm open to going the two different roads I'm open to going to this offseason are very specific in that way, CJ. And that if you want to read the road in that way and you want to drive to tomorrow and you want to be a contender tomorrow, then go be a contender. Don't go lightly. Don't work off the feeling that you're just going to naturally develop to get there, but you've got to take yourself there to get there. And I'm talking from a personnel standpoint in a major way. Taking one step back, going 2 steps forward, too, I'm okay as well. But I just want them to make a certain decision one way or the other. Brian East is with the Steelers. Decide to let him go. I take Art Smith as an OC. I would too. Oh, that's why that was throwing me off with the Art Smith thing. You guys shorten those names, and I'm too old with that. I'm so used to seeing it as Arthur. So I'm like, Arthur. Oh, okay. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, Arthur Smith is exactly if they let the Steelers let him go, if he's out there in the market, I would take Arthur Smith tomorrow in an instant. Arthur Smith is a really good offensive coordinator. He knows how to put together a run game like few in this sport. There are no doubts about that and what he can provide. And something that stands out with him in recent stops with Arthur Smith is that he's not had a grade A quarterback situation. Didn't have it in Tennessee with Tannehill. Didn't have it in Atlanta where they couldn't get him a quarterback there. I think Wilson's been probably better than what he's had to deal with in recent years, but it's still not what you'd like to probably see him paired with that really nice rushing attack. Jesse says, I don't like the run-heavy scheme. And I'm not advocating for necessarily a run-heavy scheme. I'm not. I'm just advocating for balance, and I'm advocating for not being a pass-happy scheme, mainly because of the fact that you're in this open-air stadium that is subject to the elements. And that, I've had a lot of time period of watching offenses that try to throw in this kind of stadium that operate in that way in those elements, and it just doesn't work. It's hard. Skybox walking. I'll watch from up here. I don't want to hear you, Mike, telling me to run. No, I like to throw. Kevin Kimball, O-line coach, still being discussed. Dickerson was released. Seemed popular before. Maybe a guy that's a potential guy they bring in here. Hard to say there, Kevin. Usually the way this works, of course, is that the OC that you bring in has his own offensive line coach he brings with him. And so I don't know. I'm not sure. That's all kind of depend on that one more than it is, I think, on them targeting an O-line coach and then targeting an OC. Dacra says, I wonder if they'll circle back around to Engstrad from Detroit. It is possible, Dacra. That's one of those names that's out there on the open market. There is a possibility. They did look at him as an OC last year. I do wonder with Engstrand a bit, Dacra, if not that we can say with pretty good certainty that Ben Johnson's going to get a head coaching job this offseason. And then does not Engstrad become the number one guy to then take over the offensive coordinator role there in Detroit? Kevin Curry, why is everyone for running? I like the pass heavy, but not the too pass heavy. Yeah, it's the just a bit of the playing in the stadium side of it. It's the watching what happens to offenses in our stadium when those elements are brought into play and how that then heavily restricts offenses. So let's walk this through. You're a spread conceptual team, or you're the Holmgren teams that would try to at times throw in those wet weather and it wouldn't work. Now your offense becomes sunk if you don't have the ability to go back to that rushing attack and utilize that. If you're really leaning on that passing attack, you could essentially run into games where, wow, the wet weather is not allowing us to be a passing attack. We're just going to have to hold on for dear life in this game. Versus, why not anticipate a little bit as an advantage that you can take advantage of? Where, hey, if we lean into this, we lean into the stadium we play in half of our games a year, that we can not only now take advantage of this in constructing a team that's good in those elements, but now when we're then facing teams on the other side of it that aren't built to play in those elements, we're going to dominate them. And what happens then when you get to playoff time? What happens to the elements? Do they get better? Do they get worse? Do the winds blow harder? Do the rain come down more? Yeah, it does, doesn't it? So that brand of football is even more lethal at that point of time of the year when you want it to be so. This is why teams constructed like that tend to do well in the playoffs, no matter the era. It's because that kind of game does travel. That kind of style of game travels. If we were in a dome, if we were in down south in Arizona, I'd be all over throwing the ball. I'm not against it, but it would be silly at this point with the data that we have recently, historically speaking, to not be well aware of the fact that it's hard to pass in Lumen Field when there are the elements at play. You're down there on the water. You've got the weather coming into play in a variety of different areas. It affects things. I'm telling you guys on this, it affects things. And it can't be understated in that you lean too much into passing, you become too much pass happy point, just like we saw this year, your offense is going to get a little bit neutered. Pop, pass, B, Nagy from the Chiefs, head coach, play calling experience. I'm relatively okay with that. They sure did not like him in Chicago, but that was as a head coach. DVDB, I think there's a reminder needed for everyone that some of the best balanced play callers out there aren't an OC. They're the head coach. That's why I'm having trouble. Yeah, it's true. Kind of a light time in that respect. Brandon, obviously things change as quickly in this league, but on paper, our schedule next season is like the easiest in recent memory on paper. It is. I agree with you, CJ. And I don't have a problem taking that. Let's drive in it. Let's not take the step back. I'm not advocating to say, hey, this has got to go to rebuild mode now. I'm not. I'm just saying that if you take that competitive road, if you say, no, we will be a contender in 2025, then that means that you need to go out and hammer this offseason. That means a Trey Smith. That maybe means a Tevin Jenkins and a Trey Smith. That means you're going that route with it. You can't go and take the same approach you have in these recent off seasons of this 10-year period where you've misidentified yourself as a contender and gone kind of softly into that good night because of that misidentification. And that's what I want to make sure of here is that if we're taking this road, we're taking this road. Brian says, I just got my first shipment of got a chubby for grubby shirts. Damn it. Andrew Wynn says no to Hackett. With Lance Brett and Ben Johnson is the longest tenured OC at 3 years. Does this show how important it is to have a common offensive scheme like McVay where you can more easily replace a successful OC? I think it certainly speaks to not having one that's very just specific to you and what you run, and it's very like, that's what I'm looking for, sort of. You're very specialized in your kind of OC, how the offensive style you're running into lethal versus having one that can accommodate different OCs and can work with different OCs, I would say. So if you can, that'd be nice to pull that off, but it's probably harder in practice than in theory to make that work. It certainly helps though. Hazard says, I'm sleeping easy now that Ryan Grubb was showing the door. Many were wanting it. Chris says, though, that's the problem with the who's available for us in general. It's either co-OC and another relative newbie to play calling. It's not an easy place we're at right now, Chris. You're right. The candidates there's not a plethora. It's a little bit of, you're going to have to maybe get creative. You may have to go with untested just by the nature of the beast and what is available. Rafael Ybarra, Josh McDaniels. I'd say no to Josh McDaniels because there is that spread concept as a background, a little bit too pass happy for some of those reasons we're talking about in the direction I'd like to go going forward. I think with Leftwich, I know he's wanted to get back into it, but I don't know how good he really is. Been out of the game for a bit. I don't know how good he was when he was in the game as a coach. Daniel Brando, is Kubiak available? Clint Kubiak, the guy that took over for the coaching job in New Orleans, I believe is going to be available. Yeah. He's an interesting guy to me. If we get an OC that can help the offense, get between 8 to 12 in the league, then we're going to the Super Bowl. I like it, Hazard. Troops, Eric Bieniemy would be my call. Super Bowl winner, knows his quarterback, needs protecting, and likes to run and call trick plays. Was in Kansas City, so has experienced the elements. Boy, he just got fired this offseason, man, and his star has not been the brightest in the NFL. I think they did interview him last year too, but maybe a possibility. Sam Howell would certainly go running for the doors. Radu Turkan says Gerard Johnson was on the Seahawks according to Wiki. Laughing out loud. I believe that is True, yeah. So he was backup safety. Won a Super Bowl with us. I think 13. Mr. Dog, I'm almost sure Pete's is going to be the hire. I think he's the betting favorite. SL, a competent OC that has no head coaching aspirations would be nice, but the Hawks OC opening is the perfect springboard for a head coaching gig. It's hard to avoid that part of it. It is. You get a good one, they're going to be plucked at one point or another. Mom and Pops, is Brandon Keene for OC? Hey, I wouldn't get plucked. I'd be there for life. I might not be very good, but I'll be here for life on it. FNAF man, did you see McDonald's radio interview today? He really didn't want to talk about the Grubb firing, it felt like. I thought it would be more straightforward. Yeah, he was kind of just, he was there doing what he needed to do, but I don't think he wanted to give out a lot of information. I wasn't able to watch the whole thing, so just got some snippets of it, but I will be catching tonight. Didn't necessarily give a ringing endorsement of Geno Smith. It's kind of like, well, maybe I guess he maybe be our guy going forward. It was, certainly did make you think like, oh yeah, that'll happen. But I just realized, Jeffrey, I think you were doing an Indiana Jones reference with your strong chin and long whip reference. But I will check it out, FN. Didn't have quite a chance yet today. Flag says the enemy got fired from UCLA after 1 year. He also passes the ball way too much. That's my understanding of it as well with Bieniemy. I've had a hard time getting warmed up to him. 49er Media, how you doing, man? Evans says thoughts on potentially moving Lucas to guard. If so, what would be your tackle options to replace him at right tackle? I wouldn't want to move Lucas to guard. He's come back to tackle, and he's played really well at tackle. Tackle's more important position. It's a harder position to address. There's a decent collection of guys in this draft that you could look at drafting and taking. That Kelvin Banks type with Texas that you could put over there at right tackle if you wanted to, if you were looking to move Lucas to guard. But he's 6'6", Evan, and a big part of the guards that you tend to look for is about 6'3", 6'4", because it's so much of a leverage win war game down there. And with Lucas, I think you'd have a hard time in the leverage win war game to pull that off down there if you kicked him into guard. So I think he's just too big to go down in there. He's always been a tackle. He's always been a right tackle. I think he's played really well this year in that role. I think you roll with him on that. But there's a couple of guys, Junior from Savai, Arante Ursary out of Minnesota. There's a couple of tackles out there. Josh Simmons, Ohio State. DBDB, I'm sorry, but at some point this offseason, could you maybe make a mix of the times that Grubb said something about running the ball only next week not to run more? I will try if I can on that. It's a good suggestion, man. Jason says, didn't Andy Reid call the plays when Bieniemy was the Chiefs OC? That's correct, Jason. Yeah. Hazard there. Rams game proved Grubb doesn't belong in the NFL. Garoppolo was given 1 million easy quality of life plays. Meanwhile, almost every pass Geno made was 5-star difficult. Well said. Flag, how hot is Snyder's seat right now? 20 degrees. Slowly warming. Ethan says, you look at the next season's schedule and give a prediction. I think it's too early to tell at this point, Ethan. I got to see the offseason that they pull off right now. I know on paper, it's an easier look at opponents as far as the schedule appears easier on the surface, but a lot can happen in an offseason as far as the changes and flows of all these teams and what we look to do. So it's probably still a little too early to make that call, especially because I don't even know who the OC is. I don't know if this team is really going to try to make the moves. And big part of this for me, Ethan, is that you've got to make a lot of very aggressive moves this offseason to contend next year. It's not just going to happen by you get an OC and now everything's fixed and we would just lean back on development. Development will occur and we'll just naturally take that next step next year. It's not going to work that way, in my opinion here. You want to get there, you got to take yourself tangibly to that place. And if that's going to occur, that's going to require aggressiveness. And I don't know if the team's going to operate that way, Ethan, because the last 10 years they haven't operated with a lot of uber aggressiveness. They've made some desperate trades at desperate times, but that's different than being uber aggressive with a real certainty about where you are and knowledge about where you are as a team and where you want to go and get there quick. So check with me a little bit after I've had a chance on that one, Ethan, to maybe make a bit of a better determination about the teams we're playing and what they're doing and where they're going to be, and then also where we're at as a team. I will say, I think in general terms, Ethan, the schedule is set up to be one of the easier schedules that we've had to deal with in the last probably 5 or 6 years on the surface of it. But stuff can change as we get into the offseason. Ethan Thompson, I love what you do with all things Seahawks and with what you do on YouTube and Hawks coverage. Any tips for someone trying to start somewhere in the content creation football content world? Absolutely, Evan. Absolutely. There's a lot of extra details out there on this stuff that can cause, I think, things to happen where you get just too many things. It's like information overload. And I think that in giving advice to people on doing this, I find myself going for more of, let's concentrate on the most important, simple stuff. Because I think that the larger stuff is important, but the simple stuff is the most important because that's the stuff that I see tends to trip people up, Evan, in that way. The first thing is, there's no microwaving, there's no quicking, there's no, hey, I'm going to post 3 videos and I'm so amazing in who I am as a person that I'm going to blow the F up. There seems to be a pervasive thought from a lot of people that get into this that's what's going to happen. And I say this not joking. It's somewhere I've had a lot of people do this and they get in, they say, man, it's going to be a grind doing, I got to grind to get that. Like, I'm not getting it's going to take all that. And then they're out on it. So it's got to be an understanding of that this is a long-term commitment thing that's going to take some time, but it will pay off down the road if you put the work in. But it ain't going to be about instantaneous returns. It's about investment and putting the time in. And so you got to have, to me, in doing this, put the commitment to doing it for years. It ain't, well, I'm going to do it for 6 months, see where we land at 6 months, and then you're going to fail doing that. YouTube does not let these new up-and-comer guys, no matter how consistent they are about putting content out, they will press you down on the algorithm. They're not going to help you out in that way. They just won't. And so you've got to be able to get around that. And the only way really to get around that is to just stay on it, keep creating, keep grinding, keep going. The first 1,000 subscribers are the hardest. They're the longest. They're the hardest fought to get. So commitment. Then you want to as a secondary, you want to do consistent stuff. It ain't about, I'm as bad about this as anybody, even to this day, Evan, where I'm still in that sort of quality over quantity thing. And that's why I created my clips channel, is to start getting a little bit more of the quantity angle up. And because I sometimes get stuck on the quality outside of my live streams when I'm doing uploads, those things just take me so long. Like, I've been working on this Leonard Williams video for like 2 weeks, and that's too long. You need to be getting a lot of consistent content up. That means it's really about quantity, not quantity, especially early on as you're growing. So just get it up, just keep the consistent stuff rolling. And then put yourself out there in all the places. This is another place that I don't do this right now and take my own advice, but I should. Get yourself out on Instagram, get yourself out on TikTok, get yourself out on Twitter, put yourself in as many places as possible to get as many eyeballs on you as possible. Do those different things, you can find success, but it's going to take some time. It's going to take a lot of hard work. I put in this channel, it's no joke. I'm not saying it to try to get people's sympathy on it. It's just, this is what it is that I put well over 100 hours a week into this channel. So you're signing up for something you got to love, you got to be passionate about to do it, because if you don't, that'll grind people out. And be like, I don't want to be putting that time and effort and, you know, I won't always have to do 100 hours, right? I get another 5 years down the line and doing this, I can probably better load manage what I'm doing, especially as I'm getting older. You guys aren't going to get me at 60 doing no 10-hour streams. But those are the main things, Evan, that I'd stay to, man. Best of luck to you, man. Just stay with it consistent. Keep kicking out stuff and be in it for the long haul. Have a good night, Sean. Appreciate you. Yeah, just a little too early on the record prediction, Ethan, because these teams that might look bad right now might go and have that aggressive offseason here. You know, they might go out and make a lot of moves to look a lot tougher. And on the surface, it's an easier schedule. It's just harder to get to exactly not knowing. You know, if we take a one step back this offseason, you know, if we don't try to just spend like all the money and we're looking more to 2026, well, that affects it too. So there's a couple of things that have got to kind of be settled out here before we can make that determination. SL says, just like how the Hawks got the best head coach prospect last year, the Hawks OC position will be highly prized. We will get the best. I like that, SL. Let's go. Hand Grenade's got 13-4. I hope you're right, Hand Grenade. I could go for a 13-4 season. Jamarcus, I love the brand of offense that the Packers run with LaFleur. They run the ball very efficiently behind the good old line and can also gash you in the pass game. The run game, it's a beautiful offense. Yeah, I like it a lot as well. Jamarcus, I echo your sentiments on that and what you like about it. I like it is another one of those diversified rushing attacks. He comes from the Shanahan tree, but you can see a lot of differences in the scope of the runs that he utilizes. I see differences in the type of runs that they want to use to an Aaron Jones type versus going to the Jacobs and maximizing Josh Jacobs' skill out as a runner, especially those A and those B gap runs. And they sort of feel like they give Jacobs a bit of that option with the jump cut between the A B gap. And a lot of, sometimes with zone, you don't get as much of that freedom to go. You have to get a little bit robotic at times. But then he marries, to your point, Jamarcus, what he's doing in the running game to his passing attack and with his passing concepts. His offense is purposeful. It's got an identity. It makes sense. It's hard to pinpoint where you need to lean towards on it because they can attack you in a lot of different ways. It's a fun offense. Balanced. Rogers Green says, sum up Grubb's firing equals 3rd and 1. He dials up a play to get 20 yards. That's kind of accurate, Rogers, and multiple times over on the year, huh? Multiple times over on the season. SL Hazard, not a single touchdown on an opening drive this season. What the F? John got Grubb out of here the moment the clock hit 9 a.m. on Monday. Yes, he did. Seahawks goes is kind of wants someone like Kingsbury who just spams quarterback runs. King Bomber, sorry, I haven't heard your opinions on top OCs, as you probably mentioned several times through the stream, but thoughts on Peterson and who are your top OCs? I don't have a great list right now, King Bomber. If you can, come back around to me on Sunday, and I will do a little bit more research through this week, trying to kind of pull out some more candidates that I can find that are really viable here. It does seem like, though, that a big part of this seems to be a bit of a fool's errand where it's going to be looking at guys that there's not a lot of data or information to go off of. I can find some little anecdotal stories here and look at a little bit of their wiki page, but there's just not a lot to be known in what regards to their impact and what they bring as a coach. More than a top OC I have in mind as a specific minded guy, King Bomber, guy that's been an OC in the NFL before, guy that's called plays in the NFL before, guy that's had success in calling plays in the NFL before, and a guy that runs a balanced offensive attack. Those are the 4 items that I would most like to see, in addition to a guy that's also operated within inclement weather and understands some of the constraints within that. So really, I just want to find a guy that fits to that, as much as I do have a specific guy that really stands out. Part of the reason being, King Bomber, that it's a lot of these guys that are untested, and there's not really a shining, beautiful star up in the sky to go pluck right now. It's a little bit of dearthy as far as the options. Tony Wright, thank you. Oh, it's good to see you tonight, Tony. Says, good evening, Brandon. In my humble opinion, one of the best free agent signings this offseason will be NFL sack leader Trey Hendrickson. Your thoughts? I was thinking a little bit about some discussions we might have about your Falcons this offseason, Tony. And I'm a big guy, as I say on this to my own team in regards to this at times, of saying that in the NFL, you've got to course correct where you've gone kind of wrong recently. And your Falcons have some similar issues that my Seahawks team has going on. The stuck in between factor. Have you guys really reset this thing since you went to the Super Bowl those years ago? Or every year you're trying to kind of amp it back up again? I look at what you've done defensively in recent years, Tony, where you see there being a lot of moves made at times to try to go get older defensive talent and bring them on in like to your team, which if you're looking at Trey Hendrickson type, this is another move that'd be in alignment of what you've done in the past in that way. And as my former great head coach here, Mike Holmgren, said about his time here, Tony, when he was a general manager and they asked him what he would have done differently when he didn't have things go right as a general manager. What'd you get wrong, Mike? What lesson did you learn, Mike? The main lesson he learned, the number one item that came out, was that you go young on defense and you go old on offense. If you're spending money in free agency, spend it on offense, not on defense. Young, fast, hungry on defense. That's what you want. Trey Hendrickson, not coming off a top-end year, Injuries may be starting to mount. He's played a lot of football. You're paying the high-end price there for him at this point to bring him in. Another part of it, Tony, he's one of those edge guys, and this happens to these guys as they get older. So the edge guys get older. They get a little bit less quick. They get a little less dynamic, a little less bendy. What do they start to do? They start to pick their moments. They start to get a little bit too enamored with rushing the passer and not as enamored with playing the run. There's a little bit of that that's also starting to creep, if not, it's always kind of been there in Trey Hendrickson's game. So you're paying the price. You're not getting the run defense, older player, injury concerns, paying top-end prices. That's where I come back to again and again that Mike Holmgren look on this, Tony, which is build it young and build it right on the defense. And I think that's the better place for you guys to go as a direction at this point. Get more certainty for Penix across the board offensively as far as, move on from Pitts, get a receiving option that's viable opposite Drake London. I know in Mooney, you've kind of found your big play guy down there who can still fit into it, but find the viable number 2 guy and maybe a real, just pure legitimate tight end. But I'm not a big, Hendrickson's fine as a pass rusher, but that's just a little bit of where my understanding is with him. CJ says, whoever's the new OC, I would like to see them on the sideline, up in the box. I just think it gets you into the emotional aspect of the game more. Probably true. Tony says, and with Cincinnati having tough decisions to make, they will definitely sign wide receiver Jamar Chase as the highest wide receiver in NFL history, but lose T. Higgins and lose Trey Hendrickson. Your thoughts? I don't know if they get the deal done with Jamar Chase, quite frankly. I'm watching the Bengals situation with a lot of very interested eyes, seeing how that plays out, Tony. And that's a team that's bled some defensive talent in recent years with Jesse Bates and DJ Reader moving on out the door. And now you're going to have Hendrickson and Higgins go. How does that sit with a guy like Burrow? How does Jamar Chase feel about that as well? Jamar wanted to be paid after 3 years last year before the start of the year. He had earned that contract. The Bengals should have paid him. There's a real potential here with the way that those negotiations broke off that Jamar just goes, what the hell with you guys? I dare you to franchise me on the wide receiver rate. Are we sure, Tony, that the Bengals are going to want to pay that price this year on Jamar if they do that? Are we sure that Jamar is going to play that out? Does Jamar maybe sit out for the first 10, 12 games of the season to protect himself because now you're on a second year of not paying him? Thing about the Bengals here, Tony, is that they're a team that's not cash rich. Unfortunately, they are poor. And this causes them to make decisions where they will let good players go. They will potentially hit a reset button when you wouldn't think they would. But it's a hard decision. It's a hard situation to get a read on because they've been kind of kicking the can down the road on these decisions. Should have made a decision on T already. Should have traded him or kept him or signed him to an extension. You didn't. Should have signed Jamar to an extension last year through 3 years. You didn't. You made him play out the 4th year. Now he might be pissed. Hendrickson's going to be just gone. Nothing you're going to get for that. You don't have them. You're just not going to spend the money on him. Bengals are in a bit of a stuck situation right now. DVD Bay, thanks as always for connecting with the chat on a whole nother level. Have a good one, man. Appreciate you. Donnie, it's good to see you in the house. What's up? A couple donos in behind. Sorry about that. God's Gang, thank you for the $2 donation. Arthur Smith sucked as a head coach, though. Did he suck? Or did you hire an offensive-minded head coach who you never provided a viable quarterback for? This is something that I always believe, God's Gang. So this is something that I think that you can apply to Kevin Stefanski or Shane Steichen. You have these really great A offensive minds and you bring them in and you don't give them a quarterback, you're kind of setting them up to fail. And in Arthur Smith's case, he didn't have functional quarterback play there in Atlanta. He was able to dial up a really good run game. And I think, quite frankly, it kind of shows that the Falcons' run game went a little bit backwards this year without Arthur there. But he's a guy that's also one that strikes me as being a guy that's a better coordinator than he would be a head coach. He should just kind of stay in that kind of role in what he does. But it's not necessarily his fault with that Falcon team and what went on there with them in the respect of, you really got to take this kind of a purposeful approach where, Arthur should have had a Michael Penix guy given to him. He shouldn't have had to try to get by on sort of secondhand parts like they asked him to. Thrill House, thank you for the $2 donation. Being decisive, not making friends. I like it. It's the way you got to go, man. It's the cold-blooded way this league rolls, Thrill House, is that it doesn't favor those that are sentimental or, can't pivot because they're worried about hurting feelings. Can't worry about feelings. That's not how the best organizations operate. Phoebe Seahawks, thanks for the $2 donation. He says, we align on so much stuff, Brando. It's kind of freaky. Man, I appreciate that. I think that there's a lot of us that are in a similar mindset in how we look at this team, and that it's trying to come from as much as we can an intelligent standpoint on it. There are no perfect answers. Everyone's got their own personal understanding about the exact right way. There's a lot of different ways to get this done. There's a lot of different ways to success. But I think we're trying to all individually look at this of how do we intelligently build this? There's always an element of luck, but what is the intelligent way to make this thing go? I appreciate that, BME. Definitely a lot of alignment between the two of us on that. A lot of the alignment that was missing between our head coach and offensive coordinator. Tony says Arthur Smith is set to interview with Chicago for their head coaching job. Interesting. Oxeye, better yet, call Bunkles and offer first-round picks the next 8 years. You can only offer for 3 years of first-round picks, Oxeye. Only for 3 years. And that sucked. Addison Shelby, hey, Brandon, some are talking about firing Schneider if he fails to aggressively fix the O-line this offseason. I'd personally be all for it. But would moving off to the general manager put McDonald's job at risk? Yes, it would. I have been of the mindset, Addison, that if you were going to let go of Schneider, then you should have done that with Carroll last offseason. If the seat is even relatively warm right now underneath Schneider, he should have been let go last offseason. That was the time to clear house. You didn't do that. You said the issues and problems dial back more than anything else than what's been going on recently to Carroll, not to Schneider. And so in making that decision at that time, I think you were signing up for kind of a 3-year experience with Schneider at that point, because you can get yourself into a carousel here where, okay, you're going to let Schneider go this offseason or next offseason, and McDonald's trying to get this thing built up. And now a new general manager comes in and he's going to have a tendency to want to go find his own coach, his guy. Maybe he has a guy in mind that he wants walking in the building. And now you got to go get a coach. And now you're starting to hit the reset button back to 0 again. And now you got to go get the personnel to fit to that coach. And I don't want to get into that spin cycle there. I'd much rather have the vision and execute the vision, and even being willing to execute the vision patiently rather than being jumping around like that. I think there's some really good things John Schneider brings to play. The offensive line stuff is not to be undersold. I will be one of those people that will be at my wit's end with him if he goes through this offseason and attacks the offensive line in the same way. I will be utterly godsmacked if he goes at it the same way he has, though, Addison. If he takes that same approach he has in recent years, I'd be like, this is unbelievable. And that will start to make me go, maybe this isn't going to work. Maybe this is just his complete dead-end blind spot and he cannot correct it. But that's just how I think about this at this point. You had to make that decision last year. You can't just get into an overnight stage of, I'm done with Schneider now. Let him go last year then, at that point. Febreze says, hopefully we get an OC that likes to run the ball. I'd like that. Daddy Dennis, yeah, picking Cousins over Geno is like getting hit in the face with a rock over getting run over by a car. Oh, God. That's pretty good. Hand Grenade says, B, get Peterson for OC. You know, he has a history as a head coach, so it'd be good. Fix O-line in the draft, trade for Burrow, then go on the greatest Super Bowl run since Brady. And there we go. I like it, man. Let's go. I like it. Let's go. Mario Brothers Jeremy Party Animal Bates is available. Let's look at all the former OCs for the Hawks. Let's pick through them all. But as Mocha says, Schneider's seat should be 100 degrees. Not quite on fire, but it's getting warm. Mom and Pops was grubbing the shitter when the backs were getting used. Probably. It's like, I'll be right back, boys. Just hold it down for him back. Quick, have him run, hurry up, run play. Back to back. Just keep going. He's going to be back in 5 minutes. Brian Blank, Brando, do you have a list of top candidates you'd like to see at the OC or offensive line coach? Maybe the more important position? I don't, as of yet, Brian. I will try this week to do a little bit more research in regards to these two situations, but I don't have a lot of data. There's not a lot of great options on the market right now, Brian. It's a lot of unknowns, not a lot of like great track records. I think that the OC is more of the thing to concentrate on because the OC is going to typically bring the offensive line coach with him. So you can concentrate on an O-line coach and love him, but it's kind of irrelevant because that guy's going to want his guy. But something that stands out right now, Brian, is that there's not a lot of great candidates as it stands. As far as known quantities, there seems to be a lot of heat around Jake Peetz right now. And I think that wouldn't shock me if in 3 to 4 days from now, we come to just find that Peetz is just the guy. And partly maybe because of not only the familiarity in-house, but because there's not a lot of sparkling candidates out there to go grab. To be a bit of both. James Peters, Brandon, bro, you more live than Mike Bump. Ah, thank you, brother. I appreciate that. It's kind of you to say. Avimi, thank you for the $2 donation. We have a good off season. I blame winging it last season. We have a good off season. I blame winging it last season. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what you're saying there on that, Femi. But I think that you're optimistic for this new year in that, which is true. And yeah, a little winging it, a little trying it out last year. Let's try this. Try a little of that. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. Back-to-back $2 donations, in fact. He says, Byron Leftwich for OC. He's always on the sidelines. For you guys that like the sideline OC, that's what you would get in Byron Leftwich. So a guy that has indicated that he wants to get back into the sport. Mark says, had Bieniemy name been brought up tonight? I mean, it has, Mark, but I don't know that you're going to get a lot of folks that are going to be warm to Bieniemy. People weren't very warm to him last year. He did, I think, in an interview in here last year. So you got a chance to look at him. His reputation is not the greatest around the league. He lasted 1 year at UCLA before he was fired. Didn't last at Washington. Didn't do a lot there either. I think he's got a bit of a prickly way and some of how his manner is, and it doesn't always, fit well with the modern player and their mentalities and their mindset. So I'm not a big Bieniemy guy. I don't think many in the chat would be either on that. His name's been brought up a little bit, Mark, but not too much. And then with Byron Leftwich, it's just a little bit of, his greatest success has happened when he had Tom Brady as his quarterback. So how much of that success was on you versus Tom? Nacho, do you believe Barner's our tight end for the future? I believe he's our inline tight end. I think the modern NFL, Nacho, you need both an inline tight end and you need a move tight end, an H-back tight end, an off-ball tight end. And so you got to have both. He's a good inline guy. There's room for having a guy that would be more of an athletic, a little bit better as a pass catcher, a little more of a route runner, a little more explosive. But he gives you the good all-around game that you feel very good about going in the future, especially on a cheap fourth-round rookie contract. He's a good pairing with Noah Fant in theory, but Noah's just not quite a good enough pass catcher for the cost. Good news is that there is a lot of H-back tight ends in this draft that are very talented. In fact, I've got 4 of them in the second round alone right now. Many of you love the Warren kid, for instance. He's an H-back. But I like Barner. Good complete tight end. I don't think there's a huge upside to him, Nacho, but he's going to be an above-average tight end in this league. And on a rookie contract, that's great value. James Peter, Brandon, you're committed, that's for sure. I appreciate that, James. I love what I get to do, man. I got a great job. Bro says no. It's like one says, bro, no way you're 55. I'm getting up there, man. You'd be surprised. I'm feeling that age, man. Hair's starting to thin out on me. Jason, oh, you're still referencing Buff Buff. Bon Smoko. But all the Hawks need is a top 10 quarterback, 2 or 3 offensive linemen, an experienced high-quality offensive coordinator, another good edge, and a good 2 to 3 wide receivers. That's it. Is that all? Andre Brown, aka New World Order, the Hawks Nest. Brandon, the Hawks need to hire you as their offensive coordinator. I'll take the job, man. I've said it for many years. I'll be a consultant. I'll come in. I'll work for peanuts. I'll take us to that next level. You know, guys, I know won't forget about running the ball. I'll tell you that. I'll max out Kenneth Walker. You better believe that. But a smoke, it's spinal. Seattle should take Jack Sawyer, says Tommy. He's interesting. Might be an edge that they look at. There's a lot of good edges in this class. The value might drive them in that direction, Jason, where they're picking in either the first or the second round. Sawyer's okay. Thrill House Hawks Nest, do you think JS and MM sat in a meeting together week after week and were like, do you know what he's doing out there? No, I thought you did. I feel like we hired a kid playing Madden. It doesn't shock me to learn today that we're hearing stories of the fact that the team was flirting with letting him go at the bye week. My instinct on this has been that there's been frustration in the background. It's obviously a little bit of what your gut instinct sense would be for the situation, but it just hasn't ever felt like a good marriage. And you understand Mike McDonald's perspective on this. The stuff with Grubb is very frustrating that you didn't learn your lesson. It's very frustrating the offense regresses as the year goes along rather than ascends and gets better at least, even just marginal improvement. And I think it was really pretty clear at this point that this was the direction you had to take. Tommy says there's so much O-line this upcoming draft, so I like the Tyler Warren pick. So there we go. That was before I even saw that mentioned the Tyler Warren. There's a lot of Hawk fans like Warren, and look, you're running a value-based board. Yeah, you'd like to address offensive line. Could you land in 19th pick overall and Warren is the best guy on your board? That's the highest value on your board? It could. And he is the best tight end in this draft. So I get that approach. I'm not against it. Value board models will take you into the places that don't take you to need. That's the way it works. It's a smart approach for a reason. It's not always an approach that's easy to execute because the ease is to go to need. The ease is to go, let's fill this hole and let's fill that hole. It's hard to stay in the value-based model. James says, worst thing the Hawks could do is draft Warren at 18. Hawks need to trade down and get another third. That would be the position I would advocate for, James. I'm not at the forefront of saying, look, go get Warren. I don't think I like him quite as much as some of the other Hawk fans. This is just a reference, of course, to just some of even what you saw above where I'm seeing his name come up quite a bit. I think some of the Hawk content creators here on YouTube are getting very hot to trot on him. I get that. But I would be more in the mode you would be. You trade back, you pick up a couple extra picks, you get your lineman, you get another lineman. You're able to basically pull potentially 2 linemen early on in this draft by maybe making that move back. I'd be in favor of doing it too, James. Stephen Coleman, they did not wait 24 hours after beating the Rams before they fired Grubb. No, which is good. You want your team making these kind of decisions quickly, fast, and certainly. Don't waffle. Don't wonder. Don't wait if it doesn't benefit you. Make the call, pivot, and go. James, I trade down the mock draft and end up with first Kelvin Banks, Texas, second Deion Walker, nose tackle Kentucky, third round Kyron Lacey, wide receiver, Gunnar Helm. Not bad, James. Not bad at all, bro. That'll do. That'll do. Jace, what's up, Brando? Like and subscribe, people. He puts in great work. Thank you for reminding me of that. Please, if you guys can, for me, hit that like button. It helps me show up on the old algorithm out here. If you aren't subbed on up to, please do get subbed up. It helps the channel grow tremendously if you do that for me. We're on the road to 20,000 subscribers. You can help us get there today by subbing on up, and I'd really just appreciate it. It's free. It's free. James, 4th round linebacker Lawson, Bama. 5th round Mpaka McCord, 5th round. I like it. I don't know those other guys yet. I haven't had a chance to look at them. McCord's all right in the 5th round, though. I'm with that. That's the right value. Kathy says, Pumpkin's trying to stay awake for this combo. She's trying, but look at her. Look at her. She's exhausted. I was running her last night. We did about 13 hours of streaming. She's still trying to recover today. Still trying to recover. James Peters, tight end Notre Dame, Mitchell Evans is the bateau in this draft. He was tied with Bowers last year before he got hurt. Man, this is a good tight end for tight. This is a good draft for tight ends, James. I've got a few guys still to go look at, and I've kind of liked some of the guys I've already looked at. Seems like a deep draft for him too. Max is extending Bailey. Extending Geno just means we'll pay him that $38 million another year. I love Geno, but he's getting old. We need to start getting a quarterback for the future. Strong argument to be made that a part of this paying Geno right now doesn't just have to do with how Geno's performed or how good he is as a quarterback, but it is about the age. It is about where you are as a team. It is about paying this guy at this age going into the future that amount of money and how good you feel about doing that at this point. And I don't think that it's very clear to the team just straightforward that that's what they should go do. I think there's a lot of question here right now, and some of that was representatory in how you heard Mike McDonald talk about Geno today, where it's like, is Geno coming back? Oh, yeah. I mean, you know, yeah. I mean, I guess. I mean, maybe. Yeah, sort of. What's going on, Mike? Yeah. He starts making those noises. Hey, baby, you want to go on a date? Yeah. Well, want to go out tonight? Oh, yeah. It's not a no, but it's also not a yes. James Peters says, this place is great. It's like the bar without the beer. Masmoko, here we are now. Entertain SB. Ethan says, thanks for the insight on the schedule. Brandon, I'm watching the stream 18 minutes behind, so I got your response later, but agreed, way too early to tell. I think it's certainly on paper, Ethan. They're the notable thing to stand out. Just it's a surface thing that you initially do at that first blush is, whoa, there's some easy opponents here. We've had, 2 years ago, the gauntlet of that schedule we had playing the Cowboys and Ravens and Eagles, and you just a murderer's row through that schedule. Last year, the 3 games and 11 nights. It was a little easier last year than the previous year's schedule, but this one looks even easier on the surface of it. And it is noteworthy because it is a bit of a could come into factor a bit on that, informing you as to whether or not you do want to try to push yourself to becoming that true blue contender next year. Hoop Craze, how do you even become a general manager or work for the team? Need a sports management degree or something? I don't think so. I think it's more of you earn your way up through a lot of this stuff. You start out as sort of that low end on the totem pole, running the fax machine, and you just slowly work your way up, slowly grind your way up. Certainly there's a way to get through there by being a scout and going from being a scout to being this to being something else. So that's another pathway that can get it done as well. But there's been a lot of guys I think that have started at kind of the low end and worked their way up. For instance, Randy Mueller with the Hawks was, I think, a former, guy that got in there at the ground level and just worked his way up to the position. It's also kind of a different era too, though, I suppose. Phoebe Moore Seahawks, thanks for the $2 donation. Says, hate that the NFL media is now Cowboys and politics. I hate that football media is now Cowboys and politics. Yeah, I hate politics in my sports. I really do. It's the beautiful thing about sports is it's something that brings us together separate of whatever we have as far as political linklings go, that we can find a community within that, when so much is divisive on the other side of that. And there's a time and place for things, and there's a time and place not for things. And I'm the same way with that. And with the Cowboys, the obsession from the media with the Cowboys is ridiculous. But we know that that's not going away anytime soon. It seems to bring them eyeballs. I mean, they wouldn't do it if it didn't bring them the ratings. D. Brando, AZ State OC Marcus Arrojo, and his running backs coach Sean Aguano. That's our answer, along with one O-line draft pick or trade. All right. I think it'll be hard, DVD, go back to the college level for an OC. It's not a transition you see made very often. We tried it with Grubb, and it was a pretty spectacular failure. And I think this is the only time that a team's tried it in recent memory. I don't think the team will go back to that again. Ethan, the Hawks Nest, I've got it figured out. The key for defense is not knowing what we're going to do is that we don't know what we're going to do. That's one way to get there. That's one way to do it. Pumpkin is slumped. Max says it does seem like a weak offensive line class, but I think where we pick at 18, we can get a good player without feeling like we were searching too much. It's not like we're picking 3 and there's not top 10 talent. True. And I don't know if it's that bad of an offensive line class. I really don't. I think the center class isn't particularly good, but there's some tackles that can transition to guard. There's some pure guards. There's some decent stuff. Jason, what's up with the Joy Taylor scandal? I don't know, man, on that one. I sort of side-eyed it for a moment, and then it started just kind of gave you the ick on reading it and went, okay, I don't need to know about this. Getting Grey's Anatomy vibes from FS1. You know what I mean? Penguin, I don't know why I'm really high on Dart. Let the draft fall or trade back. I don't know why, but I'm really high on Jackson Dart. Let the draft fall or try to trade back and take him late second, early third to develop behind Geno. He's one of my collection of guys that I like too, Penguin. I'm not like over the moon on him, but I'm perfectly happy if you want to take him into the third round. I think it's second would be a bit early for me with him. When you do consider the fact, I think the arm strength there is probably average at best when you really factor it out. But he's a fun player to watch. He's tough as nails. He's got the mobility, a little bit of size constraints. I think he's going to measure out to be about like 6'1", 6'1.5". So not the biggest of quarterbacks for the position, but tremendous production from the college level in the SEC. Broke all the Eli Manning's passing records, and a guy with some fun traits to his game. So third round, you could sign me up to it on that. Jack Dong says be related to the owners, a way to get to the general manager. That's another way to do it. Ethan Carroll says, who's got the bigger arm, Russ or Geno, Brandon? I think it depends on the throw. I think if you look at Russ could probably push it further from a distance standpoint, but Geno's probably got more pure RPMs on those intermediate throws. So if you talk about Russ on an intermediate throw, he's probably throwing like a 91 mile an hour fastball where Geno can pump it up there to like a 94, 95. And that's pretty significant on those intermediate throws, quite frankly. But I think Russ with ability to really, you know, sometimes that arm strength works weird like that, where you can have a little bit of that deep arm strength, but not necessarily the intermediate side isn't quite as much. So it depends on the throws. John says, I want to see John Gruden bad as the Hawks OC. Is this even feasible, especially with the political climate in the Pacific Northwest? Probably not. We are pretty, especially with some of the stuff that he had given on the email stuff, it probably would not go over well. I'm sure the media would rake him for it. The local media would especially, and probably removes him. But I wouldn't mind him either, John. Sometimes it's just about getting the best guy for the job, right? Jason says, yep, sports used to be how you escape politics. It did, man. It's why people will push me in here at times to try to even toe up on the line of talking about something, and I'm just like, I'm not doing it. You come here to be separate of that. That stuff is hammering you, especially in this day and age. It just hammers you 24/7 at every other turn. We got to have refuge. We got to have time to be able to check away from that stuff. And it's what I love about sports. It's pure. It's different. It brings us together as a community. It isn't about differences. It's about similarities. And yeah, I'm with it. Feed me more Seahawks. Thank you for the $2 donation, bro, and all of your support today. I'm like, stick in your lane and report to football. Yeah, I am too. I've always felt this way. I felt this way with celebrities when they start telling us about stuff. It's like, shut up, you know, right? That's why I think it's cringy. It's why I don't want to say stuff anyway about anything of what I think or believe. It's like, it's cringy. Like, you know, don't preach to people. Let them make up their own minds. And there's plenty of information and data to know where you stand on stuff. You don't need one more voice telling you which way to go on something. Oh my gosh, is it cringy when they go into that? Nothing better than Stay in your lane is the right way to put it, feed me. Arturo's the Hawks Nest. I hate the Cowboys, but life is political. It is. It's everywhere, man. It's not a good combo between sports and stuff, though. It needs to be separated out. And again, it goes against the part of having sports is that it is something that we may have our separations and our differences and our outlooks and all this, but this is something that can bring us collectively together. So much about this time we live in is about the differences, and I feel it at times in discussions we'll have where it's you're either with me or you're against me. And I do so much like more the thinking of, in a real way, we are all part of a brotherhood and sisterhood. We're all part of a community. There's going to be differences of opinion, different outlook, but let's remember in that at the heart of this, that we are all, part of this thing. We aren't separate. We aren't enemies to one another. That's something that I think sports brings out. SL Hazard, remember Gruden calling Grubb's scheme amateur hour. Embarrassing. Makes me want him all the more. Jackson's Joy was spreading a lot of ick. She's very active. Max, does NFL Stock Exchange draft guys have us taking Erante Urise? No idea how to spell it. That OT that can play guard? I don't know, man. 6'6". I don't know if he's going to be able to play guard. He's not a real natural bender out there. He's big. He's 330 for a tackle at the college level, so he's got the size. What NFL team would benefit from Grubb at OC? Liam Cohen would probably leave. So I'm thinking the Bucks, since Baker's a gunslinger and I have a good O-line and have a good O-line. You would need to be to a place with Grubb where he's got a good O-line in place. That would be an absolute requirement. There's not a lot of good offensive lines in place in the sport. You do mention one that is there in Tampa Bay that he would be able to go to if they are to look for a new OC. I can't think of any other places. I can't think of a lot of other organizations that'd be looking for OCs that have a good offensive line in place. Maybe over with the Colts, take away some of Steichen's role. The Colts got a good offensive line. They've got a multitude of skill position players on the outside. Richardson would probably be comfortable running some of those spread concepts. Maybe there. Outside the box, but I mean, Thrill House, Hawks Nest, are we a lock to keep Nwosu? No. In fact, I think that it would be more likely at this point that you're moving on from Nwosu. You can save $8.4 million off the cap by moving off of him. There's a little bit of an open-ended part to this because if you do move off of Nwosu, you're going to need to go get another edge guy. So it's not like you just move off him and you're like, okay, dead weight gone. Now you got to go fill this hole that's going to open up. But he's been injured the past 2 years. The team have a lot of confidence he's going to be healthy next year. It's a lot of money to spend for a guy who might be your number 2 edge going in, or your number 3 edge going into next year. I think it's going to cause you eventually to probably cut beat. DVD Brandon, just a quick check on that AZ state staff and history, plus a look into their recruiting, please. Not tonight if you're tired. You'll probably have to give me a little bit of time on that, DVD. I'm definitely backlogged. But again, I do say on this, man, remember with Grubb, there are no OCs that go from the college level to the pro level. You tried this outside the box with Grubb. Teams don't do this, and it failed on you spectacularly. If the team goes a different direction at this point, they're definitely not going to go back to that college level with it. But I'll try to take a look at what they're doing down there and see what they got going. Bees' politics remind me of bed bugs and STDs. Yes. Amen. Amen. I like John Gruden too, John Robinson. I'm with him, man. I think he'd be a good coach. Probably couldn't work from what's the climate here, but it would be a great coach. Alvin Hawkins has been in shotgun every play is crazy work. Yeah, it is, Alvin. Number 1 in the NFL in shotgun formations. Not a good look. One sec, folks. I'll be right back. Phil McCrevis says, show me your draft board, Brandon. I got you, Phil. Title must match. Boom. All right. Let's get it on. So, let's see here. So the way my draft board works, of course, you can see it's a horizontal board for second, third, fourth, fifth round, etc. If I have a guy boldened, like I have Ashton Genty or Will Campbell, that means that I have those guys as blue chip grades. So those would be the top of the top, not just first rounders, but top of the top in the first round. So you can see right now, offensively speaking, I only have 2 blue chip grades. I only have currently 5 first round offensive grades that I've given out so far. This is speaking a little bit to the weakness of this class as far as its upper end strength goes, but it does have some depth. So you only really have 5 offensive guys for me as far as currently speaking, and only of those 2 blue chip guys. Like I said, you got the 4 tight ends there in the second round in Warren, Colston, Loveland, Harold Fannin, and Mason Taylor, all in there in that second round for me. Wide receiver, I love McMillan. I think he's a Mike Evans clone. A Mekabuka, Luther Burden, 2 slot guys that you can get there in the second round. Not super big on the rest of the wide receivers out here in this class. You can see I have Milrow, Howard, Dart, kind of in that third round range, and where I see those guys a little bit in my outlook. I'm not as big as some people are in the running back class. I think that they're pro ready. They're going to work. There's some robots in this class at the running back position. There's a lot of running backs in this class that would appeal to a Shanahan type, not looking for a lot of creativity from your running back, but want the guy that's really explosive and fast and just is going to get upfield. And there are a lot of those guys in this draft so far, and looking at some of these, Quinshon Jenkins type of guy in that way. But this would be my early look here. Remember, I'm only about 80 guys in, 90 guys in, so I've got a long way to go on my evaluation. But here's the interior of the offensive lineman as well. Got, of course, Josh Simmons, Armand Membu as late first-round picks. Simmons probably more early 20s. Emory Jones, Jonas Savai, second-rounders. And then Tyler Booker, my best left guard there, second round. Kelvin Banks and Wyatt Milliam, I'll probably end up moving into second round once we get into the draft process. Because do remember, folks, the board is fluid. This is a process where these are just the first look at these guys. I'm going to go back in this process and look at some more multitude of games with these players to get that final opinion, not to mention the testing numbers, which will inform a little bit of this too. So you got to have all of that process in play. It's a fluid board in that way. Defensively speaking, I'm going with right now Mason Graham, Kenneth Grant, 2 first rounders. You can see that I have 4 blue chippers right now defensively. Mason Graham, Michael Williams, Travis Hunter, Will Johnson. Those are my 4 blue chippers. I've got a lot of edge guys in this class. Seahawks could be driven very heavily to edge, either in the first or the second round, because there's going to be a lot of good players there. A lot of people even have Landon Jackson and Jack Sawyer, who I have in the third round. Many have those guys up in the second round. So pretty deep crew there. Like some of the inside linebackers. Jihad Campbell's really fun. Jay Higgins is just a player. Barrett Carter's very, very talented and explosive as a player. Harold Perkins is going to drop because he has a torn ACL, but he can do it all, including rush off the edge. Cornerbacks look like they're going to be pretty deep at first blush. And there's some interesting safeties. But again, I'm so very early right now on this list. It's just kind of beginning. It's just kind of starting there, Phil. Phil doesn't like Jake Peets. I'm not big on Peets either. It's kind of untested. Kind of untested. Penguins is, what are your thoughts on trading for Joe Milton? I know he was showcased against backups, but Duke can ball and can heave that ball down the field. Laughing out loud. Two of the first things that I look for in a quarterback prospect, Penguin. Two things that I consider requirements for all quarterback prospects that I want to go and bring in, especially if it's going to be a guy that I'm going to pick and draft high or spend some significant capital on. Arm strength, processing. Arm strength, processing. So in Milton's case, he's got more than enough arm strength to get the job done. There's a little bit of an asterisk with it with Joe Milton because everything's got to be a 99-mile-an-hour fastball. And he's got a 99-mile-an-hour fastball, but he's not a layer thrower of the football either. So he's a guy with arm talent, but it's not the full meal deal of arm talent. He's not a guy that's going to dial up the right throw in the right situation and put that ball in. It's going to be, he's pumping it in there. The second part, though, is the processing. Milton's not a processor. And maybe he does develop this with time, Penguin. Maybe this is something that does come along. I don't think you can take much away from this last game of the season he had. It wasn't like I don't think he was particularly great in the preseason. And even if he was, I don't think you take a lot from that. I'm going to go off the college tape, and I watched a lot of his college tape. You're in a very simplified offense out there in Tennessee. It doesn't ask you to do a whole lot. So when I see you in those moments of processing and you look like you're struggling, if I see you unable to layer those throws in, I believe in my heart that one of the reasons I go to these two skill sets in arm strength and processing is because I think you inherently have them or you don't. I think you can get more accurate with time. You can work on that type of stuff. I think you can get your footwork better. I think there's some things you can do from the neck up to improve your ability to pre-snap understand what you're seeing post-snap. But post-snap processing, you got it or you don't. And Milton is missing it. As much of arm strength as he has is as much as he's missing the ability to process on a football field. And I just don't want to sign up for that because I just don't think that part develops in quarterbacks' games. You got it, I think, or you don't. You know? DVD Brand, just try to do a quick play. I will try to take a look at the AC staff on that, DV. It is going to be hard, though, man. I will say I'm 200 prospects behind on need to scout and evaluate, and I got to do another deep dive now here on some of these coach searches for this week for Sunday and trying to get the Leonard Williams video done. And we've got about 3 or 4 shows this week on top of it, so this is going to be tough. I will try to take a look, though. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. Bad thought, Tyreek Hill ending up in Arizona. Yeah, I know that Tyreek Hill has made a claim that he's going to want to be moved out of town now and that he's heading in that direction of things. Somebody's going to have to maybe make sense to me, though. I'll go to you guys and show you something. So I think that this will make this a lot more sense versus me just saying it. Because I think sometimes when you say it, it just doesn't quite echo correctly for what it is. So here's the Miami Dolphins cap situation as it stands right now for 2025. Tyreek Hill is due to have a $27 million cap hit. So this is the money right here to pay attention with Tyreek Hill. So Tyreek Hill gets moved. Base salary, bonus minus base. So you're negative 2.728 million in negative money by moving off of Tyreek Hill in a trade for the 2025 season. But then you've got this extra amount in 2026, which would accelerate on 2025 if he was moved. So now you need to add another 12.728 to that 2.728 million. Now we go into 2027. There is still the $1.4 million signing bonus that hits onto that. So now you need to add a $1.4 million signing bonus on top of it. which also would now accelerate instantaneously in 2025. So when we really look at why this won't happen, it's because when you look at the Dolphins cap situation, what do you notice right here? And what did we just say that they had to do? We just said that they had to eat about $25 million in dead money in order to get off of Tyreek Hill. They are sitting on right now $316,000 of cap space. So Tyreek may want this. Tyreek may be pushing for this to happen, but there's no way that the Dolphins are going to make that move unless they're just completely resetting this whole train and setting it to zero, which they've been a team that's not been willing to they've not tended to be a team that's willing to do that. Penguin says, do you really have to fill a hole if you get rid of Uchenna Nwosu? You got Mafe and Hall. Find a young guy to rotate in there, and I think we'll be solid. Sadly, yeah, I think you would need to at that point, because history has tended to tell you that Penguin, you're going to have one of those guys go down to injury. If you just start out with the two out there, one's going to injury, and you're going to need a viable backup to call upon. Like this year, we had Uchenna Nwosu going down, and you needed to have a Derek Hall Uchenna out, or a Boye out there to call upon with no Uchenna. Or the year before that, Uchenna went down, and you had to have a guy that you could call upon. I think if we even go back 3 years, I think there was an edge that we lost that year too as well. So the two guys don't remain starters. You got the 17-game season. You got the 2 Thursday night games. You have as much as ever that need to have that depth there with the rotational edges. And remember, too, you're going to probably be letting go of Roy Robertson Harris because he's going to cost $6.6 million. So not only if you let go of Uchenna, do you maybe need to get one, you might need to get two. And I don't think that doesn't mean you can't let go of Uchenna, but that's probably going to see those two moves made in conjunction with that if you did make those moves. And Mark, if Tyreek Hill ended up with Arizona, if they somehow wanted to eat that money and do that, I'd be okay with that. I think Tyreek Hill is winding down on his career. I think he's getting close to the end. I think his effectiveness even now as a player versus a couple of years ago is starting to go down a little bit. Still a good player and can be decent, but I'm not as scared of him going to AZ necessarily. I think AZ is going to be having a lot of their money get eaten up at that point on a return that they're not necessarily going to get. Thank you for the donation, Mark. No offense to Chicago? Asked Kevin. Maybe. They got Cole Kmet there, but I think you're probably more likely just going to release Noah. But maybe there's some value out there. A lot of love for the Arizona State squad out there. Kenny Dillingham and everything. I got to look these guys up. J.O. says, after how the season went, running the ball, playing great defense, and winning the game in the fourth quarter doesn't sound so bad. I know a lot of people don't like that, but I did. I get that. Definitely much more open to embracing the run a little bit more going forward. Jason says, Grubb not being able to get a single opening drive in the touchdown this season is brutal. Offensive coordinators start games with 20 to 25 scripted plays as well. Yeah, when your scripted plays are working that badly, it's not a good example of you doing your job right, because you're right. Most of those guys that opening drive tend to get scores because it is a scripted drive. You got all the details figured out through the week. DVD, Brandon Groden can become our next general manager instead of taking over head coach, or vice versa. McDonald promoted general manager. Gruden is the new head coach. Maybe so. I don't know if he's going to have a hard trek getting there on that. John says, what's up with not many head coaches being fired this year? Well, I think part of what's informing these owners on this, John, is who are you replacing the guy with? And what does strike me right now as much as ever, especially as we've had some of maybe the old guard of coaches retire and move on in this league, is that there's not a readily stable many guys that are sitting there ready at hand to go grab that are awesome candidates. It's kind of weak right now. It's thin. Jay said, if you remove just 2 games this season where Seattle had 34 first quarter points, the remaining 15 games, they averaged 2.3 points in the first quarter. Can't be starting out games like that. No, you can't. UD Brandon, AJ Barnes or new Will Disley without the injuries. Just need that good OC that exploits this talent. Yeah, I like it, man. You know, that was my comp for Barner coming out of Michigan was Disley. Malachi Starks in the first, King. I had to put him up there, man. Talent's too good. John, I'll check a look at that Penn State running back. Just kind of getting into those guys. Ethan says, HawksNest, remember the years leading up to the NIL, just going crazy to what it is now? I knew it was a horrific idea. These players think they can do anything and everything as if they're pros. It's definitely the Wild West right now in college football, and it's not for the betterment of the college sport right now, but hopefully they find their footing eventually with that. Jason says, can anyone guess who had the 4th fastest pass at the combine since 2009? Flag Sabbath says, who's Jason? Jason says, Sam Howell. Hazard somehow trade away Fant, D. Jones, and K9 for some major picks. That'd be nice, SL. I think they're going to have to be cut candidates, but it'd be great if you get just even a little bit of value back for them. Hoop Craze, who is the best prospect you have ever scouted? Phew. Jeez. Great question. I'd have to think about that. God, that's a great question. I think in the last couple of years, the two guys that probably have stood out, because it's going to be hard to give you just one of a guy that's a defining guy that's jumped out. But the two guys that have definitely jumped out, I think, in recent years that I noticed immediately and were like, yeah, wow, that guy's awesome. The one guy would be Penny Sewell. My comp for him was a Walter Jones. So I thought this guy was going to be great. He's been great. And then the other guy would be Jalen Carter, whose talent to me was generational. It was just about the character concerns with him and whatnot. Quarterback-wise, I think John Elway's been the greatest quarterback talent I've seen in my lifetime. Catalyst makes sense. He threw a bullet directly at Edgerrin Cooper. Sam Howell. That was funnier because it took me a second to like, what is it? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. Gaming Taco Dare says, Brando, you and Hawk Blogger need to do a pod together. Two of my faves. He does great work over there gaming. There's a little bit of at times. I mean, he's been asked, I think, on their show and their channel before about doing a collab with me or with Brendan on that. And I think that I don't know if there's a little bit of a sense of rivalry from their side of it or what it is. But I've gotten the impression, and directly from what he was responding at that time, that maybe not as much of a fan to the end of this. And it does seem like, I got to say that for those folks that have been in this game for a while on the YouTube platform before some of the others that have come along on this and been, a little bit newer on the scene, kind of like myself to a degree, for some of those others that were here for years beforehand, it's not always, you don't always get the sense that it's a real warm, like I said, it almost feels like there's a sense of rivalry rather than there is a sense of that there's an opening on that. I'm completely open to it. I don't have any of that sense on my side of it, but I've got to say that there's been a bit of a feeling from my end of it that the old guard that was already here before some of us newbies kind of arrived maybe don't like some of the new guard as much, if that makes sense, Gaming Taco. I do. I think he's done a great job. I've been very impressed this year with Brian getting the media credentials and asking some real smart questions of the players and the coaches this year, not just asking a lot of the milquetoast BS crap that we get from a lot of the Seahawks reporters where it's just lame. And so he's been very impressive on that. They run a great channel over there at the Hawk Blogger. I would love to be able to do that, but I also want to make sure it's one where you've got somebody that's also interested in wanting to do it with you too. That's got to be a hand extension that's got to go kind of both ways. You don't want to do it on a place that maybe doesn't really want to do it, if that makes sense on that gaming taco. Trying to kind of have you on the between the lines on this one a little bit, but they do a great job. I'm open to it, but that's a bit of the sense that I've gotten. Sack of Mucus, thank you for the $2 donation. Professional stream, he says, with his first super chat on the channel. And Sack of Mucus, I love that's a great username. And I thank you for the donation, your first donation here on the channel. Very, very kind of you. Very kind of you, man. I love what I get to do. I'm so blessed to get to do this. And it's, I've really it's been an up and down season a bit for us as far as the team, but not here in the chat, not with you guys. It's always a great time in here being able to hang with you guys and chop this up. Grandizer Brando, Jalen Ramsey. You were all over that draft prospect. I love Jalen. Yeah, I like Jalen Ramsey a lot too. Yeah. He was going to be really good. You could tell that. He looked like almost a improved version of sort of a Sherman type with the size and tackling ability. That's another guy that I liked a lot. Bosa, both Bosa brothers were guys I liked. They all kind of fit in that place where it's the guys that you'll find yourself going into a draft where you're just coming out of the draft going, I just have a favoritism towards this guy above anybody else in that way, where you just sort of, I like this guy. There was Antoine Winfield Jr. in a draft. It was that way for me at the safety position, where I just loved his tape. I couldn't believe that guy lasted to the depths of the first round, and he's been awesome as a player. Usually when I get those certain little feelings about guys like that, I'll be right. There's not a lot of them you get, but you get that little tuning fork twinge of a pull where it's like, something about this guy that hits a little different on this one I'm sensing. Real House, Hawks Nest. But I remember when I asked about Starks, I called him Sparks, and you and Brendan said you don't take a safety early, and Brendan said Love is locked up and Kobe is blooming. I'm okay with taking a safety. I mean, if I said I wouldn't be willing to take a safety early, I'm okay with taking a safety early. You got to be sure on your evaluation of it. I would get where they would be coming from with Starks potentially, where they would just be really sold on his fit to the defense and the versatility that he would provide. And maybe the team wants to open up to more 3 safety looks into the future, which could be informing it a little bit. But in general terms, that is the way that this does play out with the safety class in that way, is that it's very hard for safeties to get picked high. I think that in regards to the questions I think about now that you're talking about, it's sort of in the relation of, you take Starks at 19, you took Earl at 12. I think Kyle Hamilton went around 12. There does feel like a little bit of a different upside with those two guys versus Starks, as much as I do like him. I have him as a first round grade. I think I'd be more aligned to want to see him in sort of that 25, 26 first round rather than in the 19 range of first round. But if the team got totally sold on him, Thrill House, I could get that. I could see how Mike could fall in love with him as a player, being a guy that has that ultimate flexibility, which Mike is really going to find appealing. Not to mention as much as, Kobe Bryant has kind of solidified himself in there. He is going into the final year of his deal, and this would be allowing you to get up ahead of that so that you're not held over the stump a little bit on that deal to have to get it done because you have no real great options available and you have to feel like you do it. You have to do it. And Saquon was a good back for me too, Lee Lance. I definitely liked him a lot. I signed off and thought he should absolutely be a top 5 pick. The only thing I was worried about with him was a little bit of that being 5'9", 5'8"-ish kind of size as he was, but it's not limited him in the least. Yeah, that was a great question on the best prospect. I'm trying to think of one that, I will say the one that drives back to me back in the day that still to me gets stuck in my craw that just really does piss me off is the Randy Moss one. And Moss had an insane amount of baggage. He really did coming out. I confirmed this with Randy Mueller. But that was when I was watching him on tape out of Marshall, I was like, go get this guy. Go get this guy. go get this guy. I didn't know he was going to become what he became necessarily, but I was like, he was going to fall a little bit in that draft. And that guy, you could tell, was going to be something special. John, I hate having a defensive-minded head coach because we have to replace the OC all the time. Hopefully they can stabilize it with a guy who's no threat to leave, but good enough. That'd be nice. That would be nice. Chad says, my biggest gripe about Pete Carroll was always going for first-time coordinators. I hope the Hawks get an ex-head coach, OC like Peterson, McCarthy, or Dennis Allen. I'd be okay with that. I thought Dennis Allen was a... Am I wrong on that? I thought he was more of a defensive coach. I could be wrong on that and getting confused with somebody. But I'm of the same way, Chad. I'd like to see us get something that's a little bit more certain, a little bit less of the question marks, a little bit of the potential, but you don't know what you're getting thing. I think I'd like to get more of a certainty like you would. James says, Brandon, I'd have to go with Warren Moon, but Elway Marino was good, but the mental game of Brady, wow. Yeah, it's hard to look past that with Brady. Certainly some of the best, and maybe the best in the sport's ever seen in that way. And Moon, how about that guy? Not able to get drafted because of some of the dumb outlooks of quarterbacks, in that way. New master wants Russell Wilson as the new OC. Maybe so, man. Maybe so. Grandizer, what year did the Hawks Nest start? 2018-19? I think we were 19 is when we started. Just wonder who the oldest Seahawks content creator is and if they're still active. I would say it's probably Norb Cam. Norb, I think, started rolling back in 12. I believe. John's to say Andrew Luck and Myles Garrett. Those are two good ones too, John. Andrew's very close to Elway. I think Elway had him a little more beat because I think Elway's a little more faster than he was even coming out. Not to mention he had a stronger arm than Elway. Jason says, I haven't seen much on Geno's deep ball numbers. Anyone know how he stacks up? I haven't seen anything on that either. I know that he's made big-time throws is at higher rate as anybody in football the past couple of years, but high-level throws are sometimes the 20 yards and more throws, which aren't necessarily deep ball throws. Either does Brando on a similar note, is there a prospect that was highly drafted and established themselves as a way better player than you fathomed they could have been? Like, wow, I never saw that coming. These are really good questions, you guys. I didn't really like Jared Goff or Baker Mayfield coming out at the quarterback position. I wasn't really sure that those guys could become solid pros. Not even getting to being star, just solid pros. I thought that they were really overdrafted as number one picks at the time. So I'd probably go to them, I guess. I'd probably lean there with that. It's a great question. Some of these questions I have to kind of spend some time thinking about, I think. Sam Hutchinson, thanks for the $5 donation, Sam. If they do another in-house hire, I'll lose my mind. Green Bay OC would be perfect. Former left tackle in college, coached offensive line run game before promotion to OC. There you go, Sam. There you go. I'm less of a guy myself at this point that's got a certain guy in mind. It's to your point. It's more of the check the boxes as far as the guy's been an OC before in the NFL. He's got success as an offensive coordinator. He's got an ability to understand. He's got to be balanced in the nature of the run game that he runs. Give me a guy in that mode. I don't want the in-house hired. I don't want the guy that you're taking the swing on that you don't know what you're going to get, that you really got to kind of get advanced on it. I want to make sure that it's a guy that we are knowing what we're getting. So I like your direction of it. That guy would be fine for me on that side of it. I'm not going to be super specific on this one because it is just get that guy that's check. And I think we're going to be good, Sam. I do. But Yeah, I'm the same way. No in-house hires. That wouldn't be great. Though I do say that, Sam, saying that I do think that Pete's is probably the leader in the clubhouse right now to be that in-house hire. I don't say it with the happiness in my heart necessarily, but it does look like they've already started to kind of lay the groundwork for it to be Pete's. Just the way that it kind of feels. King Bomber, I do remember hearing something about Hawkblogger not being the biggest fan of your content. I know he dislikes Brennan Nelson. Not sure about you, though. Yeah, I got just that's the bit of the impression I get with this too as well, which is okay. I mean, there's different flavors for everybody, different guys who like stuff. Not everyone's going to like you. You know what I mean on that? So I get it. I got no ill will there. And like I said, I think that Brian and the folks over there do really great work. I think that they've had a great channel there. And as I said, I think he's done a really, really good job with the questions there and what he's asking and whatnot on that side of it. And some of the questions that he's probing with. Really good stuff. But yeah, I think it's a little bit of that, King Bomber, in my opinion. And if that's that way, there's not much inroads there for as far as doing a lot of collabs. Ethan says, thanks for being so cool and responding to the chat, Brandon. You truly are the best when it comes to Seahawks coverage. Well, thank you, Ethan. I love having these interactions with you guys. It's a lot of fun for me. I always learn something, and you always got me laughing. Always got me thinking. I love to do what I get to do, man. This is such a pleasure and honor to get to do it. It's easy being able to do this. Jason does, do lateral hires have to be green-lighted by an OC's current team? Yeah, Jason, they do. But I would tend to believe that an OC would be let go of that team if, for instance, he's not able to call the plays, but an OC. I don't think that they're going to hold that guy over the barrel if he wanted to go. If it's him as a play caller trying to be pulled laterally, then they're probably not going to let him go. But if you're talking about some of these guys that have a head coach that's calling the plays and there's the OC, you can pull that guy over, I would say. Very kind of you, Ethan, to say that, man. I appreciate that. Wilbert, how you doing, man? 76 Kingdom, what's the deal with Drew Waller? I can only attest to the fact that I think Penn State's spending a gargantuan amount of money to keep him in Penn State for another year. Because I think he's one of those quintessential guys that would get through the pre-draft process of evaluation and people would start to do a lot of math really fast and he would quickly become a top 10 quarterback, if not the number one quarterback in this class. But it doesn't make a lot of sense on it as to why he doesn't come out if that is the case. Maybe they don't have that evaluation on him. Maybe he hasn't heard that as but I don't know how you don't when you have a class like this that is a little weaker, where it seems like that kind of guy would have more of that opportunity to ascend. But he could change his mind. He goes and has playoff success. He starts to get more of a heat around the fact that he's going to be a guy that'll be a top 10, top 5 potential pick, maybe even the number 1 overall section. You might see Aller change his mind on this one. John says, what team could Geno do the best on? Well, I wouldn't even think there's a potential there with like Rex Ryan goes to the Jets. You want to go send him to the Jets? Maybe a team that could get something out of him. He's going to go to a much better offensive line than the one that he's been playing on here, I would think, John, with the investment that they put in recent years. We'll see if Garrett Wilson would still want to be traded at that point. As far as other landing spots or the best landing spot for him to go outside of that, I don't know. Maybe Cleveland. That could be a team that's maybe in play on it. Still come back to New York, especially Rex Ryan and being his former head coach, and he'd probably sign off on that. And Jets need a bridge there, and he's got the line in place in front of him. Flag, who's your biggest prospect miss? Guys you thought were going to be really good, but weren't. I think Trevor Lawrence has been kind of a miss for me. I thought he'd be better. I didn't think he was generational like some was talking, but I did think he was going to be better than he's been as a player. I thought John Ross would be better than he was as a player. They were really impressive at UW. I didn't know if he was going to be a star, but I didn't think he was going to be a complete bust like he was. There's definitely more. I try to forget about him, Flag. I try to exercise him out of my mind. Man, who's another one? I'll try to think about some more. Nobody's coming to mind right now at the moment, but I'm definitely spacing on some dudes. Cobbler socks. Space, how you doing, man? Flag says Nelson, full-time Seahawks content creator, part-time ASMSR content creator. You got to earn a living, man. John, they were calling Drew that in live stream chat. I almost spit my drink out in all hysterical laughter. Jason, thanks for the clarity, Brandon. Anytime, man. Anytime. Kick up. I enjoy Hawk Blogger, but I prefer your streams because you respond to chat questions and takes instead of just having a one-sided discussion. I'm not what drives this for sure, King kicks up. I mean, I know the guy that didn't get talking a lot and blabbing a lot on this thing, but it's not empty lip service to say that I do think that this is a channel that if it's a channel that ascends in that way that you guys talk about this, it ascends in this way, not because of me, but because of you guys. And because this is something that we've been able to foster and build together in this way of this community. And that is the thing that is ultimately the most important rather than, my individual takes or whether I'm bringing something to play that's just something next level as far as I don't believe in that. I think that it's more of the collective brain power here that brings about the best discussions, the most interesting discussions. And it's where I find myself leading into on that. And I think that that's what makes this place what it is. And I love that about this. That's why it's where people say it's hard work. It's not hard work. You know, I blink my eyes and 4 hours go past. It's like that. And it's because you just have me so connected with you guys and what you're doing and where we're at. And we're all on that same page of what we're trying to do here. Nobody's kind of operating with an agenda or trying to dunk on one another or let me show you how I'm brilliant versus you're dumb and I'm brilliant. And let's just have that great open discussion and take it every which way that's going to take us. And I think from that, there comes a lot of entertainment on that, I believe. And that's what is at the root of this channel, I think. And it's nothing with me, you know, I'm as much just kind of a figurehead on that. Gaming Taco says, Brandon, what happened with you and Hawk Blogger that makes you think he doesn't like you? I don't think it's not that he doesn't like me. But there was a stream and I watched the stream. So I saw him say it where he was asked, I think it was our own Garth Knight back in the day presented to him and said, hey, what do you think about collabing with Brendan or Brandon? And he said he was not a fan of either, was his response back to them. So that's pretty clear in what he's saying at that point. I've subtly at times reached out to, like I say, the old guard that's out there that I get without being specific and naming names to you guys on this. There are guys that I've reached to on the old guard of what I'd call Hawk content channel creators, and you just don't get a warm reception back. That's what I say, that there seems to be some kind of feeling there that I don't know what to make of. And I don't understand why, and I'm not operating in the same place. I would love to do collabs with all of these folks, but not all people feel that same way on it. And people there's things that are just kind of the way it is on this for whatever reason with that. This happens times with Niner content creators, where there's Niner content creators at each other's neck for whatever reason, where you think that they would be just ultimately a big collaboration thing. And that's what helps us all best. And, as I said, this isn't a rivalry. This ain't a finite situation where there's only so many eyeballs and we all got to compete for the eyeballs. It's like the more people that are doing great content on YouTube, the more it pulls eyeballs to YouTube to look for Seahawks content, and the more we all benefit. But yeah, I saw the message posted on a Gaming Taco. It's also the general thing that I've heard in the background from people within my own chat and raising this to those folks in the background of that. So it's been kind of confirmed at times as well. But like I said, I've also done some soft reaching out at times, and it's just kind of you don't get a warm reception back, which is fine. I don't take anything from it. But again, why you don't see collabs then from it is because of that. And that seems to be driven from kind of one area on that than the other. Because I'll talk with anybody. I love chatting. If you're a Hawk fan, I'll love talking to you. Love it. Yeah, I don't know why Drew Aller's not declaring this year either, King Bomber. He's going to rise up the charts. Like his physical skill set is easily going to push him up. And bare minimum, even if those other first two quarterbacks were still going to go ahead of him, he goes to the Raiders at 8. But maybe he doesn't want to go to the Raiders. Can't blame him for that. KC thinking Geno's traded. Think he might be. Might be, man. I think that everything's kind of opened up right now as a possibility here to look at as far as what they're going to do as far as taking their approach this offseason. Mike Tech, 4-hour stream after an OC's fired. I'm confused. Well, I do a 4 or 5 hour stream, Mike Tech, whenever I go live. That's just kind of our standard issue here. We could be talking about a practice squad players, and I'd probably find a way to stretch it to 6 hours. Lethal Lance, the chat interactions with makes Brandon special. Best place to have Hawks discourse. Thank you, Lethal Lance. I appreciate that, man. That's definitely the goal here. If I can say that that's what the intention is. So if I'm hitting it, then that's definitely the mark we're looking to land on. Aubernicus, well, B, Hawk Blogger might hate you, but you'll always have my number one. No homo. Oh, thank you, Aubernicus. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. And we maybe sync up eventually on this. So you never know with this kind of thing. You never know. Flag Sabbath, David Moore. There we go, Flag. That was one I thought would be good. That's a great poll. The guard out of Grambling, human bowling ball. I thought he'd be a good guard. I did too. I thought that guy was a steal as well. Not a top-end talent, but you're like, ooh, here's your diamond in the rough. I think he was one of the best linemen at the Senior Bowl. Man, I thought that guy was going to be better than he turned out. Nelson kills me with the free agency streams, just munching cereal into the mic. You get hungry sometimes, man. You get hungry. Anchor.B, Josh McDaniels, Bill O'Brien thoughts. More spread concept guys. Bill maybe not, O'Brien not as much, Josh as much, but neither of those guys get me too excited as OCs. King Bomber, 20K subs by week 1. Book it. Oh, yeah. No, we'll get there by that point for sure, King Bomber. For sure. The Lance, long time ago, but offensive tackle Jason Spriggs for me. I remember that one, too. I remember that one. Yeah, he was good. Hand grenade, we need a Hawks Nest, Brandon Nelson, and Seahawks podcast. Brandon in for a collab. Our team will win the Super Bowl if that happens. I think it would. And I'm going to have Brandon back on again here at some point. Moso says, well, that's kind of rude. You got to make top tier content. He wasn't mean about it or anything with it, you know. I don't think there was anything with Brian on it where he's like, you know, he wasn't being an a-hole or anything with it. He just kind of gave him where his opinion was with it. And, you know, it's the thing I said to people, because there's times, you know, where I get people that will really bristle at me. And it's something that I had to take a long time to realize, because you come into it and you go, well, you know, try to get it, we'll appeal to everybody. You know, everybody will like me. I'll try to, you know, we want to, and I got to the understanding on this that you're not going to have everybody like you, and that there's always going to be the segment of the out there. And some of it is on me to make sure that I'm doing everything I can to not be, you know, detestable and not be, you know, to where it makes it easy to get to that place. I just think there's a natural thing where you have people that just don't align in the way, you know, just not the cup of tea kind of thing. And that was more of the impression I got with it than anything else. I don't think there's anything, you know, there was, you know, him being mean about or anything with that. He wasn't rude or anything in that way of it. Just kind of, I think, just the feeling of it there a little bit. And we maybe eventually we'll figure something out. You never know. Carter says, yeah, I did see that from Lock Blogger. I don't get it. Maybe he's scared of competition. I don't either. I do think there's a little bit of a feeling on this in competition where there's maybe a sense of this, that there's just a finite amount of eyeballs to watch football, and that people are only going to consume so much football content. And so if they're watching this guy, they're not watching us, and we're losing out on that. And I don't think it goes that way. I think you guys are continuously consuming content. I think you bounce from here to over there. And the more we have really good content on YouTube, the more it's a better place for getting the maximized amount of eyeballs onto it. It's a good thing. It's a real good thing. New Master Basement topless baby oil wrestling match. You're my boy, Blue. Lethal, from what I can tell, most Seahawks YouTubers have better take than the mainstream people like Salk and that horrible show, Bump and Stacy. This is where the new model's going to. This is where the new model going to. The radio's dying out. And it may not be here in the long-term future, quite frankly. That business model is failing. And it's failing because of the reasons that kind of you mentioned with This Lethal Lance, where when you look at the personalities on those, when you look at the way that they cover topics, when you look at how deep or not deep they get into topics, this is why it's going away. I think that the radio stations got to live a little bit high on the hog for the years, where you're on, everybody's stuck in traffic, they got to turn you on. You know, you got sort of forced ears, forced eyes on you a little bit at times because there's not those other options available to you. But now we're in this new age and podcasting and you get internet anywhere, and now there's competition. And I agree with you. I think that not just myself, but I think from a Brendan or a Hawk blogger, I mean, it speaks to the fact, like I spoke about with Brian, that he gets there and he gets media credentials, and he's not a guy that's necessarily comes from a, you know, media background like some of these other reporters for the Hawks. But if you go person by person through that contingent of people that ask questions this year and actually ask really good questions, in-depth questions, questions that were going to force the coaches to have to come out with a real viable answer, he was better than anybody else in that respect this year. And that's what I think you do see from these folks here on YouTube, is folks that are care and they want to do a great job and they want to provide the best content. Not just we're going to get through the day with you guys on the radio today and fill space, but try to entertain you and try to inform you and put it all together. It's hard to do, but that's, I think, why you see this one overtaking the other market. The other one's gotten bored and tired and lame. I don't think John Brian's hating on me at all, guys. I don't think Brian or it was just asked John on if he wanted to collab with us, and he just wasn't, I think his exact words wasn't much of a fan. I'm not a fan of that. We've got enough guests. We've got enough people that we have on the channel. We don't want to have these other more. So it's not a hate, or there's no nefarious thing to it. It just wasn't feeling it, you know, not feeling the B&B, John. They're not feeling the B&B action on this one. I appreciate you having my back, John. I know you do. And Grenada's going to be really awkward if Portland ever gets an NFL team in the future. Going to have to fight over the Hawks market. Yeah, it'll get a little odd. It'll get a little odd. Even the HawksNest and Seahawks, Brandon Nelson, are the true goats. We have the best community here. The channels individually and the B&B show are wonders of the world. Ooh, very kind of you to say. I love that, man. I like Brendan because he's definitely more black and white. You need that sometimes. Indeed. He's very good at what he does. That's why I love working with him. James says, my brother said what you expect. Joy has a degree in knee padology from Bartender Academy. Gay Taco, Brando, have you ever thought of doing a franchise rebuild on Madden and live streaming it? I did, yeah. I tried to do it on last year's Madden. Inherently, here's the problem that's at play here, Gaming Taco, is that Madden is basically kind of took a warm, wet dump all over their franchise mode. It's something that they do begrudgingly, and they put no effort into it. And so what happens here is that it's a complete mess. And specifically, if you're going to do the rebuild Madden and say, hey, let's do this like I'm going to do it in Madden, and here's an equivalency dollar for dollar, the first thing that stands out in how they do this, Gaming Taco, is the contracts and the way that you're able to move money or not move money or adjust stuff. You can't do any of that stuff on there. It's very restricted. And so when I tried to do it before Gaming Taco, it ended up departing very far out of the world of reality. You know, it was very pie in the sky, like this isn't even in the close to replicating what I'm trying to replicate to show you the path I'd like to see the Hawks take here with this offseason. So I tried it, but it just was, it's, if they just put a little more effort into their franchise mode and cared about it. But for them, you know, it's about the MUT mode and getting the cards and building your super teams up on something completely online mode, completely separated at that point from the franchise. Flag Sabbath, Brandon's rad because he will banish trolls to the void with quickness. Sloppy one, Brandon, what do you think about the season Julian Love put together? Top notch. I think he's a top 10 safety in this sport. I don't think he's a necessarily difference maker, but he's really, really, really solid. Kind of a Pro Bowl level player that you get out at the safety position. And he's on a pretty good contract for us. He's not extremely expensive. So I think he had a really solid year for you. Great fit for the defense. Top 10 level safety. You know, if you had 10 of Julian Loves across the board kind of on your defense, you're going to have a hell of a defense. Where's Barry Sanders? We don't have a Barry Sanders back in this draft. We got a lot of robots in this draft. We got a lot of the we got a lot of anti-Barry Sanders in this draft, Casey. Ethan, the Hawks Nest, that 2019 Collier draft was one we could have definitely benefited from a trade back. Looking back, not a good defensive tackle in sight, wide receivers, cornerbacks, O-line for days in that second round. True. And you stretched for LJ because you had a need. You know, part of where we went wrong with drafting prior was we drifted heavily into need rather than value. Part of why we've done so well in drafting in recent years is now we're back to value. GSD, what other hobbies other than football? I watch basketball, WD, and do knitting. Oh, I love playing basketball. I like playing basketball. I don't like watching the modern sport as much on that. Hobbies, I like playing video games myself. I like writing still. I'm working on a sequel to my novel. We're actually going to do a novel reading this year as we get into the off season over my Twitch channel. So I'll let you guys know about that at some point. Flag, seriously, Seahawks content creators have been throwing the heat this season. I like that about everyone. Don't really watch Corbin Smith or Nor, but I watch most everyone else. I appreciate that, Flag. And I feel like everyone does a really good job and works really hard. And that's worth lauding because I can attest to it that this ain't always the easiest of work on, especially when you got to put so much into it. And that they do that and they put that work in and nobody's lazy about their process with that. It's really cool. Granted, as our Hawks Nest, it's because Brando has Pumpkin. She intimidates those other content creators. They don't have a cuter, more adorable cat. I admit, I was just not prepared for Pumpkin's cuteness. Very well could be it, man. Very well could be it. Thrill House, would Steve Rabel be a good content creator for the Hawks Nest? He would. Maybe, probably. He'd have some great stories. I'd love to have him on as a guest at some point. I think I've reached out to him on Twitter. It's hard nailing some of these guys down on interviews, though. John says one thing about Bill O'Brien, he could coach Deshaun Watson. That's just because he knew all of the good massage parlors in town, John. That's the only reason. Gen X US Marine. It's all good, Brandon. I'm not a fan of the Hawk Vlogger channel. That whole crew is just whining and complaining to me. Yeah, they got their style there over there on their side. They do. I appreciate that, though. Maybe someday on that. We'll see. Sack of mucus. Hawks Nest, what would it take for one B&B show in the hot tub? I can't do it, Sack of mucus. There's too many extra vibes on that one that would be too bit awkward, I think. Plus, I'm in my mid-40s at this point, and I've kept myself in good shape, but nobody wants to see a man in his mid-40s with his shirt off. That's not going to be fun for anybody. Alberdickus, the Seahawks collabs this year were really great. Loved hearing everyone's opinions. Oh, thank you, man. I think we had some great ones out there. Separate of this channel, too. Dan Viens is out there kicking ass. Hawk Zone out there kicking ass, too. A lot of good stuff out there. Ethan, last question, Brandon. Thoughts on Kobe Bryant as our strong safety for the foreseeable future? And in your opinion, what is the best Seahawks team to not make the Super Bowl? Great question. In regards to Kobe Bryant, I'm not as sold necessarily on the future here. I'd like to see another season of him doing it for a full season and make a determination at that point. Very encouraged by what I see. I'm open to the possibility, but it is a half season at play at this point. I want to see it for a full year. So, and part of the nice part, even of course, having him on still a single year left of his rookie deal is you'll be able to do that. And in regards to the team that should have won the Super Bowl but did not, or yeah, the best team to not win a Super Bowl. Well, I think I would probably definitely say the 14 team was still so strong. The injuries got them. That would be the kind of the easy answer, but that's a cheat, Ethan, because that's not to the heart of what you mean with your question. So the one that I would probably go to would be, I think it was the 2003 Seattle Seahawks, but it's the game where you lost to the Rams at home and Matt Hasselbeck had a late throw where he threw it into Ingram and Ingram was usually sure-handed and Ingram dropped the ball. That was a game that you had at home in that first round. That was a pretty good team. You were in that right place of young, but you were really strong. You were super talented across the board. I think it was 03, I want to say. That would probably be the one that would come to mind for me. GSD says, what's the biggest disagreement you and Brendan had? We've had a few rows over some things. There was one thing we were talking about last year. I'm trying to figure out. My brain's going to mush a little bit on this one, but we had one disagreement about something. I was going back and forth with him on. It might have been something around Geno last year. I forget. But we tend to see things fairly similarly. Sometimes he gets to stuff a little earlier than I eventually do get to on it, like a Coach Carroll firing, you know. He had the bag on his head a little bit before I did. But I would think something maybe along the Geno side of it, maybe a little bit on that disagreement. Maybe last year at some point we had some differences of opinion, I want to say. We certainly have had some different outlooks on prospects. Gimme Taco, how did Big Cat not make the Pro Bowl? Bro had the most sacks by a defensive tackle and a pick six. Because it's reputationally based, number one. And that's a big part of it. I think Derek Dexter Lawrence made it and he was injured half the year. That's a big issue with it. The other part is the East Coast bias, which factors into and can't be undersold. That is a bit of a part of it that you always feel. You feel that on coaching awards. You'll feel that on, Coach Carroll never winning a Coach of the Year. John Schneider never winning General Manager of the Year. This is where I say, if you're going to win an award in Seattle, if you're going to be an MVP like Sean Alexander was in 2005, Gaming Taco, you've got to set a record to do that. You got to be like setting 28 touchdowns in a season, new NFL record, almost 1,900 yards. It's got to be almost undeniable to get that trophy, to get that award. And if you're not that, then you're going to lose it out to somebody who might be a little bit lesser in what they pulled off. Key says it's a black omen to journey back to the NCAA and poor health, says Kent Orlock. Chosen one, we're Costco guys. Of course we love this Kirkland signature version of this offense. We're Costco guys. Oh. Amin says, bless Corbin. Wife had cancer. I'm all too familiar with. Oh, hopefully did she get through it okay, Amin? Hopefully so. Remember they're hearing there was something kind of going on there and I didn't have a chance to check on it. 76 Kingdom, can we trade for Kyle Pitts? He possibly could. Wouldn't shock me if Atlanta puts him on the open market. They've just not been able to tap into that very talented player. He had that brutal interception with Penix a couple weeks ago, which might stand in their minds a bit as they go into this offseason, and has not been ultra productive there. Gibbs says, I personally think offensive line is a priority, but there are other decisions which need to be made. It'll be interesting to see what the franchise does. It will, Gibson. A lot of different directions that they can go on this. You know, a lot of different directions. John Robinson, thanks for the $10 donation, John. That's very kind of you, brother. I really appreciate that. Says, how can you not love the iconic B&B? Well, I appreciate that, John. It's been so good for both of our channels with me and Brendan to be able to do this. I have a great time doing with it every week, being able to chop into this stuff and go kind of end to end on this team in every which way. You know, he looks at it every bit as deeply as I do on this. And there's always usually something he's got that I haven't thought about that is brought into consideration when we are able to go back and forth. So I'm glad that the show has been so popular with both of our audiences. And it's something that I know we're looking really a lot forward to this offseason and going back at it with free agency and how we do with the draft, John. And it's a lot of fun. Just part of where I'm very blessed to be able to have a guy like Brendan out there doing it in this way and that we can, you know, lean on each other in that way. And I'm going to hope to foster some of these same kind of relationships as we are here with Hawk Zone and with Dan Viennes and getting some more of these people on a kind of consistent basis, because the show is at its best the more, you know, people you can kind of get in here on that, I think, you know, John. But Brendan does great work over there. He's kicking ass and taking names this year. I think he's going to be getting some Bleacher Report gigs himself on that side, well earned, which is good to hear. And super stoked about the future, John. Super excited. Chosen one, Sean Alexander runs a little like Sean Alexander. A little bit. Jen says, I like your channel, Brandon, because you're down to earth. You're a very chill dude and give outstanding commentary on the games. Hawk Blogger doesn't do that yet at all. Thank you, man. I do appreciate that. I really do. Definitely a chill area here, man. We're hanging back. And, you know, I'm not any smarter than anybody else in this chat. I just happen to be doing a channel, you know, on that side of it. And I love what I get to do, Gen X. You know, I'm so blessed to get to do this. This is such a unique opportunity to be able to go live like this. It's 12 at night right now. I don't have to think about getting up at 8 in the morning, getting out to the job. I get to just, you know, dip into the pool and swim around with you guys and talk Hawks all night. As I say, it's a kid in a candy store. John says you can change the contracts around too much. It doesn't match reality. It's laborious. That's the way I felt too, John. It feels laborious. And you want kind of a reality from Madden when you do that of it feels like you're doing from real life. And really this is where Madden's dumb, where it's like there's so much of a market for this that they ignore because of the MUT team stuff. And their concentration is just on getting people to spend more money after they buy the game. But it's ruined the franchise mode. Gaming Taco, Brando, have you ever met a Seahawks player or coach? A couple years ago, when Jadeveon Clowney was on the team, I had he Cranks, one of our folks here in the chat. I haven't seen him for a bit actually, but he's still on my friends list. But our guy hooked me up with Jadeveon Clowney, and we were playing some Warzone. I was running with Jadeveon on that, which was kind of interesting, and he's a good dude. Had a chance in preseason. I went down in training camp, and I was staying at a hotel that was right next door to Dino's, the bar that's, you know, next to the facility out there in Renton. And I was actually able to run into John Schneider and have a little quick kind of 5-minute conversation with John, which was kind of cool. Good dude. Jason says 2011 Seahawks might have done some damage if the defense wouldn't have gave the game away in the final seconds against the Falcons. Oh, you meant 2012 Seahawks. That's probably the best one, Jason. Because that team was really getting hot at the end of the year. And you felt like they had already kind of solved the Niners. They were going to go back to the Niners if they could beat that Falcons game. And then if you match them up against that Baltimore Ravens team, I think you've got a good chance of winning that game. So probably the 2012 Hawks is probably the right answer. That's better than mine. Gave you my sucks. Holy the angry name. That's what it was. We were arguing about the Broncos offensive line. And he was right. They were better and more improved. I didn't realize they had jumped up that way. So he was actually correct on that one. John says, what's all this trade for McCarthy crap never happened? I don't see it happening either, John. The Vikings are sitting in the catbird seat here to be able to request whatever they want. And there's going to be some team out there, I think, desperate to throw them the king's ransom. And I don't want to pay max prices for a guy coming off that injury who I didn't particularly love coming out. That seems like not the right pathway. It seems like more of a pathway when you go for McCarthy, John, here of, man, there are no options. We got to desperately go get this guy. That doesn't seem like a intelligent way to attack this quarterback position or the pathway to success at the quarterback position. HawksNest, what did you think of Najee Harris coming out? I don't remember him as a prospect, but man, every single time I watched him, it looks like he's running in mud or bricks in his shoes. That was my feeling as well, that I just didn't think, especially with some of the Alabama backs that have come out, like a Josh Jacobs, where there always is at least some explosion there from those guys, that burst. And with Najee Harris, I mean, it's beyond the 40 time, which we get caught up with on running back prospects. It is really the burst. I want the 151. I want the 152. I don't want the 160, 161. And that's a little bit like where he's at, where he just doesn't have that burst. And so, yeah, he runs tough. Yeah, he's a bigger back. But boy, yeah, you're right. Feels like he's kind of running in mud at times. Do you think Jaylen Warren's so much better? Yeah, he's got that explosiveness. I think with Warren, it's just that he's had some injuries come up. He's got a bit like the Walker thing, where more dynamic than the number one back, but just not, maybe that doesn't have necessarily the body to be able to sustain as a full-time back. With Lance, Stan's fair and accurate. He is. Stan does good work. Amin says thyroid cancer, not sure. Blessings to her. Well, blessings to her. Well, hopefully she got over that well. I've got my own little thyroid issues. 76, Kirkland brand's the new Kmart. It is. I can't knock it. I got a few Kirkland brand things, though, I'm sure. John says you could do the hot tub time machine and reminisce over great Seahawks moments. That's true. Yeah, let's gonna hit the off button, everybody. Let's have a productive off season. Go Hawks. Hey, go Hawks on that one. Probably will start to kind of put a bit of a button on this one here as we wind down a bit. Amin says, rest in peace, Bon Marché, Bellevue Square. Oh, that sucks, man. Are they closing up? I don't like hearing that. Kind of an institution. Malls are dying out, though, aren't they? Save the Geese, Hawk Blogger, and the other similar channels also only respond to super chats. That's why their shows only go an hour at most. Yeah, it's very unusual what I do here. I know that too. It definitely catches people like, oh, why do you find the comments in the chat? But part of it too is just this is that community we have where it's not just your typical chats. I think sometimes you get in chats where it's like people being trolls or just saying random crap. We have people that raise deeply interesting topics at times in here that are worthwhile beyond just, you know, the dono game. Love the donos, but definitely I love the chat too and what's spoken about in it. There's some good stuff in the chat. There always is, man. I wouldn't go for as long as there wasn't. 76 brick and mortar stores going out of business right and left. Boy, it stood out to me going back to Linwood a couple years ago where they stacked like 5,000 unit complexes on top of the Alderwood Mall. You're looking at that and you're like, what are we doing here? I guess they're just trying to find a way to save the mall spaces, I suppose, if they're going to kind of close eventually. Slowly One says, damn, Warzone with Clowney is dope. He was intense. When the 6'6" monster's screaming at you of where you're at, where's my coverage? Your butt puckers. I definitely knew he had the dog in him after playing with Warzone. You know what I mean? There's no doubt about Clowney being a competitor. This is why I've hammered for wanting to bring Clowney back. Like he is a competitive sucker. Like he wanted to go out. He wasn't just like playing video games. He's like, we are winning this. Let's go. And I wasn't good at Warzone at the time, so I'm like throwing the trophy system on the side of a wall. It's brutal. So Obi-Wan, what is John like? Did he command the room? I don't know if there was much command the room. I caught him coming out I was sitting down, he was walking out. I said, "Hey, John, what's up?" It was kind of cool. He knew who I was. He was like, "Oh man, you've really mastered the algorithm." And we got into a little bit of a discussion about that and whatnot. But he was a really nice guy. He spent a little bit of time with me. Didn't have to do that. And just asked him a little bit about the season and what was going on, where his head was at a little bit too. But he's good people. Amin says, I had a Cinnabon with Mabane at B Square. That was awesome. He seems like a cool guy to chop it up with, Amin. Seems like a really smart guy. So I think he should have told John to drink less and scout more O-line. Oh, yeah, you know. Wasn't trying to burn any bridges. Plus, I've been a little bit hypocritical of me with my beer sitting in front of me. Connor says, if Sam Darnold has another bad performance in the loss to the Rams, the wild card, I don't think the Vikings will move McCarthy anyways. I could see that as well, Connor. If they're going to move him, they're going to want maximum returns. I really see it could be just as likely that this story ends up going to where they just keep them both anyway. I mean, is there an argument to be made here that maybe you get more value from McCarthy a year removed from the surgery next year? And then you've got another year of looking at Darnold to determine where he's really at. JSD says, what's your favorite food, Brando? It's not going to be a fun one on this one. Popcorn's always been, for whatever reason, my kind of favorite food. I like that white cheddar smart food stuff, man. I like doing different stuff with popcorn. You want to do a little marshmallow in there, but I love me some popcorn still to this day. It's definitely my kind of guilty pleasure. I like fresh popcorn, air popcorn, melted butter, you know. Probably my favorite on that. I'm a very bad foodie though. I'm simple, I'm basic. I'm one of those eat to survive guys rather than live to eat. I eat to live kind of guys, you know. A gaming says, Brandon, what did you and John talk about? So it was really about this 5-minute conversation, but it was just, I first just expressed to him. I said, hey man, thanks for being good at your job. You being good at your job helps me be good at what I do. Because I have a much more of a potential of doing good things if you guys are successful. And that's the truth. And he says, like, thank you for that. He's like, and then he was like, oh, you've really mastered the algorithm. He's like, I see your videos always coming up on my feed, which of course I was like, oh, wait, he's watching my stuff. Hold on, and then I felt a tinge of guilt because I think I had a little bit of a slightly negative video I had released about 2 days prior that started to go through my mind where I went, ooh, wait, did he watch that video? But then I asked him straight up because I can tell people pretty quickly about whether they're going to lie about something or not. And I said, how you feeling about the season, John? And he got a little bit nervous and he kind of moved back and forth from one foot to the next a little bit. And he's like, it's always a little bit of there's always a bit of a luck. It wasn't a, we're going to go out and tear the world on fire response. Let's put it that way. There was a little bit of a, well, yeah, I feel good with this. And then I asked him a little bit about Carroll, and he said that Carroll's coming back into the frame on things and that there's a little bit of obviously kind of some bitterness there, but that he feels like they will get him back into kind of the fold to some degree. You know what I mean? So Brando seems like a Kirkland vodka guy. I'm actually a very infrequent drinker. I've drank less now more than I've ever had in my life. I never was a big drinker, but I find myself less and less as I get older. But if I'm in a bar with a beer after a long day in the sun, yeah. Hell yeah. Todd, anyone notice that after DK took the headset from another coach to yell at Ryan Grubb, that although Grubb said we need to get DK the ball more, I feel he intentionally tried to punish Metcalf? Very well could have been the case, Todd. There's definitely a difference in how you utilize DK, in this season. I've thought that some of it is the injury thing with him, and maybe he was just diminished by injuries, and so they just had him as kind of a decoy out there. But you stopped using him as much of a focal point in the offense around that midseason point and onwards. So maybe it could have very well just have been the headset on top of that too. Amin says, yep, long time ago, 2010 maybe. Appreciate you. Appreciate you too, Amin. He had his wife and child in the stroller. I was lost in my own role, and Mabane was to the left. Oh, there we go. Were you lost in the jelly roll? Slubby says, okay, that smart cheddar stuff is bomb. Man, it's what it is, it's a memory thing. I remember being back as a kid in the YMCA with this like overnight YMCA thing that we did, and we're watching movies, and they brought out this white cheddar popcorn at the time, which I never experienced throughout the whole rest of my childhood ever again. It was like this magical moment of this tastes like heaven in my mouth. And then I could never find it again. It was like randomly served to us that night. And then Smart Food came along at one point a few years back, and it was like, oh, here it is again. I'm back to heaven. I just love popcorn, though. It's definitely a guilty pleasure. Albert Nicholas, did you challenge John to 1-1 in Madden? I should have. I should have. Rand, I've had more popcorn the last 2 weeks than ever. I went to the movies. Truffle oil on top of popcorn's addicting. There's so many little things you can do with popcorn like that, Thrill House. It's like little truffle oil. You can do, like a little bit of the melted marshmallow. I've got a great marshmallow technique where I can perfectly get the marshmallow where it just starts to go from being in that hardened state that it doesn't caramelize, and it's just perfect as you drip it over the top. You can mix popcorn so much. 76 says popcorn with chocolate, Lucky Charms. That works too. There's so many different variants you can do with it. Baby, do you guys like the controversial black licorice? I'll eat it. I ain't reaching for it. Like, let's get this. It's like you'll begrudgingly take it. Like, hey, you want some of this black licorice? All right. You don't even chew on it sort of unenthusiastically. It's kind of like that. Jay says, Brando, you're a trooper. Thank you, brother. Laughing out loud, Cinnabon just takes you to heaven. Cinnabon's amazing too. My problem with Cinnabon is that I've got to get 3 of the extra containers where I'm just way too much with the frosting. So it's just, I literally eat one and my gut comes out like, I look like I'm having a baby as soon as I eat one of those things. But oh, they're so delicious. They're so good. Jose says, wait, he spoke with Schneider? When, where, how, what? I caught him this training camp. So I went and saw a couple of practices in training camp. I was just next door. Dino's Bar's right there down the street from where they're at. And then next door is the hotel is there. So I just stayed at that hotel for a convenience sake, and just happened to catch him there after the training camp practice. And he was passing through. It wasn't a super long conversation, but it was a quick little passing thing. And he was very nice. JL says, if you like fancy popcorn, try Moose Munch from Bartell's Dark Chocolate. One is bomb. I've had it. It's good. It's a good one too. I like that as well. Almost everything works just about on the popcorn with these kind of combinations. But the Bartell's is a good one. They had one at kind of an offshoot of that in Costco they sold here around Christmas this year that was really good. Amin says, laughing out, Cinnabon takes you to heaven. It does. Especially extra frosting. I need the extra cup. No, not the 1 cup. That's not enough. I'm not going to get proper coverage with just the 1 little cup. I need the 2 and maybe the 3rd. Gaming Taco, Brando, what is the best sports movie? I think this is always a hard one to answer because there's so many good ones. I do think that Costner did a fantastic job with a 2-stack of baseball films in the late 80s, early 90s. The Field of Dreams, and then the other one which I'm missing. God, why am I spacing on that? There we go. Bull Durham. That's the other one I'm thinking of. So those are 2 different movies, and baseball, you guys don't know, is really my original love. I was more baseball player than football player growing up, though I did a bit of both. And those 2 movies really did a great job, I thought, of capturing, for different reasons, different parts of it, just that sport and the beauty of that sport and the stories that they were telling in that game. In both of those 2 movies, especially with Field of Dreams and some of the relation back to fatherhood and playing catch with your dad. Simple concepts, of course, but it was a very deep movie at the end of the day, too. You know, it was a lot about the DNA of baseball, you know, what it is in there. And it's such a just moving film, I feel like. Great ending to it, too, as well. James Earl Jones with a fantastic speech. That might be the one for me on that one. Rand says I'll have to stay away from Cinnabon. If I go near, I'll buy some. Me too. I'll jump. I will. BB, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, became a fan at 8. We won the Super Bowl. Am I a bandwagon? No, that's where you come into consciousness as a fan to make your choice, to go the direction you're going to go for the rest of your life. You made your choice. You hitched your wagons, and it's not a bandwagon, it's just a wagon. You hitched your wagons to this team. Here you go. You're part of it now. You know, that's the way that works. Gaming says, that's crazy. John knew who you were. Wonder if he listens to the advice of content creators. It definitely brought a smile to my face, because if it's showing up on his feed, right? You don't tend to have stuff showing up on your feed unless you're watching the videos. And so I was like, ooh, that's cool. And that'd be nice if he was, man. It'd be cool if he doesn't have to be taking advice, but it's just good if he's hearing from different opinions from necessarily what is just in that building. Or even if it's not something to sway you, it's something that maybe you're not considering. Have a good night, Jason. Appreciate you. Let's keep up the good work, Brando. Be well to us. You be well as well. Dave says, hey, B, where do you think Jamar Chase signs next year if he gets out of Cincinnati? Good question. Probably for the team that's going to be willing to spend as much as anybody out there. I would think that there would be, you know, a team like potentially the Commanders could make a run at him. The Cardinals are obviously a team that could definitely make a run at him in this way, and that they've got a lot of money to spend. My feeling is a little bit with this that they didn't pay Jamar Chase. If the intention was the Bengals to keep Jamar Chase in Cincinnati, then you need to pay him last year, and you didn't pay him last year. And so now you're in a position of probably having to move him. So does he have control about where he goes? We'll see on that. Maybe it's just you're going to go to the team that's going to pay you. I think they're going to get a lot for him if they do move him, but I have a hard time seeing him remaining in Cincinnati at this point. They should have paid him after 3 years, and we know that Cincinnati can tend to be a little bit cheap in regards to this. Flag says, man, seeing NFL players in the wild is insane. They don't look human. I've seen Des Bryant and Alden Smith. They look lab built. Best athletes in the world, man. Strong, fast. All of it. All of it. '76, at least the Hawks are trying to win. The Mariners, I don't know what the hell they're doing. They're trying to turn profit. That's what they're trying to do. But you're right. They're not trying to win. I think they've stopped being able to snooker the fan base on this one, though. It's going to start twisting and turning. Ethan HawksNest, have you dared to try the flaming hot popcorn? I'm not much of a flaming hot guy. I like a little bit of, I'm the medium salsa guy. I'm that guy, you know? I like the salsa for the taste, not the heat. Jason, one last comment. We Are Marshall was a really good one for me. Nothing beats a true story. Yeah, that's a good one too. Yeah. That is a good one. That's an easy watch. If that one's on, you're going to watch it. Moneyball, that's another one that's really good. Yeah, that's another good, really good job on that film too. Great job capturing that book. And that's a hard book to film, right? That's a hard book to make cinematic. They cover a general manager who makes really smart money. You know, it's like, there's a way that guy could have gotten really nerdy really fast and not very interesting, but they pulled it off. John says, when you try to get a press pass to somebody from the Seahawks organization vet your content, I wonder if they liked your drunk stream, laughing out loud. That probably wouldn't have gotten me on that one. Interesting enough, I've definitely reached out to the Hawks organization to get a press pass and have an opportunity to do that. But I actually got an easier pathway to getting a press pass with the NFL for the potential combine here, as I got approved for that. So it's easier for me to essentially get an NFL press pass right now than it is to get a local press pass, if you can believe that. Gaming Taco Brando, what was your football position you played? I was an edge. I should have been a wide receiver and running back. That's really was where my natural positions would have been. But I was gifted with turtle-like speed. I had great hands. I still got great hands. But the speed was never there. The explosion was never there. The twitch was never there. We got a lot of young people in the chat too, Lethal. It's a mix. Necessary roughness. Ethan HawksNest, imagine this. Schneider makes an offseason decision, including the draft, and ends up being an epic success based off of watching one of your videos. But you'll never know it was because of you. Don't need credit. You could tell me a story like that and say, would you be okay if they took this, that, and you'll never understand that you ever got the credit if that was the case that played? And I'd be like, good, perfect. I'd have no problem. The ultimately great point is that they make that great move and they get that team right, and I get to celebrate that. I wouldn't need a lick of credit in any of that if I was the guy put it out there in that way, Ethan. It's just about getting it right on that and seeing our team ascend to that high of heights, Mimi HawksNest, have you seen the 5th quarter? I haven't. Haven't heard about it. Flag, dude, the drunk stream is half of Hall of Fame level stream. When we do the 24-hour stream flag for charity, once we get to 9,500, I'm going to be playing some of the drunk stream for some of the folks that are unaware of it, because some of you may not be aware. I did a drunk stream a couple of years ago that was pretty. I went a little bit too hard probably on the stream. I think the 6 shots of whiskey on top of the 7 beers was probably a little bit too much, especially when you're live and you can say just about anything potentially. I think the end of it, the funniest part is the end of it, where I'm 6 hours deep and I am on my lips, and I go, I tried to do like, I think it was a Manscaped read. I was doing my Adscape man read, and I was just like, F it, buy this thing. That was a fun stream. Brando, for the next 10 years, would you rather have Pat Mahomes or a kicker who can get 70-yard field goals 90% of the time? I'll take Patrick Mahomes. I'll go with the Mahomes. I mean, since you said you're going to put on 90 pounds, that's only if they need me in alignment. I mean, and that's the pulling in space stuff. Like, we got killed by the Rams and Brandon tied it on. It was glorious. Yeah, it was. If you want to look it up, folks, you can go find it. It's a couple years ago when Russell Wilson got his finger broke. I did a stream directly after the game, and what I was doing was I was mourning the end of an era. To me, that was the end of the era at that point. That's the end of us contending. That was the end of the Russell era. That was the start of the end of the Carroll era. We didn't know it at the time, and I was mourning it, man, which is what an Irish man does. I've got a lot of Irish in my blood. That's what we do when we mourn things. We drink to get over it. Just of our tendency. It's not maybe always the right way to go about it, but it's our way. Gaming Taco, Brandon, would you want Seattle to sign Tyron Smith on a max deal? I think you mean Trey Smith. I think is who you're meaning on that one. Is Trey Smith the Kansas City Chiefs guard? And yeah, I would give him all the money. I would overpay if I had to. I wouldn't bat an eyelid. Phoebe Seahawks, thanks for the $2 donation. RT is going to be Rams playoffs and bullying Jesse. It will be tomorrow, that's for sure. That's for sure. I'm sure Jesse will get a few swipes in on Gino too as well. So don't forget that part. Don't forget that part. Yeah, Joey Brandon said DK is the best wide receiver to ever be in a Seahawks jersey. I never said that, Joey. You know my man Largent's my guy. You know Largent's my dude. That's my peeps. John says, be good to my idea to watch other people's critiques. John's smart for that. I agree. You want to get as many outside perspectives as you can, especially when you get in the building, John, where I think that sometimes you get stuck in the lost in the forest despite the tree, all the opinions in-house. Sometimes you need the outside opinions to hear, so you're making sure you're keeping all considerations out there. You're not narrowing your view of the team and your vision of how you can get yourself to where you're looking to go. Drunk says the minute I knew the Russell Wilson era was over was when we lost to the Rams in the playoffs with a broken Jared Goff thumb. Yeah. That was another spot, which was pretty stark and telling at that point, wasn't it? Randy Roberts says, please hire an OC who is experienced and has had success doing what Mike McDonald wants. That's where I'm at too, Randy. Give me an OC who's got NFL experience. Give me an OC that's called NFL plays or has called plays in the past and has had success. Give me a guy with some balanced attack, not too pass happy. That's where I'd like to go. Ethan HawksNest, when you were a kid, were you the Steve Largent in elementary school on the playground? I know I was mossing fools on the playground and hitting everything like Ichiro. I was that guy. I had a weird thing, and this is where I would have been, I think, a good running back. I didn't have good quickness, no change of direction, no speed, but I had a weird, really good balance where really hard to knock me over. Really, like, you know, you do the whole thing where there's that game where one guy has the ball, everybody tries to tackle them, and then one other guy gets the ball and go tackle them. And I was always hard. You could have a group of guys around you still keeping the feet. I was really good with the balance. Really good with the balance, but I didn't have anything else naturally, physically. That was it on that one. You next says, Dan, I went to sleep and you're still going, Brandon. Well, we're wrapping it up. We just hit 5 hours and crossed the threshold here. I think we've kind of covered it end to end on this stream here today. This major change, this letting go of Grubb. 5 hours is probably good enough talking on that to get through that on that side. And I'm definitely, we're at the end here on my end. But I think we got this figured out. It's not the worst move for the Hawks to make. It's not the worst thing to move on. Doesn't necessarily mean that this team's taking a step back here. It just means that they're looking to get the right coach in the house, and this wasn't the right one. So I will be back here throughout the course of this week. We'll be discussing this more and getting into this more. I'll try to do a little bit more research on some of these guys to get a better idea of who's really the real good, keen candidates to be looking at here as much as I can, because some of this is going to be trying to guess it a little bit in the darkness of not having a track record on some of these guys. And hey, they may just go to Jake Peets when it's all said and done and the decision's already been made. We'll learn more here as the rest of this week goes on about which direction this team is looking to go. I thank you guys for watching today. If you can for me today, please do hit that like button. It does help me out a considerable amount on showing me up on the algorithm for other Hawk channels. And hey, for a guy like John Schneider looking for something to watch, so hey, you may even get our general manager to watch it by hitting that like button. So I would really appreciate it if you could do that. Also want to thank the sponsor of this show, which is Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy has been sponsoring the Hawks Nest for the past year. You can get in right now still on a weekly fantasy in the playoffs. Lost your fantasy league, recoup some of that pride. Go right now, get an Underdog Fantasy, go into the weekly playoffs, get yourself into some fantasy football action, win some money going head-to-head with other fans, build yourself up a parlay between the playoff games and maybe some NBA games. Go make some money on that side of it. Use my code today. They'll match you 2 for 1, $100, $50 back in your pocket, $200, $100 back in your pocket, all the way up to $2,000. They'll put $1,000 back in your pocket. But you got to use my code or click the link down in the description section below. I really appreciate you guys today for watching the channel. I appreciate all of the great discussion and the encouraging words, the many donations. You guys are just awesome on that, on just being so positive and keeping the energy in just the right place. Not that you guys got to be encouraging me at all times along here to get this done, but just that the energy is always in the right place. If we can always keep this in this spot of things, this is what will generate the best of discussion on this channel. This is what will make this channel whatever best it can be. It's not me and what I do on this. It's what you guys do on that mode and knowing what time it is, knowing what we're about here, understanding that there's going to be disagreement, but even when it's disagreement, it's a disagreement with a brother. It's disagreement with a sister. It's all part of the community and part of that family. And that's a representation here every time I go live. That's why I do this as long as I do this, is I can always count on that. Support or not, donation or not, I want to see that there every time. That's the part we can always control and always have. The lead foot of this channel is that every time we go live. And I really appreciate you guys understanding that. I know I hearken on it a lot and I heap on, I really hammer it a lot, but I want to always keep it at the forefront of our mind of that that's what makes this channel go. And whatever this channel can be is driven by you guys in that realm. If it's toxic, it ain't going anywhere. If there's people coming in and being slanderous and they're just name calling and trying to drive the discussion off the rails, it can never get anywhere to where we want it to go, which is trying to get deep into these discussions like we have tonight in regards to this coaching search, in regards to the wiring, the firing, and in regards to where this team is at in the here and now. So I thank you guys so much from the bottom of my heart for understanding that. Just part of why I'm so very blessed to be able to do this channel is that this is such a unique gift to have this here in this online hemisphere where everywhere you look, it's sometimes nothing but toxicity and just people looking to dunk on people and get angry at every turn. Not the way we operate here, and I really, really do appreciate that about you guys. We'll be back tomorrow on the NFC West Roundtable. So over on that other secondary channel that I go on to, if you're not subbed up over there, please do get subbed on up. We got the Seahawks weekly roundup on Wednesday. I'll be back on Thursday with the B&B show where I'm sure we're going to be talking a lot about this coaching search. So we still got a lot on track this week for you. Tune in through that. If you're not subbed up, get subbed up. If you haven't hit the like button, hit that like button. And yes, I know there's a little bit of uncertainty about this next upcoming season, especially letting go of a first-year coach like right now. Do you have to take one step back for the 2 steps forward? Can you still relock this in really quickly and take that step forward to contention status next year in 2025 on a schedule that looks very winnable? We'll see. I think they can. Hard to tell which direction they're going to go this offseason, but I'll be here every step of the way, trying to explain it as best I can. Thanks for watching, guys. Back soon, but please don't you ever forget. Please, God, don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.